Everything starts with Jiang Cheng waking up confused in the middle of the night in a messy hotel bed. Holding his head, he tries to get his bearings while the glow from his cell phone illuminates the room. Sitting up on the sheets, the MC has no idea how he ended up there. Looking back, he notices the unknown woman sleeping and realizes he just had a very intense night with her. Suddenly, the device vibrates with messages from someone named Zhao Jia, which brings his memory back instantly. He remembers that, shortly after starting college, this same girl had dumped him. He doesn't understand why she's messaging him with a demanding tone now, considering she had blocked him before. Checking the date on the screen, he gets a huge scare. The realization hits him, and the suspicion of having reincarnated in the past strikes his mind. A bitter memory surfaces of when a corporate suit humiliated him, saying he was slow with money, and that Zhao Jia had already found someone better. Regretting his own naivety, the MC pulls his hair as he recalls how he swore eternal love and ended up getting slapped by reality. Knowing how his ex operates, he quickly deduces that these messages are just a lame excuse to wring money out of him. He even feels ashamed of himself for being so blind and lacking self-respect back then, falling for the same old story. Since the decision is made, he doesn't waste time and sends a direct message ending everything, stating that their values don't align, and that it's better for each of them to go their own way. He tosses the phone aside, finding the situation funny, entirely rejecting the idea of giving her another chance just to be betrayed again. Suddenly, a blue screen appears floating in the room, praising his firm attitude and activating a tycoon system. Surprised by the novelty, he questions if this is really what it looks like. Standing up on the bed, the young man can't contain his excitement about starting this new life with a cheat pack and wonders if he'll make it to the top. Analyzing the panel showing his attributes, he does the math and realizes he'll earn over 8,000 a day doing absolutely nothing. Another notification warns him about a novice pack, and he opens it without thinking twice. The system gifts him 10 million in cash, a luxury car, and a scanning skill, immediately confirming his bank balance. Holding his phone to see the actual transfer, he still tries to understand what this scanner is all about. The woman beside him mumbles in her sleep. Taking the opportunity, he decides to test his new skill on her right then and there. The screen reveals Yu Xiaoxia's full profile, showing her age of 25, measurements, and a normal affinity of level 60. Finding the data easy to grasp, he gets curious about what the privacy attribute means, which is marked at only 1. The system's explanation details that this represents the number of intimate contacts, making him realize he was the first man in her life. Recalling the previous night, he remembers going to a bar to drink his sorrows away because of his ex and ended up meeting Yu Xiaoxia, who was also drinking at the counter. He concludes that the affinity score makes sense, as the woman clearly drank until she passed out of some frustration, ruling out any chance of love at first sight. Interrupting his thoughts, Yu Xiaoxia wakes up with a start amidst the sheets. Noticing his attitude, the woman comments that the guy is a natural ladies' man based on the way he sighs and shakes his head. Jiang Cheng just remains seated, showing confidence. Turning the tables, he pins her against the bed, denying that he was reminiscing about the past and asking for the reason behind her late night sighs. Whispering close to Yu Xiaoxia's face, he regrets not meeting her sooner, leaving her completely flustered by the direct flirtation. A system alert pops up out of nowhere, rewarding the host with a car card and a silver tongue skill for being too fast in his romantic actions. Shocked by the floating notification, he can't believe the power works even in these intimate moments. Without missing a beat, he activates the new skill, certain that he will send her to paradise, and leans in for a deep kiss. His companion tries to push him away gently, impressed by his talent and noticing that the sensation is completely different from before. Pulling his face back slightly, the MC warns her not to be mistaken, as the fun is just getting started. Completely exhausted, the woman ends up thrown on her back with no strength left for anything else. The next morning, Jiang Cheng wakes up stretching alone in the room and notices something weird. He finds a thick wad of cash on the nightstand and lets out a murmur of confusion. Picking up the note left next to the money, he reads a message thanking him for his hospitality, claiming it was well-deserved payment for the night. Putting on his shirt, he feels indignant at being treated like a paid companion, but admits the 10,000 was very generous, regretting not getting Yu Xiaoxia's contact info. Finding his partner's attitude quite interesting, he decides to focus on the critical reward card, curious to know if spending large amounts will yield experience or even more cash. Walking down the brightly lit city streets, he decides he won't waste this second chance and promises to become a legendary tycoon. Strolling peacefully during the day, he plans to gather initial funds to buy shares in tech giants before they blow up. Pressing the key fob, he unlocks his new yellow sports car, already strategizing how to invest in real estate without needing bank loans. considering that his 5-1 million cards are perfect for this. He is suddenly interrupted by an attractive young woman asking if the ride is his. Without much fuss, he confirms ownership and asks directly what she wants. Turning on the charm, the stranger begs for a quick ride, using the excuse that her app notified her a pipe burst in her house. Immediately, the scanning system activates before his eyes. Analyzing the panel, he notices the girl's privacy is at 28 and her affinity is already at a ridiculous 90, even though they just met. Considering her attitude a bit too forward for his taste, the MC dismisses her right away, joking that the passenger seat would be too crowded for her intentions. Without looking back, he revs the sports car and speeds off down the asphalt, leaving the opportunist on the street. Paralyzed on the curb, Chen Liddy is dumbfounded, trying to understand how the corporate guy figured out the exact number of partners she had been with. Right behind her, an older man in work clothes approaches, praising the rare and honest attitude of the young man who just left. Overhearing the conversation about plumbing, the man promptly offers to fix her pipes, guaranteeing 30 years of experience in the trade since the handsome guy didn't want to help. Annoyed at losing her wealthy target, she loses her composure and treats the worker rudely, making her preference for young men crystal clear. With an expression of pure disgust, the plumber spits on the ground and tells the woman to get lost. Hearing the laughter of the people around, the gold digger hurries away in shame while the plumber keeps mocking her. Amidst the commotion, one of the bystanders approaches the older man to explain that her pipe maintenance had nothing to do with his line of work. Slapping his own forehead, the man finally gets the double meaning and comments on how today's youth invent crazy things. Stomping down the sidewalk, the frustrated woman curses her own bad luck that day. Far from there, the MC parks his sports vehicle in front of a real estate agency and is greeted by the staff at the entrance. Evaluating the client from a distance, a veteran broker judges the young man as just another kid showing off his family's car and decides to pass the client to the rookie. Trembling with nervousness from the responsibility, the girl receives some encouragement from her bespectacled colleague, who tells her to just follow her training. Assuming a professional posture, she introduces herself as Xiao Xia and politely asks how she can help him. Straight to the point, Jiang Cheng asks the lady to find him a suitable house. The broker quickly asks about his budget and the type of property, while the veteran watches from across the room, certain that the newbie is going to learn the hard way that not every visitor closes a deal. Once settled at the desk, the employee tries to offer some small, cheap apartments, but the client cuts her off immediately and demands to see places in the 1 million range. Hastily agreeing, the young woman says she'll look up options in the catalog right away. A few minutes later, she looks up, remembering to ask if the client has any location preferences. The young man specifies he wants places that are easy to rent out and already furnished, noticing from her posture that she's completely green in the profession. Analyzing Xiaoxia's profile through the system and noting her age of 19 with zero privacy, he concludes she must have started working straight out of high school to face a tough life. Showing the options in the catalog, Xiaoxia points out that those units have great layouts, are close to a commercial street, and cost between 800,000 and over $1 million. Evaluating the properties, Jiang Cheng mentally calculates that the system's novice critical card requires a minimum purchase of 1 million. The MC quickly dismisses the cheaper properties, considering that losing a 10 times critical hit on 5 houses over a small difference would be a massive loss. Pointing at the paper, he asks if the residences over $1 million are negotiable and proposes buying 5 units if she can close each one for exactly 1 million. Completely shocked by the sudden offer, the broker gasps and stammers, trying to confirm if he wants to pay upfront in cash. Confirming full payment, the young man tells her he'll leave the rental management in her hands as soon as the deal is closed. Beaming with the news, the rookie calculates her gigantic commission combined with the management fees and guarantees with absolute certainty that she'll get him that price. Outside the room, the veteran broker overhears the whole conversation about the upfront cash payment for the 5 units and slaps his forehead, bitter for misjudging the kid and losing the deal. An hour later, the agency manager approaches very politely to hand over the transfer contracts, confirming the total value of 5 million and the branch's 1% fee. Without hesitating on the signatures, Jiang Cheng signs the papers and warns that the next time he buys something, he'll look for the exact same employee. Clasping the folders to her chest, the young woman can barely contain her excitement upon realizing her share of the commission will be almost 50,000, becoming extremely curious about the client's level of wealth. At that moment, a blue screen pops up before the MC's eyes, firing off several sequential notifications that the critical hit card was used successfully, multiplying the values absurdly and generating tens of millions in a row. Watching the panel with his back turned, He is completely stunned by the alerts, realizing he only expected a 10 times multiplier, and that his insistence on the 1 million price tag saved him from missing out on surreal cash. Right after, the system congratulates him for leveling up to 6, revealing the host's attributes of 18 years old and 182 centimeters tall. Aside from confirming a passive income of 0.8 yuan per second and reserve funds of almost 5,000. Ecstatic with the quick math, the tycoon calculates he'll earn about 70,000 a day doing nothing, considering the broker his true lucky star for turning a 5 million expense into a return of over 230 million. Full of attitude and fixing his hair, Jiang Cheng notes how much superior this life with cheats is compared to his past one, ready to enjoy limitless wealth. Walking down the agency's hallway, Xiaoxia is quickly called into a private conversation by the manager. The boss gets very close and whispers an order for her to take the wealthy client out to dinner, demanding the girl build a good relationship with him after selling the 5 houses. Piling on the pressure, her superior guarantees that pleasing the young man now will yield many future deals and secure a life full of luxury for her. The young woman can barely formulate a response, feeling completely awkward and keeping her head down at the bold directive. Catching up to the client on the street, she tries to maintain professionalism and suggests they get to know each other better some other time, but is interrupted by him asking for her bank account number to make a transfer. Surprised by the sudden attitude, the broker asks why he wants to send her money out of nowhere. Showing his phone, he explains the girl was his lucky charm that day and he insists on thanking her, hoping to see her again. She hesitates in silence, unable to process what is happening or what the guy really means by that. A few minutes later, alone at the building's entrance, the employee's eyes widen as she checks her bank notification and sees a deposit of 350,000. Already far from the scene, the MC walks exuding calmness, aware that the deal with her yielded millions, making this expense a very small and fair investment to generate good karma. Staring enchanted at her phone screen, Xiaoxia suggests they add each other on a messaging app and offers to pay for dinner to return his generosity. Seeing her affinity level jump from 50 to 85 in an instant, the young man feels extremely satisfied to prove the absurd power money has to change people. During the contact exchange, the girl notices how attractive the client is, starting to view the whole situation in a different light. Later that night, lying in her own bed, she reflects on the encounter and concludes that if he really wanted to make a move, she wouldn't put up any fight. During the afternoon at the agency, the broker bids a cheerful farewell, thanking him for the workday and letting him know she needs to head inside. She runs toward the commercial building, turning her back to the street while the client watches her leave. From inside his yellow sports car, Jiang Cheng waves casually through the rolled-down window, confirming they'll see each other next time. Back in her own room with her hands over her face, the girl blushes intensely as she tries to understand why she feels so empty all of a sudden. 20 minutes later, the MC arrives at his destination and opens his front door, announcing he's home. His mother quickly approaches carrying a bowl of ice-cold watermelon, taking the cue to ask for details about the graduation trip he had mentioned earlier. Eating a piece of fruit while leaning against the table, the young man explains he wants to enroll at Modu University and therefore decided to travel to explore the area first. Sitting on the couch checking something on his device, his father agrees with the plan and says his mom will handle the financial transfers to cover the trip. The woman affectionately scolds her husband, warning him that solving everything with money will only spoil the boy, cautioning that if he becomes dependent on his parents, he'll never find a good wife. Reflecting on the situation while chewing, Jiang Cheng swears to himself that he's no longer that naive kid from the past, and that he'll bring home a wonderful daughter, in law to make his mother proud. The next day, walking down the narrow aisle of the airplane, he complains mentally about the cramped economy class, regretting buying the ticket at the last minute. Asking other passengers to excuse him, he tries to find his seat amid the hustle of the flight. Just then, a very attractive and well-dressed young woman recognizes him immediately, calling his name with great surprise. Checking the ticket in his hands, the MC realizes the coincidence and notes her seat is right next to his. Thanking him for his courtesy, Zhou Ying steps past him and settles into the window seat. A corporate suit quickly barges into the scene, leaning on the seats, praising the girl's beauty, and stating it's an honor to fly in the same row as her. Completely ignoring the intruder, Jiang Cheng focuses on his old classmate and suggests she take the more isolated spot for comfort. The guy with glasses tries to block the kind gesture, warning with a tone of superiority that people can't just switch seats on a plane whenever they please. Out of patience, the MC cuts the guy off, stating they are traveling together and asks if he supposedly needs to ask permission to choose where to sit. Defeated by the direct attitude, Qian Shen sits on the edge indignantly, while Zhou Ying takes the moment to ask what brings the young man to Modu, keeping an air of mystery without giving too many details. He replies neutrally that he's traveling for business. The girl mentions she was getting bored at home and decided to take a vacation to clear her head. Thinking it's really cool, they ran into each other there. The meddler tries to rejoin the conversation, introducing himself formally and confessing he had to repeat a year of school, but is now finally going on a trip. Trying to play the rich guy, he warns them about tourist traps in the city and brags that his dad arranged an exclusive car to pick him up at the airport, offering a ride so they won't get extorted by cab drivers. Refusing the offer right away, Jiang Cheng says the place he's staying at already includes executive transport, dismissing any need for help. Intrigued by the snobby reply, the bespectacled suit asks exactly which hotel he booked a room at. The young man reveals the name of the lodging with utmost casualness, leaving the other traveler in a state of shock, sweating cold from nervousness. Not wanting to lose face, Qian Shen comments in disbelief that the mentioned hotel is a super luxury resort that cost over 3 billion and 300 million to build, highlighting that standard suites cost more than 9,000 a night and don't offer airport pickups. Oozing confidence, the tycoon looks sideways and confesses he has no idea what the standard rooms look like, since he made sure to rent an entire villa with a private courtyard. Shocked by the level of his reservation, Zhou Ying calculates in awe that such a space must cost 80,000 a night and wonders how she never noticed her classmate was a secret millionaire. Teasing back and noticing her exaggerated reaction, the MC asks his classmate not to play dumb. A memory from their school days invades his thoughts, revealing that the young woman wasn't just the most popular girl, but also a famous rich kid who arrived in a Bentley or Rolls-Royce with a private driver. Despite all her perfection and wealth that intimidated any boy, she was far from arrogant, always maintaining a low profile, focused on her studies. The MC remembers he was so blinded by Zhao Jia back then that he completely ignored her presence, but recalls rumors that the rich girl's family went through a severe crisis in their sophomore year. Awkward about the past topic, Zhou Ying humbly admits her rich girl phase is behind her and her situation is different now. Realizing he accidentally touched a sensitive nerve, the young man mentally curses himself for the blunder and decides to change the subject as fast as possible to not ruin the mood. The atmosphere quickly improves, and the two spend the entire flight laughing and reminiscing about various nostalgic stories from their student days. She agrees, laughing hard at his comments, confirming their old high school really was a place full of crazy stuff. Relieved to have navigated the situation so well, Jiang Cheng decides it's the perfect time to test the system again and activate the girl's affinity reading. The interface reveals her friendship status affinity is at 75, making him reflect on the fact that she paid so much attention to him during high school, even without him noticing. The travel time flies by and they finally disembark at the massive airport, walking together with their luggage through the busy concourse. A very elegant businesswoman, wearing tights and holding a sign with his name, approaches and introduces herself as the private butler assigned to look after his stay at the villa. Very satisfied with the professional reception at the level he expected from the resort, the MC turns back wanting to know where his classmate will be staying in the city. The old classmate explains she's going to visit a friend in Pudong and dismisses his concern, ensuring the place isn't on the way to his hotel and that she'll catch a cab without any problems. Watching everything from a distance with extreme envy, Qian Shen silently hopes she doesn't fall for the fake hero's smooth talk, planning for a chance to spend the night with the girl if she ends up needing a rescue. Escorting his old classmate to the taxi, Jiang Cheng remarks how happy he was they bumped into each other, letting her know he'll add her on the messaging app to schedule a meal someday soon. Already settled in the back seat, Zhou Ying agrees with the idea and reminds him not to forget the invitation. Leaning on the vehicle's window, the young man guarantees he'd never forget and takes the opportunity to thank her for the pleasant company during the trip. Checking her phone screen, the young woman tells him not to worry about it and waves a friendly goodbye. The MC just nods in confirmation while also looking at his own device. Watching the whole scene from afar through his executive car's window, Qian Shen is furious for letting such a gorgeous girl get away like that. Frustrated, the meddler continues his journey, complaining to himself that his big romantic night just went down the drain. Half an hour later, already settled in the luxurious resort, the tycoon observes the local night landscape with the certainty that spending a fortune there was the right call and worth every penny. Right then, a very elegant employee named Wang approaches, politely informing him his bath is ready. Starting to unbutton his shirt, he agrees and decides to head straight for the water. Without warning, the woman steps behind him and starts taking off his jacket, surprising the boy as he questions if this is really part of the package. Very casually, she explains that helping guests undress is included in the perks, but notes that his undergarments are up to him. Processing the unusual information, the young man just nods somewhat awkwardly. Already outside and stepping into the hot spring pool, he asks the employee to wait a moment. Holding a towel near her chest, she clarifies that scrubbing the client's back is also part of her job, professionally ensuring she won't wash his entire body. Feeling the woman's hands scrubbing his back, the MC closes his eyes and confesses the massage feels wonderful. Observing his body closely, Wong comments on how attractive he is and boldly insinuates that if there really were a special service, it would be incredible, assuring him she's only acting this way because she feels a connection. Completely embarrassed by the direct advance, Jiang Cheng looks away and mentally curses himself, wondering what the heck he was thinking letting the situation go this far. 5 minutes later, as she finishes cleaning him, the employee changes the subject and lets him know the hotel is throwing a reception that night solely for Super VIP guests, inviting the young man to join. Arriving at the entrance of the luxurious event, the guide introduces the client to the venue's security, highlighting that he is an illustrious guest holding the titanium card. Once inside the bustling hall, the tycoon hears the bids flying and notes the auction has already started with plenty of excitement. On stage, the auctioneer announces the night's next item, revealing it to be a rare collector's watch from the Richard Mille brand. The big screen displays the details of the limited edition piece, with only 10 units in the world, stating the starting bid is 15 million. Locking his eyes on the accessory, the MC activates the system and discovers the market value for that exact model will jump to over 25 million in just 3 years. Not wanting to miss out on a massive profit, he raises paddle number 35 and bumps the bid to 16 million. The bidding war heats up quickly as number 8 fires back with 17 million, but the young man doesn't back down and nails the offer at 18 million. Shocked by the buyer's aggressiveness, the other guests start whispering among themselves, thinking it's crazy to pay that much for a single watch. Banging the gavel enthusiastically, the host closes the sale and congratulates the winner on the millionaire bid. Shortly after, 2 wealthy hairs from the city approach with drinks in hand, with Wang Zheng taking the lead to introduce himself to the newcomer. The blonde guy explains he was the one bidding on the watch and asks, full of curiosity, if the young man is some sort of die-hard collector to have insisted so much on the purchase. Maintaining his calm demeanor, Jiang Cheng denies being a collector and reveals this was his first purchase of its kind, made purely for the novelty. With a loud laugh, the hair finds it crazy someone would drop 18 million right off the bat and asks how he's never seen him around, at which point the MC explains he arrived in the city the day before to start university. Amazed by the info, the blonde guy points out that being only 18 and making a move like that takes serious guts. Throwing his arm around his new acquaintance's shoulder in a friendly manner, he suggests the two of them hang out sometime soon. As he walks across the room, a system screen pops up confirming the host has leveled up and that his monthly income now surpasses the 30 million mark. Walking down a small staircase, the tycoon's attention is diverted by an irritated voice calling out for someone named Yu Xiaoxiao. Standing nearby, a man in a suit glares with pure outrage at the stunning blonde woman who just crossed the MC's path. Ignoring the guy's scolding, the woman approaches the young man and praises the wonderful night they had, while he finds it amusing to remember she paid for his company, thinking he was just a broke student. Willing to play along, he adopts the persona of a needy boy wanting attention and uses the excuse that the auction is ending to invite her to his private villa. With a seductive look, she accepts the proposal immediately, warning she's already had enough to drink and demanding he try even harder than last time. Absolutely furious, the girl's ex-Fiam screams demanding she stop right there and asks what the heck she thinks she's doing. Grabbing her wrist tightly, the guy warns that they were supposed to be getting married soon and it's a disgrace for her to be flirting with someone else right in front of him. Desperate, he states the engagement already happened, and because of that the wedding has to go through no matter what. Yanking her arm back, Xiaoxiao tells her ex to stop being disgusting and throws it in his face that their relationship is a sham, since he only uses her as a front to hide his affairs with other men and women. At that exact moment, the system freezes the scene and presents 2 action options for the MC to resolve the conflict. Evaluating the terrible alternatives on the screen, the MC asks if the system is kidding and questions if he looks like the kind of man who backs down from a fight. Upon noticing the hidden prize involves a 10 times physical enhancement card covering strength, speed, and constitution, he declares that settles it, and there's nothing else to think about. Stepping into the mess, He grabs the ex-fiance's hand firmly and declares there's nothing he hates more in life than cowards who corrupt the country's morals. With a swift motion, the young man throws the meddler to the ground, causing the loser to start screaming for security and whining that he's being assaulted. The guests around them start murmuring, suggesting the conflict be resolved peacefully with words, while others ask someone to call the cops. Still, sprawling on the floor, the corporate suit points his finger threatening to file a police report and sue everyone for ganging up on him at an event meant for wealthy people. Supporting the blonde by her shoulders, the hero tells her not to be afraid, assuring her that if the cops show up, they'll just say the man was harassing her. Stumbling to his feet, the ex-fiancé promises to get the hotel's security footage to prove his side of the story and sink everyone who humiliated him. Suddenly, the hall's attention is seized by a man armed with a knife, who bursts in screaming furiously that his wife is cheating on him inside, and the hotel refuses to reveal the client's identity. Panic sets in immediately as one of the female guests lets out a terrified scream, warning that the lunatic is stabbing people. Taking a hostage, the invader threatens to eliminate everyone in the room if they don't bring the cheating couple to him right that second. Terrified upon seeing the weapon, the cowardly ex-fiancé steps back, mentally praying someone hands over the people the attacker is looking for. At that moment, the blue panel pops up with a special emergency event, offering the option to risk his life to save everyone in exchange for physical attributes and a divine immobilization skill. Locking eyes on the criminal, the tycoon decides that for the sake of everyone's safety, and to grab that valuable reward, he'll take responsibility and fight. To prep his body for the impending clash, he silently activates the 10 times enhancement card the system just provided. A glow of pure adrenaline takes over the young man's posture as he absorbs the instantaneous changes. Feeling a distinct and absurdly powerful energy coursing through every part of his body, he charges toward the danger with confidence. The moment the attacker tries to deliver a stab, the hero dodges easily and lands a precise blow on the lunatic's face. With the devastating impact, the invader is brutally launched into the tables, destroying the venue's furniture. Jaw dropped at the display of strength, Xiaoxiao is impressed to realize the young man she spent the night with isn't just a rich kid, but an absolute monster in combat. Hiding amidst the chaos, the ex-fiancé sweats cold and swallows hard, totally terrified by the violence of the guy he had provoked minutes earlier. Seizing the opening, the MC twists the criminal's arm and pins him to the hall's floor so he can't hurt anyone else. All around, the guests start clapping and praising the brave young millionaire, shocked by how he took down an armed threat in just 2 moves. Shortly after, the authorities arrive to handcuff the attacker, and an officer takes the time to thank him for his heroic intervention that prevented a major tragedy. Breaking the calm atmosphere, the coward Jungyu runs up to the guards pointing his finger at the MC, demanding to press assault charges against him. Confused by the sudden accusation in the middle of a rescue, the officer turns to the young man and asks if he really attacked that man. Immediately, the blonde woman steps up and defends her savior, clarifying to the police that it all started because the suit was trying to force her into a fraudulent marriage. Pleased to see the girl's affinity level jump to 90 points, the tycoon listens in silence as she recounts the whole previous mess to the authorities. Pulling the girl close by her waist, he promises he won't let that trash intimidate her again, solidifying his protector persona. Given the explanations, the cop concludes it was all just a misunderstanding and suggests the ex-fiancé settle things through a conversation, leaving the guy panicking as he hysterically demands they check the venue's cameras. Watching the coward keep complaining without showing an ounce of remorse, the MC triggers the system to test the effect of a bad luck card on the guy. Immediately, the punitive item activates, locking onto the ex-fiancé imperceptibly. Seconds later, the trader answers a call from the bank alerting him about a 200,000 withdrawal from his account due to suspected fraud, throwing him into a panic as he demands they freeze the card right away. Just then, a hotel employee runs toward him frantically, warning that a tree just fell on top of his car in the parking lot and destroyed everything. Completely losing his mind over the absurd streak of bad luck, the man starts screaming in the middle of the hall for people to stop bothering him with so much disaster all at once. Walking calmly away from there with Xiaoxiao, Jiang Cheng comments that karma always collects its dues and suggests they leave. 5 minutes later, already settled in the hotel room, the woman approaches full of concern to check if the young man didn't get hurt in the brawl. Keeping up his image, the tycoon guarantees a loser of that level could never leave a scratch on him. The girl insists she needs to be sure and decides to examine his body closely just in case. With her hand on the young man's chest, she asks if he cares that she's an engaged woman, making it clear she found the whole situation quite surprising. Visibly shaken, Xiaoxia reveals the engagement was arranged purely to soothe her sick grandfather, but she ended up finding out her Fanti was cheating on her with his own best friend. Touched by the way he promises to take care of her from now on, she asks if he really doesn't mind keeping up that kind of casual relationship. Pulling the girl onto his lap, the MC confirms he sees no problem with it and promises to treat her very well. The mood heats up rapidly and the pent-up tension of the night morphs into pure intimacy. The next morning, the hotel maids are left speechless as they clean the totally wrecked suite, blown away by the insane energy the two burned through during the early hours. Still tidying up the mess, one of the employees jokes that if her own husband had that much stamina, she wouldn't even be able to get out of bed the next day. Meanwhile, the couple enjoys a peaceful and luxurious breakfast in the resort's outdoor area. On his phone, the young man observes the girl's social media feed full of posts about coming-of-age gifts. Sipping his drink, the tycoon asks, jokingly, if he can take a picture of her legs to celebrate his own 18th birthday. Surprised by the date, Xiaoxiao finds the idea fun and agrees to be his virtual present to impress his internet friends. Playing along, she lifts her legs seductively and props her feet up so he can get the best angle. Focusing his phone camera, the MC snaps the picture reflecting that his gift might not be a sports car, but the speed he's living at beats any machine. The bold shot goes straight to the boy's profile along with a suggestive caption. In the university dorms, his old classmates go into absolute shock seeing the class goody 2, Shu's posting pictures with a woman in black stockings. Outrage takes over the lonely guys, who start bemoaning their own luck while envying Cheng's new wild life. Later on, the young millionaire arrives at a luxury dealership for the Ferrara brand, being promptly greeted by a saleswoman who asks if he'd like to browse the inventory. Oozing friendliness, the employee guides the client into the massive showroom. Near one of the vehicles, an older executive tries to impress a beautiful woman named Su Wan, guaranteeing he'll buy the car on the spot if it pleases her. The executive pushes the offer, promising he'll use the machine to pick her up from the film set every day if she agrees to be the lead in his new project. Watching the scene from afar, the hero finds the situation amusing, realizing he just went out to look at cars and ended up in the middle behind the scene's drama. Analyzing the girl's face, the MC quickly recognizes her as a future mega successful actress, remembering she got famous because of a photo in a pool. The older man tries to force intimacy so they can close the deal and go drink somewhere, but gets pushed away by Su Wan, who uses a meeting as an excuse to escape. Furious at the rejection, the businessman loses his temper and threatens to pull all funding from her career if the girl doesn't keep him company. Not backing down an inch, the future star holds her ground and makes it clear she won't sell herself for any sponsorship. Faced with the stalemate, the blue system pops up in the tycoon's vision, triggering an immediate special mission. The screen dictates he must help the actress escape that situation and convince her to sign a contract, making him deduce he'll need to flex his financial muscle to win her trust. Raising his voice on purpose to draw attention, the hero asks the saleswoman about the requirements to buy the exclusive LaFerrari model, discovering he needs a purchase history of 5 cars from the brand. With a challenging tone, he asks point blank if that means he isn't qualified to buy it. Caught off guard by the client's boldness, the employee hesitates for a few seconds but ends up confessing it isn't totally impossible if he is truly determined. She explains the waitlist is huge and that the upfront payments need to be way higher to skip the line of the store's priorities. Interrupting the technical explanation, the young man says it's no problem and guarantees he'll pay the total amount upfront in cash if they sell it to him. Silence falls over the room as the saleswoman stutters in shock while processing the absurd proposal. Annoyed by the commotion, the harasser glares at the young guy, doubting some rich kid has that much spare cash to burn out of nowhere. Even Su-won is impressed by the audacity, knowing that is the most expensive car in the shop and nobody in their right mind would offer the full sum all at once. Regaining her composure, the employee warns that the final price with customizations should hit around 50 million, an amount the MC accepts with extreme casualness before telling her to call the manager. Accompanied by the manager and 2 other well-dressed guys, the saleswoman returns, pointing at the millionaire client. Calmly, the MC explains he recently arrived in the city and isn't used to walking, which is why he decided to buy a car on a whim. Hearing the excuse, one of the wealthy young guys in the group bursts out laughing, joking that calling an expense like that a whim is the peak of fake modesty. Recognizing the guy from the auction the night before, Wang Zheng's friend introduces the young man to the manager, using the millionaire watch on his wrist as proof that the money is real. In absolute silence, the young billionaire merely straightens his posture while the others admire the limited edition accessory. Noticing the ultra, rare piece worth a fortune. The store manager's face breaks into a cold sweat as he confirms he's standing in front of a gold mine. Wasting no more time, the manager shakes the young man's hand and says the credit check will be waived, promising to start the vehicle's paperwork right away. A few steps away, the harasser swallows hard hearing the astronomical figures, feeling his own influence evaporate in the face of someone vastly more powerful. Realizing the newcomer is on a whole other financial level, the coward totally loses his urge to flash his cash and tries to drag the girl out of the store, promising to release the funds if she goes drinking with him. Unsuccessful, he yanks the girl's arm urgently, wanting to flee from that silent humiliation. Tired of that disgusting persistence, the future actress loses her patience and tells the old creep to stop playing dumb, making it clear she won't cave to cheap blackmail. Bitter and furious at the definitive rejection, the guy gives up on his harassment and storms off, at which point a voice calls the girl's name. Turning around, the artist comes face to face with the newly introduced billionaire, who approaches very politely. Straight to the point, he reveals he overheard her issue with her former sponsor and offers to take over the investment in her career in place of that trash. Completely stunned by the sudden rescue, Soo-won stutters, asking if the offer is real, agreeing to give him her contact info on the messaging app so they can discuss the details the next day. Wrapping up the quick interaction, the two exchange codes on their phone screens and lock in an appointment for the following day. Back with his acquaintances and the manager, the MC wants to know the minimum wait time before he can finally drive his new luxury purchase. Upon finding out he'll have to wait at least a year to receive the vehicle, the young man lets out a sigh of frustration. To solve the delay issue, the rich guy suggests they visit an upcoming auto show, guaranteeing he'll be able to buy and drive off with any sports car right on the spot. Later, at a fancy restaurant in the city, Xiaoxio waits at the entrance wearing an elegant dress and waves excitedly when she sees the tycoon approach. Once seated at the table in the brightly lit dining room, Xiaoxio takes charge and starts recommending the seafood dishes that are the place's specialty. The hearty meal is served with various luxurious delicacies spread across the center of the table. Leaning in close to the woman, the hero ignores the food and turns on his bold charm, saying his only interest right now is devouring her. Totally blushing from the direct advance, the girl brings up the wild night they had and asks for a little downtime to recover from his intensity. With a smirk, the guy agrees to give his partner a break, but sets the condition that she must call him by a more affectionate nickname. Without thinking twice, she plants a kiss on his cheek while calling him hubby in a drawling voice. Satisfied with the display of affection and the compliments he receives, he keeps his word and promises to leave her in peace for a little longer. Changing the subject drastically, Xiaoxia mentions she reported the dealership incident to the head of her agency and asks, full of curiosity, if he's interested in Soo-won. In a casual tone, Jiang Cheng denies any romantic interest, claiming it was just a chance encounter, and quickly fires the question back, wanting her professional opinion on the rookie. Resting her chin on her hand, the woman analyzes the situation and concludes that the current agency doesn't value the girl like they should, but admits she has a lot of talent and massive potential to blow up in the media. Promising he'll treat any woman by his side very well, Jiang Cheng tells Xiaoxiao he can help her invest in the rookie if she wants. He merely questions if his companion really wants to put money into the girl's career right away. The woman confirms her intention to manage the actress, but warns that terminating the contract and setting up a company will cost a few million. Reflecting internally, the MC knows the system will cover the startup capital and that the artist will bring absurd profits in a few years with the right resources. Excited, Xiaoxiao offers to run the operation, promising not to meddle in other areas, asking for some shares in the business in return. Shutting the idea down right away, the tycoon tells her she won't have equity in the company, but will be rewarded with an extremely generous salary for her work as an executive. Resigned, the young woman realizes his level of influence is vastly superior and willingly accepts the proposal. To break the formality of the conversation, she confesses she lived under constant pressure before meeting him, and that now she feels alive and deeply satisfied. Without wasting time, the girl takes the initiative and already wants to set the time for their next date. Noticing his partner's rush to see him again, Jiang Cheng doesn't hide a smile of satisfaction. On the afternoon of the following day, the wealthy young man parks his new yellow sports car on the sidewalk to pick up Soo-won. Already in the passenger seat, the actress asks where they are heading for their outing and finds out they are going to a famous restaurant. Settled into a private room at the elegant venue, the young man asks about the drama her agency was planning to produce. Trying to hype up the 5 million project, she defends the potential of the web series and asks if he'd like to read the script. but the millionaire declines and says he'll bankroll the production outright. Startled by the hasty decision on their second date, the girl reveals she's never heard of an investor throwing money around. Like that would even looking at the material. Straight to the point, the artist states her condition to be part of his company, making it clear she's no knave girl in the business. She points out she's just a no-name actress, and that breaking her current contract would result in a heavy fine that makes no commercial sense. With the guy agreeing calmly, the young woman starts suspecting that all this support is just an excuse to get her into bed. Trying to grasp the big picture, Soo-won asks if the tycoon already owns an entertainment agency. The MC admits the business doesn't exist yet, but assures her everything will be set up soon and that operations will focus on her for the coming years. Still a bit wary of how easy this is, she asks if he requires any special conditions to make the investment. Using a laid-back tone, the hero guarantees he will never force her to do shady things with other people in the industry, making an ironic exception only for her own boss. Realizing the flirting is harmless and he isn't going to force anything, the girl relaxes and asks when she can sign the papers and call him boss. Finding the title too distant, Jiang Cheng prefers to be called Big Brother, which sparks the woman's curiosity about his age. Upon hearing the billionaire is only 20 and about to start college, she is dumbfounded by how young the investor is. Completely breaking the tension, the future star laughs and calls him a pervert for trying to use a title of respect while being so young. As soon as the dishes are served, Soo-won insists on paying the bill herself as a humble way to say thanks for his massive help. At that moment, the blue system interface pops up in front of the MC confirming the success of the partnership and granting stratospheric financial rewards. Checking the notifications on his phone, the young millionaire realizes he'll have to invent a really good excuse to explain to his parents how he got rich overnight. During a call, his dad answers full of pride, congratulating his son's supposed company that just pulled in a fortune. On the other end of the line, the patriarch brags to his friends about his boy's success, blown away by the monthly returns that hit his account. To cut the exaggeration short, the MC asks his parents to stay calm, promising to bring them everything they need when he heads back home. Finishing the meal, the hero puts his phone away and asks his companion where she'd like to spend the rest of the afternoon. Excited for the company, the actress suggests they stroll through a high-end mall to do some shopping. Minutes later, the couple is greeted at the entrance of a Patek Philippe jewelry store, making the girl tense up entering such an expensive place. Walking through the store's lobby, the duo is interrupted by a woman named Lin Rui, who approaches the actress with a tone of ironic surprise. Keeping it polite, Soo-won replies dryly that she's just accompanying a friend who came to look at watches. Next to the shallow woman, an older executive sizes up the young man with disdain, believing good looks mean nothing without real money. With the blue system scanning the stranger, Jiang Cheng discovers she's a famous TV star and deduces the kind of relationship she has with the older guy. The rich guy grabs Lin Rui's waist and asks how she knows the girl, getting the reply that Soo-won was just an extra in the past. Trying to take advantage of the situation, the executive introduces himself as an investor and turns on his cheap charm, offering industry contacts to the young woman. Annoyed by the attention from her own sponsor, the famous woman scowls and judges her colleague, assuming she's just selling out for some random watch. Tired of the fakeness, the future artist cuts the conversation short and says she won't take up any more of the couple's time. Completely ignoring the pointless drama, the MC asks the clerk about the availability of the watch series he was looking for, only to find out they're sold out. Unfazed, he then requests the employee to bring out women's models starting at $500,000, dismissing the cheap pieces. From afar, the arrogant actress mocks the store's prices, openly making fun of the financial status of ordinary people like the rookie. Keeping it classy, Soo-won pretends to be focused on reading a magazine, totally ignoring the cheap jabs. Approaching the girl, the MC asks if she liked any specific model in the catalog. The very next second, the system issues a mission demanding he give the woman a gift, prompting him to offer to buy any piece she wants. Proud, the young woman declines the treat immediately, swearing she'll buy her own luxuries as soon as she blows up in the media. Watching the scene from a distance, the rival woman rolls her eyes, convinced the kid is just putting on a show to look rich. Suddenly, the saleswoman returns with a tray full of high-end men's models for the client to try on. Adjusting one of the watches on his wrist, the young man checks how the piece fits, while receiving flattering compliments from the employee. Turning to his companion on the couch, he holds out his arm and asks for her honest opinion on the accessory. Since the strap was a bit loose, Soo-won steps closer and helps tighten the clasp so it fits more securely. Hearing the guy maliciously comment that he prefers everything nice and tight, the actress blushes as she catches the intention behind the phrase. Very satisfied with the service, the millionaire tells the saleswoman to wrap up both luxury models he just put on his wrist. The employee freezes for a moment, needing to confirm if she heard right that he's taking both $1,000,000 pieces. Across the room, the older harasser swallows hard, startled by the kid's nerve to drop millions so casually. To keep up the act, the hero asks the future star to help him choose between two women's models, making up a story that the jewelry is for his mom. Presenting the options, the saleswoman details that the diamond-encrusted fairy-style watch goes for $850,000. At the young man's request, the young actress slips the gleaming jewelry onto her wrist to check how the design looks. Watching from afar, the envious woman clenches her fists in anger, realizing the model being tested is vastly superior to hers. Handing over his credit card without blinking, Jiang Cheng ends the discussion and orders the employee to prep all 4 chosen pieces at once. Immediately, the girl tries to undo the clasp to return the accessory, but is stopped by the MC's hands as he tells her the jewelry is hers. Deeply flustered by his attitude, Suwon refuses the gift, claiming the value is absurdly high to accept. To calm her down, he explains the purchase is already approved and guarantees there are no shady strings attached to the gift. Pushing a little more, the hero jokes that if she returns the piece, he'll be forced to gift his own mother a teenager's watch. With a teasing smile, he asks if she's really going to disrespect him by refusing a kind gesture in front of so many people. Cornered, and with her fondness for the boss growing, she finally caves to the pressure and affectionately thanks him for the treat. Wrapping up the service flawlessly, the saleswoman hands over the receipts for the nearly $5 million expense and says thanks with a complimentary box. Completely humiliated in the corner of the room, the TV star boils with rage as she realizes the rookie's watch completely outshines hers. Trying to salvage a drop of dignity, the failed executive asks if the store won't give them some freebies too, only to receive a flat no. Irritated at being humiliated by some kid and having the mood of his date ruined, the older guy turns his back and storms off. Left behind empty-handed, the mean girl gives up on her own purchase and runs after her sponsor with her pride in tatters. Finishing the purchase at the jewelry store, the blue system panel pops up in front of the hero, informing him the mission was a success, and that Suwon's affection reached an extremely high level, unlocking the cash bonus withdrawal. The interface flashes, confirming the triple return rate of the reward, which ends up injecting over 13 million yen straight into the young investor's bank account. Checking his phone screen, the MC realizes the absurd profit from that move and decides on the spot he needs to find more excuses to deepen his relationship with the girl by buying her gifts. Strolling through the mall corridors, he casually asks the actress what her favorite style of handbag is, leading her to wave her hands frantically, begging the boss to stop burning through cash. Ignoring her drama, the tycoon just drags her into a luxury boutique, where the saleswoman rushes to present the most exclusive models from the current collection. Completely detached from the price of the items, Jiang Cheng simply snaps his fingers and tells the employee to swipe his card immediately to secure both pieces. The clerk confirms that the little shopping spree cost 120,000, congratulating the rich guy on now being part of the establishment's VIP member list. Watching everything closely, Suwon feels her legs go weak as she admires his firm posture and the surreal financial power the man displays. At the end of the night, getting a ride back in his sports car, the future star thanks him for the long outing and tries to break the ice by inviting him up to her apartment for a glass of water. Using his typical sarcastic tone, the millionaire declines the offer, claiming a rich guy needs to protect himself on the streets before some woman tries to take advantage of him, making the actress call him cocky. Stepping out of the vehicle in front of her building, the girl assures him she was serious about the visit, but thanks him for his company once more, and wishes him a good night's rest. As she walks away toward the elevator, she reflects with relief that her investor truly has no cheap ulterior motives, and is a very decent guy. On the flip side, the hero lets out a victorious laugh at the steering wheel as he checks that his companion's affinity score shot up, and has already entered the zone of intense passion. Half an hour later, the MC parks at a private luxury villa, and is immediately greeted by a housekeeper informing him the tub is ready, but he declines, asking for some champagne so he can swim a bit first. Impressed by the guest's booking, the professional notes that renting that entire space for a week is extremely rare for the company, and decides she needs to deliver the best service possible. Relaxing in the pool water, the young man asks manager Wong if the hotel's menu offers any exclusive, high-cost dish to satisfy his hunger. The woman confirms they serve high-end international cuisine and suggests luxurious ingredients like the coveted yellow, lip fish, and white truffles flown in from Italy. At that, the boy remembers these items are sold for their weight in gold, and eagerly concludes that this is the perfect place to blow through his accumulated system funds. Getting out of the pool minutes later, the hero receives a towel from the manager and uses the close proximity to order a massage to release the tension from his body. Promptly, the employee accepts the special request and invites the wealthy client back to the master bedroom to start the session. Lying face down comfortably on the spacious mattress, Jiang Cheng waits in silence while the professional unbuttons part of her clothing to get more comfortable. As soon as the woman's skilled hands touch his back, the tense atmosphere in the room begins to dissipate quickly. Surprised by the deep technique, the MC realizes right away that the method being applied is much more elaborate than the simple muscle relief he expected. Noticing the young man's breathing change, the manager speaks up in a seductive voice, noting that the spy is the hotel's flagship service, and asks him to just relax his mind and enjoy the moment. Next, the masseuse starts using her own knees to apply controlled pressure onto the guy's legs, working each muscle with precision. Keeping total focus on delivering an unforgettable service, the woman shows off all her experience in the field by assessing the client's physical response. Feeling his body react to the touch, the hero blushes slightly and begins to doubt himself, internally wondering if he isn't imagining shady intentions behind the housekeeper's service. Right after the session, already wearing his pajamas on the edge of the bed, he hears the employee say a strictly professional goodbye, informing him about tomorrow's car, which draws an internal chuckle from the millionaire for having fantasized nonsense for nothing. The next day, the lobby of the famous Shanghai Auto Show opens, completely packed with photographers and visitors eager for the new releases. Walking alone through the luxury booths, the billionaire admires the vehicles on display, but feels let down finding out the most expensive model costs just over $2 million and doesn't hit the spending goal he needs. Scanning the noisy crowd, the MC spots a small group of old high school classmates from a distance and gets intrigued seeing Jiang Yun Shuya and the other guys focused on a stage. Chatting among themselves, the old students gossip in shock about the fact that their class's untouchable muse ended up becoming a car model in Shanghai. Standing on the brightly lit platform, the girl named Zhou Ying commands the photographer's attention, wearing a tight red dress that highlights her silhouette. Trying to shoot his shot, one of the guys offers to pick her up after her shift, but the girl with pigtails mocks the failed attempt, guaranteeing a rich girl, like the model, wants nothing to do with them. Just then, the group finally notices the hero's presence at the venue, and everyone crowds around in surprise, demanding an explanation for his sudden appearance there. Sensing the tension of being excluded, Jiang Cheng plays it cool and points out that from the tone of the conversation, they planned this trip without giving him a heads up. Totally embarrassed for being called out, the green-haired guy sweats cold, remembering that the boycott of the graduation trip was indeed intentional. To save his own skin, the other classmate swallows hard and tells the MC to ask his friend for the details, dodging the responsibility. Ignoring the boys' rivalry, the pigtail girl assesses the rich guy's refined posture and showers him with compliments, while the girl with glasses goes as far as asking if he came to the city for plastic surgery because he's changed so much. Joking about the confusion, the green-haired student throws his arm around Jiang Cheng's neck, speculating about vocal surgery, and changes the subject, wanting to know why he's visiting such expensive booths. The pigtail girl cuts into the conversation, guaranteeing the broke squad only entered the event to spy on the school's old goddess being pampered by wealthy rich guys. While her classmate complains about her envious attitude, the millionaire scans the duo's virtual profiles and finds out the loud girl has a very low privacy score and high loyalty. Confused by the floating data on the screen, he doesn't understand how that girl's affection rate for the green-haired guy hit such absurd levels, considering they barely spoke in the past. Pulling his friend out of his own investigative thoughts, the former classmate insists on knowing what the MC's plans are at the auto show. Knowing all the dark secrets of the girl the student worships so much, the hero just gives his shoulder a consoling pat and tells the guy to take care of himself, leaving the boy completely oblivious to the cryptic advice. Shifting focus to what really matters, Jiang Cheng breaks through the student's blockade and raises his hand to compliment the model, assuring her she's gotten even prettier over the years. Surprised by the familiar face in the crowd, the muse leans on the red machine's hood, asking if he also came to check out the rides, and gets a casual, positive nod from the young man. Bothered by their intimacy, the arrogant class president decides to attack the MC, warning that the model on display isn't some cheap electric bike that anyone can afford on a whim. Wanting to flex his knowledge to show off in front of the school goddess, the nuisance spouts specs about the Ferrari's engine and makes a point of stressing that this toy goes for over $5 million. Totally sarcastic, the MC mocks the class leader's useless trivia, asking what's the point of memorizing a spec sheet if the guy doesn't have the cash to take the keys home. Sensing the mood going sour fast, Jo Ying tries to diffuse the mess politely, asking her old acquaintances to keep it down while she's working. Biting back in rage from the public comeback, the suit resorts to lying and promises the modelist family unlock the cards to buy a luxury vehicle today if she helps him pick one out. Not paying much mind to the cheap act, the school muse just shrugs, claiming she knows nothing about cars, and tells the annoying guy to go look for the booth's official salesman. Pushing the absurd charade, the leader uses their high school days as an excuse to demand the model's exclusive attention, making his own friends uncomfortable with the blatant pressure. Tired of that ridiculous interrogation blocking his way, the billionaire takes charge of the situation and asks as casually as possible if the car comes with the model included in the purchase package. Since the young woman thinks it's all just a silly pickup line from an old friend, she points her finger laughing and compliments his sense of humor, but receives a reply that the proposal is extremely serious. Seeing their blatant flirting, the class president explodes with jealousy and tells the hero to take his poor man jokes away from the girl who is trying to work. Suddenly, the suited manager in charge of the sales point storms into the circle, furiously scolding the model for wasting her daily fee chatting with a bunch of broke losers instead of focusing on real clients. Seizing the perfect opening, the jealous guy pins the blame on the MC and tries to corner the boy, demanding he prove his wealth by pointing out which vehicle he intends to buy. Maintaining his unshakable posture with his hands in his pockets, the rich guy stares down the sports model in front of everyone and repeats his bizarre demand directly to the brand's manager, stating he'll only take the $1 million machine if the employee is part of the deal. Noticing the gleaming watch on Jiang Cheng's wrist, the executive swallows hard upon recognizing the luxury item and changes his tune instantly, guaranteeing the model's presence is absolutely confirmed if the purchase is real. Satisfied with the quick and practical agreement, the hero pulls out his black card without hesitation and demands the salesman charge the entire amount in a single transaction. In that very instant, the group of students goes into a tailspin, recalling that the full version of that sports model is close to 8 million, thinking their old classmate has completely lost his mind. Jaw dropped by the raw display of power, the gold-digging girl with pigtails clutches her chest, feeling her heart race at so much money being spent as if it were nothing. Firing back at the class leader's idiotic accusations, Jiang Cheng cynically questions how his astronomical purchase is going to hurt the girl's career when the manager himself just cleared her sales bonus. Crazy about the massive commission he's going to get from the board, the executive kisses up to the young hare and swears on his life that all the credit for that transaction will go straight to the model's professional profile. As soon as the system notifies him of the sudden affection boost, the MC locks eyes with his future employee while reminding the suit about his promise to deliver the girl alongside the Italian sports car. During the spectacle of the $1 million transaction, the class president spirals into stress, praying the boy is lying, since his own family's cards are all frozen and he can't compete. Finalizing the paperwork around the red car, the tycoon demands to keep things simple and asks the manager point blank if the floor model can be driven out the front door today. To the absolute dismay of the jealous onlookers, the portable card reader lights up with approval, processing the criminal amount without any bank block. Trembling with emotion with the receipt in hand, the salesman bows respectfully and turns around, ordering Jo Ying to dedicate all her attention to her new master. Faced with the undeniable proof of absurd wealth shoved in his face, the wannabe-rich suit sweats cold and admits he humiliated himself by picking a fight with the wrong guy. Impressed by the quiet guy from class's comeback, the green-haired student is already begging for a ride in the new machine, while the gold digger's affection meters explode from pure greed. Ruining her shallow friend's fantasies, the girl with glasses points out the obvious, stating that a Ferrari only has 2 available seats, and the passenger one clearly already belongs to the school muse. Completely blinded by the desire to climb the social ladder on the hero's back, the scheming girl declares she'll steal the model's spot no matter what, spitting her venom by suggesting the hard-working girl probably sells herself to other suits every day at the show. Sitting quietly in the waiting chair, Jiang Cheng reflects that he didn't even have to lift a finger for the shallow girl's loyalty to jump levels so quickly. Beside him, Jo Ying approaches, commenting that their classmate was absolutely right about that sports model suiting her perfectly. Watching the scene from afar, the pigtail girl remembers the rich guy recently broke up and swears to herself she won't let the boy have a moment of peace, since she hasn't managed to get ahead in life either. Shocked by the gossip, the girl with glasses asks when the MC's breakup happened, considering he didn't seem to have anything serious with his ex-girlfriend. Getting up from the seat, the hero walks over to the model and cuts the topic short, stating that the old relationship holds zero weight in his current situation, highlighting that any normal guy would like a stunning woman like Jo Ying. Annoyed by the flexing, the jealous girl notices the millionaire watch on Jiang Cheng's wrist and throws it in his face that back in school, he always played broke to avoid paying for the group's outings. Never losing his cool, the millionaire simply justifies that he did really well on his college entrance exams and ended up getting that irresistible gift from his own family. Seeing the conversation isn't going anywhere, the arrogant class president mutters that it's getting late and suggests the group go grab dinner soon, before hitting terrible traffic on the way back. Ignoring the general invite to the group, the pigtail girl tries to chat up the hair directly, asking him out to eat and then do some shopping together. But the MC turns the offer down immediately, claiming he already has other important plans for the night, suggesting they meet up another time. Hiding her frustration, the gold digger accepts the excuse and asks him to hit her up when he gets back to their hometown. Already saying his goodbyes to the group, Jiang Cheng encourages the model to finish her shift, as he still plans to check out a few other booths at the auto show. Thanking him for the financial support, Jo Ying agrees with the idea and listens to the boy emphasize that former classmates don't need to be so formal with each other. Walking alongside the store manager, the billionaire is asked if he has any interest in taking a look at other exclusive models from the luxury brand. Admiring a flashy pink machine, the MC figures that vibrant color packed with safety features would be the perfect gift for a certain special girl. Without beating around the bush, he turns to the executive and asks directly what the asking price is for the vehicle. The woman informs him that due to its top-tier specs, the total price hits around $9.5 million, also offering 3 years of free maintenance if the deal is closed on the spot. Readily agreeing, Jiang Cheng tells her to swipe his card and takes the chance to ask if the store delivers the vehicle to another location. Thrilled about the giant commission, the saleswoman confirms they can ship it and says she'll process the paperwork right away. He just needs to hand over the recipient's exact address. Meanwhile, a pink-haired streamer is broadcasting live from the event, showing off that exact luxury car and asking her top donor if he wouldn't want to secure a machine like that for her. Reading her stream's chat, the woman claps back at the audience's opinions on the exotic paint job, guaranteeing any girl would love to get a treat in that price range. To prove the machine catches everyone's eye, the influencer points the camera at the hero sitting nearby and promises to do a quick interview with him if her viewers hit the 3,000 likes mark. Approaching the booth manager, who was rushing by, the pink-haired woman politely asks if the rich guy is there to buy a model or just to look at the vehicles. Bothered by the unauthorized recording, the executive adopts a very defensive stance, demanding to know the reason for that sudden intrusion into someone else's work. Pressured by the saleswoman's strict attitude, the streamer stammers, trying to explain she just wanted to peek inside the car to show the details to her audience. Sticking to the luxury brand's protocol, the employee asks for proof of funds to allow access, which leaves the influencer outraged, claiming she saw the MC walk right in without proving anything. The saleswoman just apologizes for the situation, reinforcing that this is their non-negotiable standard procedure, leaving the pink-haired girl speechless and embarrassed right in the middle of her broadcast. Heading back to the VIP sales area, Jiang Cheng waits on the couch, reflecting on the astronomical amount he just burned through in such a short time at the fair. He intimately acknowledges that even before his family problems arose, dropping tens of millions so recklessly would have been completely unimaginable for his reality. 2 hours after closing the deal, the hero stands up and stretches his arms after confirming the Lamborghini is already on its way to its final destination. While he gets ready to pick up the keys to his own Ferrari, the manager in charge walks up, handing over the keys to the sports car, and politely asks how the MC prefers to handle the license plate paperwork. Just then, the system pops up in the millionaire's mind, informing him that a custom plate was rolled as a random reward and that the team is already on their way to assist with the legal registration. The executive suit explains that since the client isn't a Shanghai resident, he couldn't get a local plate through normal means, but offers to pull some special strings to sort the issue quietly. Interrupting his boss's explanation, a worker in a blue uniform shows up with a clipboard and reports that the hero's vehicle plate is fully ready to be installed in the lot. Holding the bluish metal plate with exclusive numbering, the worker reveals it's a genuine local tag and the letters match the rich guy's initials perfectly. Amazed by the surreal coincidence, the manager tries to keep his composure, remembering that not even tycoons and influential politicians can score such a specific registration without breaking a serious sweat. Completely chill, the hair tells the suited employee not to overthink it, lying that he just reserved the plate in advance to avoid future headaches. Totally won over by the low, key display of power, the executive praises the young man heavily, extremely impressed by the client's massive luck and meticulous prep. Right after, the tech in blue kneels near the hood of the red car and finishes mounting the metal plate without any major hassle. Watching the finished job, the salesman concludes in his head that Jiang Cheng has to be the secret heir of an absurdly powerful family from the capital. A few minutes later, the school muse appears in the lobby, off the clock, and thanks the MC for his generosity during that exhausting day at the auto show. Knowing her shift is officially over, he takes the hint and proposes a nice dinner to celebrate their reunion and the new purchases. Just as the model is about to say yes to the invite, the hero's phone starts ringing non-stop, ruining the couple's chemistry. Answering the unwanted call, he hears his old high school classmate shaky, choked-up voice on the other end of the line. Desperate, the boy cries that he got dumped horribly and demands the MC come drink with him immediately, threatening to throw himself in the river if he's ignored on the worst day of his life. Caught off guard by the exaggerated drama, Jiang Cheng pulls the phone away from his face, not entirely sure how to handle his acquaintance's meltdown. Turning his attention back to Zhou Ying, he apologizes for the curveball and explains his green-haired buddy is heartbroken after thinking he had a real shot with the gold-digging student. Not bothered by the sudden cancellation, the model agrees to reign, check the dinner, and agrees he should prioritize rescuing his friend before a tragedy happens. Arriving at the dimly lit bar, the millionaire finds his friend drowning his sorrows in an expensive bottle and jokes about the fact that the boy is alive instead of diving to the bottom of the river. Completely defeated on the leather couch, the sufferer cries his eyes out, revealing that the girl he loved treated him like a doormat, yet followed the arrogant class president around like obedient puppy. Resting his face in his hand with little patience, the hero tells him to cut to the chase and explain what the heck happened that was so terrible it caused such emotional wreckage. Downing another glass of hard liquor, the friend recounts tracking the duo in secret and catching the girl clinging to and kissing his enemy in the middle of a dark street. Keeping a straight face, Jiang points out the fact that the two of them never even actually dated, so it makes zero sense for him to act like a cheated husband. Outraged by the listener's lack of empathy, the drunk guy asks if the MC really has to be so insensitive during a moment of pure personal pain and suffering. Trying to knock some sense into his friend's confused head, the billionaire warns him that the student isn't worth the effort and that picking a fight with the class leader will only bring unnecessary retaliation. Intrigued by the tone of the advice, the young guy stares at the hero closely, wanting to know if he's hiding some wild gossip about the pigtail girl's shabby past. Finding the pathetic situation funny, the millionaire reveals that the girl's private life was always a giant mess and that he had tried to give him heads-ups about it before. Admitting his own blindness, the sufferer raises his glass, acknowledging he lost his head over a woman who wasn't worth it, and proposes they drain the bottles on the table. An hour of heavy drinking later, the MC uses his phone to call an app driver, fully aware that neither of them is in any shape to get behind the wheel. Already on the busy sidewalk, he shoves his stumbling friend into the backseat of a cab and orders the poor guy to go sleep it off at the hotel. Leaning against the door of his own sports car waiting for his professional ride to arrive, Jiang Cheng is caught off guard by a provocative young woman who confidently claims to be his missing girlfriend. Sizing the woman up and down, the millionaire accesses the system data and finds out her name is Chen Li, confirming the stranger's loyalty is at zero and exposing her scam attempt. The rich guy plays along, asking why she doesn't look anything like his partner, but the girl replies cynically, pretending it was his drinks that messed with his vision. Using a malicious tone, she steps closer to the window and offers to drive the Ferrari, swearing that powerful rear-wheel drive cars are very dangerous and nobody can handle the machine using just one hand. Openly displaying her ulterior motives, the stranger throws herself at the MC, guaranteeing she knows dozens of different ways to play all night long. Keeping a serious posture against the cheap advance, the hare tells her flatly that the only game he cares about right now is a popular competitive mobile game. At that exact moment, the pink-haired streamer from the auto show approaches recording the street and confirms she's the requested driver from the ride-hailing app. Glancing quickly at the smartphone's bright screen, the hero instantly recognizes the influencer's face and lowers his phone to greet the night worker. Realizing her target requested an official service and everything is being broadcast live, the gold digger backs off immediately, mumbling lame excuses before vanishing into the crowd. Checking the phone transmitting the signal, the influencer points the camera and notes with great shock that the suited client is the exact same rich guy who bought the million. dollar machines at the event. Without standing on ceremony, the millionaire crosses his arms and calmly asks if she usually works as a street driver and content creator at the same time. The girl confesses she does these rides in her free time during the day and explicitly asks for permission to keep filming the luxury vehicle for her night stream. He sees no issue with the filming and grants access to the car, a move that makes her followers in the chat go crazy with envy over the girl's insane luck. Seizing the peaceful window of opportunity, the streamer apologizes for the awkward incident earlier at the fair, but he makes a hand gesture, brushing it off to show he doesn't hold a grudge. Reassuring the rich guy, the influencer promises she has plenty of experience since she used to work as a car review blogger, while Jiang Cheng's system quietly logs the new acquaintance's personal data. Already settling her stuff inside the luxury car, the girl asks if she can keep streaming while driving, ensuring the camera will only focus on her, and gets a casual question back asking if this is her main hustle. After confirming that it was just a quick side gig after the event, the two agree to begin their trip across the city. Focused on the wheel, the influencer chats with her audience about how it feels to steer a machine like that, but warns she needs to completely focus on the road to avoid accidents. Checking the screen on his own phone, Jiang Cheng finds out the girl's virtual handle and thinks to himself that her loose chatter might give off the impression she's very easy. Digging through the channel's numbers, the MC notices her engagement is decent, but the amount of financial donations is pitiful. Evaluating the tab showing over 10,000 viewers, the guy concludes the content creator's daily income is extremely low after the platform takes its cut. With that, the hair figures it makes total sense she needs side hustles, since she'd make way more just acting as a private driver. Then, the young woman confesses to the chat that she has zero talent for pleasing big donors, preferring to hunt for novelties, and let the audience appreciate the big city's vibe. Making conversation with her passenger, she asks why the rival management kissed up to him so much at the auto show, recalling that in her case, she couldn't even get past the door without proof of income. Explaining the situation simply, the rich guy reasons that the competing team must have noticed when he bought the Ferrari earlier. Shocked by the surprise reveal, the driver tries to process the info that he snagged that $1 million vehicle that very same day. A short time later, the Italian ride parks smoothly at the entrance of the high-end hotel complex. Handing the keys over to the owner, the girl hears Jiang Cheng praise the comfortable ride and promise to call her again the next time he needs one. Curious about her tastes, Jiang Cheng asks what kind of content the girl usually watches, and she promptly replies she prefers watching pretty girls. Capitalizing on the opening in the conversation, Kiao Mei acts provocative and fishes for a compliment, asking if it wouldn't be a great idea for him to invest some good money into this poor girl's stream. Showing the screen of his own phone, the MC kills the mood instantly, revealing his account on the platform is just a regular user who doesn't spend money. Disappointed by the lack of virtual tips, the gold digger wastes no time and suggests he invite her in for a drink as a show of moral support. Spotting right away that she just wants an excuse to film the inside of the hotel, the hair plays along asking exactly what drink she has in mind. Shy about the suggestion, the driver fantasizes about classic romantic scenarios, thinking the night will end with a lot of intimacy in the millionaire's room. Completely shattering her expectations, Jiang Cheng warns that the establishment's water isn't very clean, promising only to buy her some tea on a future occasion. Furious at being rejected straight to her face, the influencer mutters to herself on the sidewalk, calling the guy a jerk for playing hard to get and not even asking for her social media info. Waving to the girl from afar, the MC notices through the system that her affinity rating mysteriously went up, deducing he'll have no trouble asking her out later. Walking through the venue's halls, he reflects that he'll need to get used to trendy events if he truly wants to put down roots and make connections in the big city. Received with special treatment at the main entrance, the young man tells the manager to prepare the most expensive dishes on the menu to impress his old classmates who'll be arriving soon. Maintaining a professional stance, the employee warns him that the house's exclusive fish cost about $1 million each, just to confirm if the client's budget allows for such an exaggeration. Without hesitating for a second, Jiang Cheng orders the woman to handle all the kitchen details without worrying about the final bill. A short time later, the table of guests is left completely astounded seeing 2 massive fish served at the center of the banquet. Inspecting the luxury delicacy closely, the friends stare in disbelief, trying to figure out how a seafood dish could reach such absurd numbers on the receipt. Serving the attendees with extreme elegance, the manager explains that species is incredibly rare worldwide, which completely justifies the fixed price based on the size of the cuts. To top off the night's flexing, she presents the imported white truffles that cover the dinner, revealing that the group's modest meal broke the 3 million mark. Faced with that gastronomic revelation, one of the guests goes into shock, calculating that the fortune consumed, there would be enough to buy a spacious apartment in his hometown. Ignoring the general awe over the prices, the host tells everyone to drop the formalities and enjoy the night to their heart's content. With full stomachs, Jiang Cheng thanks his acquaintances for their company and suggests saving a heavy round of drinking for a future meetup. Jumping on the idea right away, his buddy proposes booking a massive VIP booth at a famous club so they can keep the party going the following night. Escorting the client back to the lobby, the manager informs him the establishment applied a special discount, closing the bill at a slightly lower amount than expected. At that very moment, the magic system displays a warning guaranteeing the purchase triggered a massive multiplier bonus, transferring nearly 150 million in cold cash into the boy's account. Walking up the complex's stairs, the rich guy internally celebrates the colossal profit he made just by serving an extravagant dish to his old high school buddies. Confirming the $1 million transaction on her device, the employee thanks him for his visit and makes herself available for any late-night requests. Sprawled out comfortably on his own bed, Jiang Cheng grabs his phone and gets ready to chill for a bit before falling asleep. Booting up the streaming app, he peeks into Kyo Mei's live broadcast and takes a better look at the girl's charming features, regretting he hadn't noticed them properly during the earlier rush. Right then, the virtual interface detects the user's account lacks funds and drops a flood of 3 million digital coins, boosting his platform rank straight to level 65. Finding the opportunity excellent, the hare picks a flashy and imposing nickname to represent his brand, New Life of Luxury on the internet. Startled by the booming notification, the influencer's eyes widen, seeing a top-tier big shot just walked into her quiet little room. Quick to butter up the illustrious visitor, the girl gives a warm welcome and announces she'll have to participate in a mandatory fundraising duel against other influencers. Seconds later, the screen splits in half and Kyo Mei's opponent appears on the call, waiting for the virtual showdown to kick off. Curious about the competition's potential, the MC triggers his system tools to inspect the rival's beauty rating, confirming the opponent's low score on his transparent panel. He deduces his acquaintance should crush the other participant easily if looks were the only standard on the platform. Dripping with arrogance when speaking, the opponent celebrates her luck in matching up against a weak, inexperienced creator, feeling totally sure she'll score a clean win in the first round. Swallowing the insult, Kyo Mei mourns her own losing streak, knowing that if she loses this battle too, she won't scrape together enough coins to even pay her rent at the end of the month. Piling more humiliation onto the moment, the woman on the top screen mockingly asks the rookie's big donor to take pity on her in the upcoming fight. Flexing her confidence, the enemy influencer tells her supporters to save their coins for this round, since victory is already an easy lock. At that point, the magic system deploys an urgent mission, offering a massive reward if Jiang Cheng carries the driver all the way to the championship title, forcing the guy to dive headfirst into the game. Riding the wave of direct interaction, the unlucky creator begs her brand, new millionaire donor to drop any request he wants to hype up the audience. Finding her virtual submissiveness funny, the hare acknowledges the dynamic between them just took a drastic turn now that he's stepping into the role of official sponsor. Playing it up for the camera, the girl begs for pity tips, claiming she's in a situation way too humiliating to be ignored by the tycoons and benefactors in the room. Bummed out by the chat being cheap, she mutters that her audience is only promising to send super cheap, useless items for the impending clash. Deciding to test the young woman's patience, the billionaire taps his screen and sends a starter pack containing the exact weak tips she was complaining about. Spotting the simple graphics pop up on the display, the streamer gives thanks for the medical aid, trying to sound genuinely grateful for the user's tiny effort. When she mentally calculates that the drop literally cost a single cent, her bad mood returns in full force as she wonders if she's wearing some kind of repellent against real, generous investors. While she suffers over her fanbase's weak support, her opponent's score bar explodes with thousands of coins pouring in fast, guaranteeing an instant massacre in the duel. Desperate to flip the live humiliation around, Kyo Mei swears up and down she'll work as a private driver for free if the rich donor secures her win for the entire competition. Suddenly, the broadcast is hijacked by the exaggerated glow of 3 luxury space rockets, leaving the girl frozen by the absurd injection of funds. With the points magically swinging in her favor, the rookie creator screams her thanks for the investment and begs to know what performance the boss will demand to settle the debt. On the other side of the battle, the snobby woman's face twists in pure irritation when she notices the harmless opponent hit a heavy hitter sponsor until the very last second. Pressuring her own community, The veteran warns that the bottom room just got hit hard and demands her base cover the loss to avoid an embarrassing defeat to a nobody. Trying to make the generous payout worth it, the driver grabs a mic and attempts a dance with zero rhythmic coordination, sparking funny complaints from viewers because she's totally out of tune. Watching the train wreck from the comfort of his suite, Jiang Cheng types in the chat that she can do whatever, finding the whole performance disaster a wonderful way to kill time. Realizing she's going down in the first stage of the game, the opponent cries fake tears and calls on her bravest donor by name to pull her out of the elimination gutter. Then, the virtual marquee flashes in the center of the screen, declaring the official start of continuous battle mode between the two chat rooms. Responding to his ally's sad pleas, the big shot on the top screen fires 3 pricey rockets into the fray, triggering relieved applause and cheers from the purple-haired woman. Finding the exchange of financial blows pretty entertaining, the MC decides to match the bet with the same currency, launching his own gigantic missiles to balance the match's ledger. Shocked to see her lead melt away in the blink of an eye, the enemy yells a warning that Kiyome's donor countered the attacks with the exact same intensity as before. With zero dignity left in front of her viewers, the arrogant woman once again begs for the veteran's protection, who answers with a massive barrage of 5 rockets in a brutal sequence. Completely unfazed by the rising enemy pressure, the billionaire taps his phone, prepping to return another lethal combo. Curious to see the disastrous reaction it would trigger from the rookie. Getting hit with such a massive amount of heavy visual effects in a super short time frame, Kiao Mei's stream takes a performance hit that makes her genuinely ask if her own internet just crashed at the worst possible moment. Shaken by the storm of virtual gifts, Kiyome can barely believe the absurd number of rockets flashing across her screen. On the other side of the clash, the arrogant rival starts sweating cold and asks with a shaky voice if her big donor is still in the room to save her. Still in shock, the driver does the mental math on the value of that massive donation, wondering if her opponent's silence means the round is already in the bag. Utterly humiliated, the enemy drops to her knees crying about the rookie's luck in finding a millionaire big shot, muttering that she busts her hump dancing all day and doesn't get anything close to that. Right then, the viewer count on the broadcast shatters the 10,000 simultaneous visitors barrier in the blink of an eye. Super grateful, the girl admits it's her first time dealing with so much popularity and immediately asks what her benefactor wants her to do in return. Watching the chat, the MC drops a message demanding she turn off the app's beauty filter, since the tool was actually making the girl's natural features look worse. Scared of scaring off the rich guy, she panics thinking about how risky it is to stream unedited these days. Terrified she'll lose all her financial backing if her real appearance is a letdown. Accepting the risk, the influencer disables all smoothing and face, slimming options, already bracing for a flood of cruel comments from the audience. But the result is the exact opposite of what she expected, revealing a stunning face that leaves the viewers completely in awe of the girl's true beauty. Relieved, she realizes ditching the digital makeup didn't wreck her image, pulling even more new followers to her account. Riding the hot streak, the driver begs her huge donor to help her win one more round, securing her spot on the platform for the next month. Then the system kicks off the second match of the tournament, pitting Kiamai against a girl with a cute voice who immediately praises the rival sponsor's financial aggression. Wasting no time, the new opponent throws all her charm straight at the MC, inviting the rich guy to check out her profile in exchange for exclusive dances and songs. Annoyed by the blatant attempt to steal her client, the rookie cuts the act and tells her opponent to just start the duel already. Getting crushed on the scoreboard, the cute opponent desperately thanks a user named Yeshihua for sending 5 rockets to try and save her from elimination. Analyzing the name on the screen, Jiang Cheng realizes the donor is actually the defeated rival from the previous round seeking revenge, motivating him to unleash an even heavier combo without breaking a sweat. Making a heart shape with her arms, the driver celebrates the shower of super rockets and crowns her sponsor as the greatest of all time. Without receiving any more help, the adversary tries calling for her vengeful benefactor, who has already mysteriously vanished from the broadcast. In the following matches, the rookie easily steamrolls every competitor who crosses her path in the tournament. Cruising into the grand finale thanks to the hair, the girl now faces off against a mature, confident woman named Sister Dai. The veteran acknowledges the freshman knocked out some major players in the past stages, asking right away if they should show off their talents or just start the coin war. Honest about her limits, Kiao Mei admits she can't sing or dance, preferring to jump straight into the duel. Understanding the deal, the opponent decides to put on a provocative performance to hype up her own donors and grab the rival rich guy's attention. After 2 minutes of sensual moves, The dance wraps up with the woman blowing a charming kiss to the camera. Playing around in his Ali's chat, the MC praises the enemy's performance, joking that the show almost convinced him to switch sides in the battle. Panicking, the rookie puts on a crying face and begs not to be ditched right when they're one step away from the event's crown. Suddenly, a commotion takes over the streams, catching everyone off guard. The audience starts talking about some supposed extreme, intimate activity happening in the opponent's room, sparking general curiosity. Trying to stay locked into the competition, Kiamai warns her viewers that this is no time for distractions, urgently needing her tycoon's help to secure first place. Seizing the moment, the rival's main backer drops a warning in the chat, claiming the tycoons on that side are real high-level investors and challenging the MC to prove who has more firepower. Instantly, the driver's screen is flooded by absurdly expensive gifts sent by 3 big shots from the enemy account. Feeling the weight of the financial mockery, she tries to think of a quick way out, thanking the competition for the missiles while turning on the charm to keep her own sponsor's attention. Reading the rival user's taunts questioning where his funds went, Jiang Cheng stays calm as he watches his opponents claim victory way too early. Checking his own bank balance on his phone, the hare relies on the billions injected by the magic system, refusing to accept any defeat with such an obscene amount in his account. Immediately, Kiao Mei's app suffers another severe crash due to a massive data overload. An avalanche of giant super rockets entirely swallows the girl's stream, wiping out any trace of a lead the enemy team had. Totally baffled by the brutality of the attack, Sister D realizes she stepped into a literal war of gods where mere mortals can only watch the destruction. With zero loyalty to her old supporters, the mature woman openly starts sucking up to the MC, thanking him for the monumental handout that fell into her lap during the clash. The tournament scoreboard violently explodes in the freshman's favor, sending the audience into an absolute frenzy over the endless bombardment of virtual coins. Pressured by the ridiculous comeback, the veteran grabs her mic, knowing she absolutely cannot afford to lose this fight. However, when she focuses on the score screen, a depressing detail completely steals her focus. Barely able to breathe, the rookie stares at the 1.5 million point mark on her board, amazed at reaching an amount she thought was impossible in her lifetime. On the other side, the opponent tearfully begs her investors not to stop sending gifts, asking for one last push to try and counter the colossal gap. But silence takes over her allied base when her biggest donor throws in the towel for good, coldly telling her they'll talk another time. Capping off the massacre in style, the billionaire announces in the public chat that he'll close the tab with 50 more rockets, just to seal an absolute victory. Crowned as the event's grand champion, the driver celebrates gaining 50,000 new followers and calculates her cut of the profits will hand her a fortune in real life. Beyond grateful, she promises to learn whatever kind of entertainment the boss wants, jumping on the golden opportunity to ask for his personal contact on the messaging app. Keeping her focus on her offline hustle, the girl suggests taking over as his private pilot for his next trips around the city. Walking down the busy streets, the MC confirms his identity in the room, making the influencer quickly deduce that the internet tycoon is the same rich guy who bought the Ferrari that morning. Sinking into her chair in utter shock, she thinks about life's wild coincidences and is blown away by the number of absurdly wealthy people crossing her path. Even though she doesn't get why she was picked for such a massive investment, the young woman is thrilled to finally score his direct cell phone number. Far away, Jiang Chen gets the friend request on the app, noticing through the system that the girl's sympathy level is just 5 points shy of the mark required for extra perks. Popping up a glowing holographic screen, the magic interface congratulates the user for his crushing victory in the tournament, unlocking an earth-shattering rebate of over 2 billion real coins as a reward. Thrilled by the infinite balance growing in his hand, the hare smirks as he realizes how ridiculous his new reality is, where burning rivers of cash generates even more terrifying profits with zero effort. The next morning, the guy wakes up peacefully in the luxury hotel bed and grabs his device to check notifications. Opening the chat window, he finds multiple texts from his driving partner offering her transport services full-time. Hugging a pillow with deep bags under her eyes, Kiao Mei grumbles in her own room, confessing that anxiety kept her from sleeping properly while waiting for a simple reply from the rich guy. Straight to the point, the MC tells her he booked an outing at a famous club in the area, confirming he'll definitely need her services as his exclusive driver for the night. Reading the confirmation on her bright screen, the girl jumps on her bed, celebrating the chance to hang with her favorite client again in the same week. Determined to make the best impression possible, the driver snuggles into the covers, trying to force a quick nap to recharge the energy she wasted in the morning light. But the hype of serving her sponsor speaks louder, making the young woman toss and turn in bed without being able to relax at all. Arriving right on time at 8 p.m. in the garage, the MC finds the girl already leaning against the silver supercar, eager to pay back all his financial help by driving the vehicle. Near the car door, she happily mentions that the chosen nightclub is the hottest spot in Shanghai, famous for drawing celebrities, and suggests he use her as his local tour guide. In the brightly lit area around the club, a few girls watch the newcomer from afar, whispering about his attractive face and the luxury watch he's rocking on his wrist. Sizing up the guy's designer clothes, other girls in costumes instantly figure out he's a very well-off hare, laying the groundwork to move in before the competition does. A young woman wearing a cop hat pushes to the front of the pack, laying on the charm hard and asking for his personal info, promising to be great company for games. Riding the wave of chaos on the sidewalk, another woman bumps into the rich guy on purpose and lets out a whiny moan. Caught by the target's arms, the girl dressed as a bunny fakes embarrassment over her fake fall and uses the closeness to try and seduce him right to his face. In a matter of seconds, the hare finds himself completely surrounded by a squad of aggressive beauties, insisting they all share the same private VIP booth inside the club. Left behind near the supercar's tire, Kiame watches the scene frozen, not knowing what to do, quickly losing ground to the battalion of late-night gold diggers. Totally ignoring the original driver's presence, the women shove the girl aside, demanding room to pass while they drag the billionaire toward the venue's entrance. Watching this go down with intense frustration, the influencer feels a bitter squeeze in her chest, hit by a sudden wave of jealousy that scrambles her thoughts. Hitting her limit, she decides she's not going to take that scam lying down and dives into the crowd, yelling loudly for everyone to get out of the way. Cutting through the sea of pushy girls, the rookie stretches her arm firmly and grabs the MC's hand, ready to yank him out of that mess no matter what. It all kicks off with the bunny girl realizing the target is already spoken for and asking why the rookie didn't speak up from the start. Finding the whole thing boring, she calls her friends to leave and hunt for their next mark of the night. Taking the opening, Jiang Cheng pulls the driver by the waist and asks sarcastically if he's really already taken. Completely embarrassed, she pushes the guy's chest gently, justifying she only helped because he seemed unable to turn the women down and telling him not to get any ideas. The MC thanks her for the assist, but warns her that next time she doesn't need to bother, since the girls were doing just fine, leaving his partner visibly annoyed. Just then, an acquaintance walks up calling the hare young master, mentioning everyone was wondering who the big shot surrounded at the club door was. Flanked by two women, the man jokes that the ladies don't even care about him anymore and quickly spots Kiao Mai, wanting to know who the pretty girl is. Keeping it simple, the tycoon introduces the girl as his private driver, explaining she's going to hang with them for a bit and drive later, impressing his buddy who immediately invites everyone inside. Walking down the establishment's luxury halls, the crew heads toward the VIP area. Right in the walkway, an employee in a provocative bunny outfit grabs everyone's attention in the middle of the room. As soon as they hit the booth, the venue's staff bow to the rich guy with total respect. Moments later, a group of gorgeous women approach to welcome the special client. Happy with what he sees, Jiang Cheng raises a hand and praises the night's flawless setup. His friend then tells the manager to prep 2 sets of a drink called Dragon to get things going, getting an instant yes that snacks and drinks are on the way. Nearby, the influencer whispers in awe that she's never seen this drink in person, only in internet videos. Feeling grateful, one of the guys notes that dropping 200 grand on drinks doesn't even come close to what got spent on last night's meal. To clear things up, the man reveals the hare dropped 3 million on a single dinner, leaving the driver completely shell-shocked. Just then, 3 servers dressed as bunnies arrive at the table, letting them know the drinks are ready. With quick hands, one of the girls pours the glasses to start the party. Introducing herself as Xiaochun, the brunette with a deep neckline raises her glass to the MC, saying she's thrilled to keep him company tonight. Scanning the girl through his system interface, the billionaire checks her stats and notices her affinity is already pretty high. He figures out that, despite her pretty face, the girl's biggest selling point is her killer body that hits a 98 rating, making her a real rarity. Wasting no time, the group clinks glasses excitedly in the middle of the booth. Curled up on the sofa, the influencer pouts, feeling that same jealous squeeze return in full force. Frustrated by the situation, she tries to process why the guy who spent a fortune on her and even hugged her moments ago is now giving his attention to other women. Pumped, the new escort also offers a special toast to the night's sponsor. Noticing his partner sitting alone, Jiang Cheng asks what she's drinking and suggests she take the chance to recharge. On the defensive, the rookie reminds him she still has to drive and swears she can handle it without alcohol, but the rich guy jokingly doubts her potential. Throwing her body back against the cushions, the driver glares at her boss with a challenge, asking if he wants to come closer and test her limits. Faced with the standoff, the MC decides that, no matter how hot the brunette is, the main goal of the night is the influencer herself, opting to put the other girl on ice for now. Sensing the mood drop, the brunette says she's going to dance for a bit and will be back later for a toast, getting the guy's immediate green light. With sudden privacy, the hare grabs the driver again and suggests they head back together tonight, so he can get a really good look at her. Seeing the girl blush furiously, the tycoon mocks that influencers always tell women to play hard to get, so he decides to let her play her part. Extremely offended, she shoves his body, demanding if he really thinks she's an easy, random girl. Watching her heated reaction, the MC thinks to himself about the girl's audacity to take millions in gifts and still play hard to get, refusing to act like a brainless follower. With her pride bruised, the young woman turns away and goes back to drinking alone, while the billionaire stands up to check out the dance floor. Up on the lit stage, the hired escorts put on a sensual pole dance routine to entertain the crowd. Flexing all her flexibility, Xiaochun slides down the pole and asks if the boss liked her moves. Right behind her, the girl in the red dress with short hair also fishes for compliments on her floor routine. Clapping mockingly, Jiang Cheng approves the show and remarks that even his buddy cheered at the view. With her hands on the rich guy's chest, the girl in red gets dangerously close, saying she hasn't yet had the pleasure of meeting this very excited friend. Playing right into her trap, he promises to introduce her later, leaving the escort totally hyped about the offer. Fighting for the client's focus, the brunette grabs the MC's other arm, demanding he not play favorites because she wants in on the meetup too. Sandwiched between the two stunners, the billionaire reveals his favorite hobby is lying in bed watching movies, an idea the girls jump on immediately with the excuse that they love a good drama. Laughing at the mess, the guy suggests the three of them watch together to make things more fun, feeling like his own sanity is about to vanish amidst all that temptation. Hyped by his buddy's boldness, his party partner raises a glass to salute the hare's sense of humor. The crew downs their drinks to celebrate, while the influencer stays slumped in the back of the booth, chewing on her rage. Showing no mercy, the escorts keep swarming the billionaire with more drinks and dirty proposals. Cut off from all the fun, the driver bites back her indignation, thinking it's totally messed up to be completely ignored, just because she warned him she wasn't an easy catch. Watching the MC walk away with the others, the rookie internally admits she isn't just anybody, but she would actually consider his offer if he just made a real, direct move. Sitting in the corner holding her glass, she confesses she already expected something to go down tonight, but the rich guy's lack of attention is frying her nerves. Checking his floating panel from afar, Jiang Chen confirms the girl's sympathy has finally cracked the 90-point mark, proving his cold shoulder tactic worked perfectly. For the next 2 hours, the tycoon dumps all his energy into drinking and flirting with the club staff, treating his guest like she's invisible. When the night wraps up, the squad heads outside, and the guy says goodbye to the women, agreeing to schedule movie night for another day. Standing on the busy street, he flags down a cab fast and ships the escorts off without a second thought. Handing a wad of cash through the window, the hare tells the driver to get the girls home safely and keep the change, making sure the job gets done right. Confused by being dismissed so fast, the women call out to the client from inside the car, trying to figure out what went wrong. Ignoring their whining, the MC walks over to his own ride and snaps at his private pilot for taking so long, snapping the young girl out of her frustrated days. Half an hour on the road later, they pull up to the hotel, and the driver steps into her boss's room, shyly asking what she's doing there. With shaky legs, the girl gathers the guts to ask if she can crash there for the night, using the excuse that it's too dangerous to catch a cab at that crazy hour. Checking his phone, Jiang Cheng reminds her she said she wasn't a casual fling and asks if he should wire her cab fare so she can leave. The driver hesitates to explain herself, claiming she was just talking out of her neck and suggests he drive himself back. Refusing to take no for an answer, she grabs the MC's shirt desperately and firmly states she's not going anywhere. Hearing that, the hare caves a little, saying since she's putting her foot down, there are plenty of empty rooms around and she can pick any of them to crash in. Following the guy into the suite, the influencer points out the absurd size of the bed and tries to claim a spot right there, making up the excuse that she doesn't usually sleep near strangers. On the inside, the billionaire notes the situation is playing out exactly as planned, realizing the rookie isn't as innocent as she acts, and he just had to wait for her to make the final move. Suddenly, The young woman sits on the floor leaning against the furniture and breaks down into whiny tears. Surprised by the random drama, he asks what's up with that, listening as the girl asks if he hates her now, since he used to treat her so well, and is now turning down her offer to sleep together. From up above, the MC isn't really sure how to handle all this emotional baggage, and just lets out a dry murmur. Then he drops the tough guy act, sitting on the floor to pull the driver close and asking her to stop crying already. Taking the opening, she moves in without a second thought, and seals the moment with a passionate kiss. Fingers intertwined, the girl openly confesses she really likes Jiang Cheng. Recalling the times he bailed her out before, she admits her feelings started growing the second she figured out who the true billionaire investor behind the screen really was, and then asks what woman wouldn't dream of being saved by Prince Charming right in her darkest hour. Totally surrendering into a tight hug, she whispers sweetly once more that everything she feels is real. With everything sorted, the MC guarantees the young woman doesn't need to go anywhere else and can crash right there for the night. Lying on the messy bed, Yinyan blushes deeply at the situation. Wasting no time, things seriously heat up between the two in the hotel room. The rest of the night turns into a real private show that nobody else gets to see. The next morning, a woman named Su-won steps into Manager Yu's office, being careful not to mess up her workflow. The manager points to the chair up front and asks what she can do for her guest. Getting comfortable, the visitor asks if the employee knows Jiang Cheng, getting confirmation that the two met on a business trip. Curious, she asks if the rich guy is already getting the contract ready to sign, which Yu confirms, letting her know that as soon as she clears her tasks at her current company, she'll handle it in a few days. Surprised by the news, Su-won asks straight up if her colleague is thinking about quitting. Calmly, the manager confirms she's moving over to the billionaire's company, and that Su-won will be the agency's very first artist. Dotting the call, the visitor asks if it's really safe to put so much trust into a guy with such a brand new company. The executive guarantees the heir is totally reliable and that, down the line, when they are at the new company, they'll all be like sisters, asking to be called just Sister Yu from then on. Just then, the landline on the desk rings with the front desk warning that someone sent a mystery surprise, asking her to come down and sign for it. Annoyed by the interruption, Yu tells them to reject the gift, thinking it's just another bouquet of flowers or some random necklace from a suitor. But the receptionist explains the delivery looks like a car and can't be returned because the other party already paid for it in full. Shocked by the level of the gift, the two women jump up instantly, determined to see the machine up close. Stepping out the corporate building's door, the group is greeted by a shower of confetti and a huge celebration from the staff. Hyped, the delivery girl walks up asking the manager to reveal the surprise. When the cover drops, a brand new hot pink Lamborghini shines in the middle of the street. Dying of envy, Su-won confesses her friend is incredibly lucky to get something so gorgeous. Crowded around the vehicle, the suits start gossiping about the executive's super powerful new fiancé, whining that they don't have a partner who hands out a 10 million gift. Sticking to protocol, the dealership employee hands the keys to the vehicle right to the new owner. Still in disbelief, Yu asks who sent it, finding out Jiang Cheng himself ordered the delivery hoping she'd love it. Clutching the key to her chest, the manager is completely mesmerized, thinking no man has ever treated her this well, making her sympathy rating skyrocket. Far away lounging on the hotel sofa, the MC gets a system alert that the employee's affection hit 99 points all at once, unlocking a reward pack. Reading the floating blue notifications, he finds out he scored a discount card where he can get up to 10 times cash back on whatever he spends on girls, but thinks the system's multiplier rules are awful. Looks like the financial return is directly tied to his partner's satisfaction, forcing the tycoon to take good care of his companions if he wants to profit. On top of that, a second window alerts him about founding a lead investment firm, demanding an injection of at least 10 million in capital to guarantee high returns. Analyzing the interactive screen while standing in the room, the heir gets that the more he invests under the right conditions, the bigger the system's payouts will be. Deciding not to waste any time, he drops 500 million right away to kickstart the new financial company's operations. The glowing panel confirms the data with his bank account overflowing with cash right in front of the billionaire. Suddenly, Yinian wakes up in a great mood wrapped in the sheets and asks if she messed up his sleep, but he calmly says no. Riding the morning vibe, the girl throws herself onto his back in an affectionate hug. Instead of stressing over the system's complicated rules, Jiang Cheng chooses to drop it and focuses on hanging out with the influencer. An hour later, the two show up dressed and eating breakfast, and the MC immediately tells the girl to stop dropping money on her own live streams. He explains the platform snatches 70% of the earnings, so donating over 2 million is a massive waste of cash. Stunned by the reveal, the driver finds out her mystery sponsor threw $2.5 million at her after watching a single stream. Outside the room, hotel manager Wong stands in the hallway eavesdropping, blown away by how rich people flex so much money in one shot. The hair downplays it, calling it pocket change, and the girl uses the opening to ask if he cares if she keeps working as an internet streamer. Pouring a glass of water, he assures her he trusts her and that she can keep streaming if that's what she really wants. Relieved by his backing, the influencer promises she'll focus on food content and chill stuff to see if the channel grows. He agrees with the plan and warns he won't sweat the small stuff, but demands she tell him instantly if anyone tries to mess with her on the broadcasts. Happy with the deal, the MC turns to the door and hands a black card to the hotel manager, asking when the room's booking expires. Stepping into the room, the employee confirms the stay is up the next morning. Without hesitating, the rich guy orders her to extend his stay for another 2 months straight, leaving the woman totally freaked out by the absurd timeline. Still confused, Wong asks if he isn't just there to sort out university stuff, questioning why he'd rent a room for so long if he won't be staying consistently. Commenting on her pushback, Jiang Cheng jokes that if he were her boss, he'd be pretty annoyed at her lack of drive to make a profit. Even knowing she shouldn't get involved in other people's spending, the manager insists it's a waste to blow almost $5 million for nothing. In the back of the room, Yinyan munches on a strawberry and watches them, finding it super weird that the employee is so attentive to the client. While she's distracted, the billionaire uses the system interface to check the woman's stats and finds out her name is Wang Yuyan. Analyzing the floating data, he's blown away by her near-perfect beauty and the fact the pro has absolutely zero privacy score, but doesn't get how her sympathy level is already sitting in the 80s. Uncomfortable with the guy staring, Yuyan fixes her clothes thinking she exposed too much in front of him. It crosses the employee's mind that the hair is already tied up with 2 other women. Even knowing it's a messy situation, she realizes hanging around him is messing with her feelings. Taking the card from the client with a submissive posture, she admits to herself she can't fight the urge to please the tycoon. In a bold thought, the woman even wonders if she'd have the guts to say yes to any indecent request from that man if he had tried. Seeing the manager stare blankly, the MC finds the setup pretty interesting, noticing she's hiding some ulterior motives behind that professional act. Knowing he can't push things with his partner right there, he cuts the chat saying his schedule is unpredictable and he hates problems, just telling her to book any open room. Obediently, the employee nods at the order and leaves the room, promising to handle it right away. In the hotel's admin hallways, a coworker named Cheng walks up asking why the manager looks so depressed and if the VIP guest gave her a hard time. Fixing her hair, Yuan denies being tired and swears the billionaire is actually super easy to deal with. The coworker vents that she's dead last in the employee rankings this month, dying of envy over everyone else's success. Trying to cheer her friend up, the manager reminds her the month just started and a big fish will show up soon to save her commissions. Cheng jokes she's going to borrow some of her luck, suggesting they both rest and head back to the dorm since the big client checked out. Stopping at the elevator, Yuan turns down the ride, letting her know she has to see the general manager because the guest renewed for 2 more months, and she wants to try getting him a special discount. The news hits the junior employee like a truck, making her scream in shock at the length of time. She scolds her friend, pointing out the commission on that would be 200 grand, and it makes 0 sense to ask for a discount for a guy who throws money in the air. Staying calm, the manager justifies it by saying the client will be gone for days at a time, finding it weird not to try lowering the price for a service that won't even be used properly. Grabbing her coworker's arm, Cheng accuses Yuan of losing her mind from working too much, offering to take over her shift, just to see if the guy is really that amazing. The joke makes the woman remember Jiang Cheng's body, turning her face bright red with embarrassment. Catching her reaction, the employee's eyes go wide, realizing on the spot that the rich guy isn't just powerful but an absolute total catch. Hyped, she pitches a deal where she gets to serve the billionaire and her friend pockets the entire sales commission. Killing her vibe, Yuan tells her coworker to stop dreaming, warning that a tycoon on that level can snap his fingers and get any woman he wants. Alone in the hall, she lets out a heavy sigh, admitting that deep down she kinda wishes something would happen, but has no clue what the hair actually thinks of her. Giving up on the chat, Cheng tells her friend to hurry up and talk to the boss to fix the issue, when suddenly the office door flies open and the chubby director rushes out desperate to thank the rich guy personally for the 2-month rental. Lying on the bed staring at his phone, Jiang Cheng doesn't get why his card was only charged $3,800,000, since the original stay would be almost $5 million. Then, the system alerts him about the cashback card hitting 100 times multiplier, dropping 380 million straight into his account. Outside, the hotel director shows up sweating cold and asks if the VIP client is around. The man introduces himself as President Wong of the resort and personally thanks him for choosing to extend his stay, handing the rich guy a direct contact card to use whenever he wants. He also explains that manager Yuan applied a special discount to the booking, securing super VIP perks and a flat 20% off everything. The MC instantly gets what happened, realizing the employee's good intentions just cost him 100 million in system profits. Looking at the woman with the ponytail, the hair is amazed by her move to give up her own commission, just to score him a better price. Shaking the executive's hand, the billionaire praises the generous discount and suggests they become friends, and invite the chubby boss accepts instantly with pure joy. The man tells his manager to take excellent care of his new friend, and take any request he makes at the hotel very seriously. Happy with the interaction, the president says he won't bother them anymore, and wishes him a good stay as he leaves with the employee. With things handled, the rich guy thanks him for stopping by before closing the door. Back in the room, Yinian hugs the guy from behind, and whines that she doesn't want to leave. He explains he still has some errands to run and suggests the girl chill and enjoy the place by herself for a bit. Rejecting the idea, the young woman says she has plans with her friends, and it wouldn't be fun hanging out there without him. She promises to look the tycoon up as soon as she's done with her plans, getting a chill nod from him. An hour later, the MC walks down the sidewalk outside heading toward his parked car. Running into the agency manager, the young man gets a tight thank you hug, but the vibe gets killed immediately. A guy in a suit storms over screaming and calling Yu Xiaoxiao a cheater in the middle of the street. Completely out of control, the guy warns she has to marry him today, or else he will throw himself into the river right in front of her. Totally confused, the hero asks the blonde if she hadn't already dealt with this mess. Sighing from exhaustion, the executive explains her ex shows up every few days to throw a fit, and she chose to hide it so she wouldn't bother the magnate with such nonsense. Hearing them, the guy flips out asking if it's just a bother and accuses them both of being a bunch of traitors sneaking around his back. To keep things cool, the MC tells the manager to ignore the drama since the guy is just talking crap, calling his partner to leave. Desperate at being rejected, the suit threatens to expose their supposed affair and swears he's going to jump in the water, knowing he can't swim, pinning his end on them. The blonde lets out a gasp of surprise seeing how crazy his threat is. The ex-boyfriend sprints straight for the riverbank while the rich guy tells him to cut the act. Grabbing the guy by his shirt, Jiang Cheng warns that since he wants it so bad, he'll actually give him a little push for his dive. Right then, the billionaire flags down the security guards running over and offers 5 million to each one who pretends to try stopping the guy from jumping. He instructs the guards to accidentally let the man slip into the water during the fake rescue, making sure he sinks slowly. Freaked out by the plan, the suit points a shaking finger and asks if the rich guy has the guts to hire a hit in public on the street. The guards freeze in shock and ask if the important client is just making a joke. With a serious tone, the rich guy swears he can pay up front and cover the best lawyers to clear everyone's name, even promising an extra 5 million to their families if someone ends up in jail. The insane offer sparks greed in the guards' eyes, as they quickly conclude 10 million is worth way more than their miserable paychecks. The ex-boyfriend panics asking what they're trying to do, reminding them that eliminating someone in broad daylight is madness. Out of patience, the billionaire shoves the guy toward the edge and tells him to jump already so the show can end. Trying to keep his act up, the guy says the tycoon doesn't have the guts to do anything, getting a reply that soon he'll be rotting in the water without being able to say another word. Trying a new angle, the MC offers to pay 100,000 on the spot for each guard, to just beat the crap out of the nosy jerk, wiring the cash through his phone right then. The security team beats the guy mercilessly while he's down on the ground. Hugging her boss's arm, the blonde asks him to drop it and not stoop to the level of that trash. The young man pats the manager's head and tells her not to worry about it anymore. 5 minutes of a beatdown later, the head of security wipes his hands, guaranteeing everything is handled smoothly, and leaves his contact info for future jobs, earning praise from the billionaire. Walking away from the mess, the hero tells the executive to never hide anything from him again to avoid this kind of headache, promising to find a way to fix the annoyance for good. The system detects the user's emotional shift and rewards him with the contact of an extremely discreet elite private security firm, leaving the boy relieved he won't have to get his own hands dirty. Getting back on track, he asks if they weren't on their way to check out the spot for the new talent agency. The woman blinks confused, thinking the business vibe was dead after all that screaming. Laughing it off, the MC swears he'd never let some random guy ruin important business, leading the way to the car parked on the curb. Soon the couple arrives in front of the massive global financial center, one of the most imposing buildings around. Checking out the giant office, the rich guy praises the classy decor and thinks it's the perfect spot for the new entertainment company's HQ. The manager guarantees they just need to make a few layout tweaks, and they can move in right away. Sitting in the president's chair, the guy pulls the blonde by the waist asking why she doesn't sit down for a bit to relax. Reacting to the vibe, the glass window blinds start closing automatically to ensure total privacy on the floor. The executive drops to her knees boldly, shooting a provocative look straight at the boss. An aura of pure tension and desire takes over the closed room as the blonde gets ready to act. Suddenly, she pulls back red with embarrassment while the billionaire jokes, asking what she was planning to do, since he only offered her a chair. Turning her face away annoyed, the woman mutters he's super annoying and warns she'll ignore him if he keeps making jokes about it. Unable to handle being teased, she crawls onto the desk and asks in a seductive tone if she should just sit on top of him then. The MC pulls his partner in for a kiss and tells her she can do whatever makes her happiest. The corporate vibe gets tossed out the window, making room for a moment of extreme passion between the two right there in the office. Later somewhere else, manager Wang Yuan greets the hair-wearing apron and submissively asks if he'd rather eat dinner or take a bath first. Blushing hard, she suggests a special massage during his bath. Disappointed by getting shut down, the employee lets out a frustrated sigh when the tycoon says he doesn't want to hit the tub right now and just wants to eat. Bummed out, Yuan thinks about how much she studied new techniques online just so she could please the rich guy 100 times more than last time. Serving the hot meal at the table, she keeps smiling while the MC internally notes the woman tried to make her move at the wrong time, but that the next time would be more interesting. The next day at the auto show, an acquaintance walks up surprised to see the hair there. Ignoring the cars, the group stops to admire a gorgeous model wearing a super tight gold dress next to a luxury car. Impressed by the girl's looks, his friend drools praising her flawless figure and calls her a celebrity-level goddess. Scanning the woman from afar, Jiang Cheng recognizes her as Zhou Ying, but finds it weird she looks so miserable working there. Near the car, a guy in a baseball cap crouches with his phone trying to snap totally inappropriate picks up the model's dress, while she uncomfortably asks him to stop. With a disgusting smirk, the guy mocks her saying if she didn't want pictures taken she shouldn't have worn that outfit, claiming he has the right to take photos however he wants. Without any warning, the MC comes flying in with a brutal dropkick straight at the creep, sending his phone flying across the floor. Knocked on all fours, the pervert mutters about losing the fruits of his hard work and calls the hair blind. Hands in his pockets, the billionaire mockingly asks if the device broke and offers to pay for the damage, using the lame excuse that his foot just slipped. Boiling with hate from the taunt, the harasser calls the guy a bastard and charges forward throwing a straight punch. Thanks to the attack being so slow, the tycoon dodges the strike without breaking a sweat. Staring the trash down close, he calmly states that since the opponent attacked first, the country's law guarantees everything from here on out is strictly self-defense. Finding the perfect opening, Jiang Cheng lands a massive uppercut that snaps the pervert's head back instantly. With the harasser knocked out cold on the floor, the hair casually brushes off his hands after the quick brawl at the event. Right then, manager Huang runs over panicking, apologizing for the negligence and swearing nothing like this had ever happened there before. Sweating cold with nerves, the employee yells for security and the police to sort the mess out for good. Watching the scene, two friends walk up praising the billionaire's solid punch and commenting on how crazy it is that creeps like that are still running around. His buddy Wang Zheng agrees jokingly, guaranteeing decent folks like them would never have such a bizarre fetish. Recovering from the scare, the model in the gold dress thanks him for the save and looks relieved he didn't get hurt in the fight. Catching their closeness, Chen Hao teases the tycoon, guessing all that rage was just to defend the beauty. Ignoring the joke, the MC introduces the girl to his buddies as Zhou Ying, his old high school classmate. Next, he points at the duo and introduces his partners Wang Zheng and Chen Hao to the woman. Curious about his visit, she wants to know if the rich guy was just stopping by the event to check out the rides again. The hair explains he came looking for a car to gift his dad, which gets his buddy asking when he'd head back to Rongqing and buy the crew a meal. Without a set date to leave, he agrees to the dinner idea and invites his old classmate to join them after her shift. Using the calm moment, the manager steps up again to ask if the VIP client liked that forward door model. The salesman starts listing all the technical specs for the engine and luxury design, but gets cut off bluntly by the boy only wanting to know the final price. The tag of $2,200,000 is dropped along with promises of freebies, but the tycoon waves off the perks and just asks if they can deliver the ride straight to his hometown. Super hyped, the manager guarantees delivery anywhere in the country along with full support for local paperwork. Happy with the answer, the billionaire simply hands over his dark card and tells the employee to run the charge immediately. The salesman promises to put together a spectacular delivery ceremony to surprise his dad, an offer the rich guy gladly accepts. Blown away by the purchase, Wang Jung sarcastically remarks the friend's mom won't complain since a 4-door supercar is pretty low key. Buddy Chen Hao chimes in reminding them the heir bought 4 insane machines for his allies in a week, so dropping $2 million on a gift for his dad was the most normal flex ever. Frustrated by his own reality, the friend complains about how hard he had to beg to get his first sports car while the MC paid everything up front in the blink of an eye. With the sale closed and her shift over, the billionaire tells the model to leave with the crew. Already sitting in the car, the young man starts a chat asking if she needed to head back to college as soon as summer break ended. The young woman confirms her plan, assuming the tycoon already knew her family went broke and explaining she was working those events just to pay her own bills. During the drive, she confesses she ignores the mean school gossip, feeling super proud to support herself through her own hard work. The MC cracks up praising her humility, swearing a woman with her credentials would never struggle to make money in life. Shy about the compliment, the young girl dodges the school beauty title and mentions she should be paying for the meal to show gratitude, but ended up agreeing to eat for free again. Reassuring his partner, the rich guy claims it's just dinner and parks his ride at the entrance of a traditional restaurant outside the city center. In the spot's courtyard, they hear Chen Ha's loud voice calling them over to the reserved table. Across the open area, the intruder Wang Qiang watches them walk in with pure disgust, annoyed that the heir is at a hangout like that. The host Chen Hao explains in a low voice that the unwanted guest is named Wang Qiang and is constantly at war with their other friend, finding it super weird that the rival showed up. To stir the pot right away, Wang Jung calls his enemy by a humiliating old nickname and offers him a seat with a heavily mocking tone. Boiling mad at the greeting, the rival demands respect, stating he only came to the spot to handle important business and meet new people. Trying to keep the peace, the host quickly changes the subject, hyping up the delicious food and raising a toast for the whole group to lighten the mood. Half an hour of chatting later, the troublemaker decides to brag about an insider stock tip he swears is guaranteed profit. Trying to belittle the crew, the arrogant guy claims he recently made $10 million in the stock market and suggests his rival join him, as long as he stops hanging out with fake broke friends. Hearing the cheap shot, Chen Ha mutters angrily at the sheer disrespect thrown in everyone's faces. Acting cynical, Wang Jung asks if all the guy's success is enough to pay back the $2 million he borrowed years ago to dodge debt, demanding his money in front of everyone. Humiliated by the call-out, the debtor slams the table in a fit of rage and screams he doesn't need to bow down to anyone there. Since things spun out of control, the host raises his hands asking everyone to chill so the drama doesn't ruin the dinner's good vibe. Totally unhinged, Wang Qiang throws his drink right at the guy and calls him a nosy hick with zero right to share his opinion. But the dark liquid ends up splashing all over the model's white shirt sitting next to him, scaring the young girl with the sudden mess. The MC reacts instinctively to the accident and supports his companion in shock, watching the fight escalate ridiculously. Furious at the childish move, the stained friend yells asking what the heck the rival was trying to pull. The buddy at the table also loses his patience with the stunt, asking if the guy crashed the party just to throw a tantrum in front of guests. Sitting in his chair, the troublemaker mocks his old rival's submissive stance, assuming the rookie billionaire must be a big deal to get so much protection. One of the guests tries to step in peacefully, asking the guy not to ruin everyone else's night with that clown show. Slamming his fist on the table, the ignorant guy calls the MC a hick again and warns he won't let his guard down for him under any circumstances. The heir stands up from the table looking imposing and coldly demands an immediate apology for dirtying his friend's clothes. Worried about a bigger disaster, the stained girl grabs the guy's arm, swearing everything was fine and there was no need to fight over it. Ignoring her plea, the billionaire stares the rival down asking if he's deaf, but just gets giggles from the debtor claiming he wouldn't apologize for anything. Without wasting another second of breath on a useless argument, the tycoon steps in instantly and lands a crushing slap on the opponent's face. From the sudden impact of his palm, the arrogant guy's face gets violently smashed to the side. Enraged by the endless mockery, The young man thinks to himself that the guy crossed the line, calling him a redneck from the moment he opened his mouth. Shocked by the public humiliation, the victim holds his own swollen cheek, unable to believe he actually got hit by a stranger. Keeping an absurd level of calm, the MC suggests the trash go see a neurologist to fix that broken brain, offering to cover the bill if he was too broke to pay. Blinded by uncontrollable rage, the attacker leaps over the table screaming threats to end his life while his friends try to warn him about the danger. Using the massive opening in the dumb attack, the rich guy delivers a flawless flying kick and sends the enemy's body crashing into the restaurant's wooden divider, surrounded by pieces of the broken set. He asks in a threatening tone who was actually looking for their own end, telling the guy to get out of there before things got truly bad. Leaning on his girlfriend's shoulders just to walk, Wang Qiang limps out the exit while promising heavy revenge against the crew. With the night calm again, the MC wants to know the real influence behind that crazy brawler and finds out his family works in the food industry, controlling huge chunks of the local market. Pumped about the chance, the hero decides he'll love testing out how powerful this family business actually is in practice. Getting back on track, he apologizes for dragging the young girl into a scene like that out of nowhere, hearing that it wasn't a problem at all. Since the group's vibe was dead, the guy says his goodbyes to his friends, letting them know he'd take the girl home early so she could rest. The host apologizes for the embarrassing mess that got out of hand, but stresses their friendship is still solid and wishes the couple a safe trip back. Already in the parking lot walking toward the luxury car, the billionaire asks if the model still remembers how to drive one of those exclusive machines. With the car moving, he jokes, recalling that back in the day she was the richest, most famous girl in town, while the driver laughs at the joke, promising a safe ride to their final stop. With a tight grip on the wheel, the woman complains about being stuck in big city traffic, confessing she'd love to floor it in a wide, open space. The tycoon watches the car's speed in the rearview mirror and remarks in surprise that he never pictured a girl like her being such a jarhead. Sighing nostalgically, she explains her family used to be way too strict to allow any sort of adventure, and now she didn't have the cash to afford the luxury anymore. Keeping up their partnership, the hare genuinely promises he'll invite her to drive with him whenever they get another shot. Out of the car after reaching their destination, she holds the young man's hands emotionally, thanking him for all the help, not getting why she was suddenly receiving so much attention. Hit by sudden embarrassment before hearing his answer, the young girl changes the subject, saying it's super late, and runs away immediately. The billionaire stands there confused by the drastic mood swing, figuring his old classmate was probably just feeling shy about the romantic vibe. Back in the real world, the hare pulls his phone out of his pocket, focused on permanently fixing the problem the rival caused at the restaurant. Phone in hand, the hare accesses the system, which advises him to use his authority properly if Wang Qiang's family hands him the perfect chance to do so. Right then, the tycoon notices that scandals about poor hygiene and safety issues regarding the rival family's products are already dominating the internet's trending topics. Far away, Wang Zheng calls in shock, wanting to know if his friend saw the leaked news about their enemy's cabbage and bamboo shoot factory. Settled on his couch at home, the MC confirms he's tracking everything. He notes that even the expired products they used as raw materials were exposed to the public all at once. News outlets are already reporting that major suppliers are pulling goods off the shelves, while authorities investigate the company and deal an incalculable blow to the brand's reputation. Freaked out by the disaster, his buddy connects the dots and asks if this whole ruin has anything to do with that threatening line his partner dropped the day before. With it finally clicking, he grasps what's happening and his eyes go wide. Always confident, the rich guy just suggests they enjoy the show to find out exactly how capable the rival family really is at handling a crisis like this. Blown away by his friend's level of power, the partner confesses he never imagined such crushing influence that could topple an entire company overnight. He concludes the MC is far from an ordinary person, noting he suspected this absurd potential since the very first time they met. After hanging up, the tycoon just asks for some time to deal with the recent issue. Meanwhile, at the Wang family mansion, the troublemaker's dad tries to calm things down over the phone, begging investors for a bit more patience. Utterly frustrated by the sudden chaos, the old man curses, not understanding who on earth would be trying to destroy his empire like that. Sensing the tension in the air, Wang Qiang steps up, wanting to know the reason for so much despair first thing in the morning. The second he turns his head, the older man notices the boy's pathetic state. He asks who the son picked a fight with to come back, all bruised up like that. The debtor whines that he got beat up by an arrogant hick the day before, and that now all he can think about is a way to end the guy. Furious at his irresponsibility, the dad lands a heavy slap on the boy and blasts his stupid habit of constantly picking fights like a cheap thug. Suddenly, the gravity of the situation hits home. The old man demands to know every detail about exactly who his son offended last night. In a panic, he explains that 30 years of hard work just crumbled with the loss of 70% of their market, ordering the kid to find out the enemy's identity immediately. While his mom runs into the room terrified by the screaming, the veteran calls the heir useless and warns that if he doesn't beg forgiveness on his knees, he'll be kicked out of the family along with her. Refusing the humiliation, the proud guy snaps back that he just spoke some truths and would never kneel to anyone, even accepting his parents' divorce if it came to it. Hearing this nonsense, the woman asks what her own son was saying so recklessly. She then turns on her husband, asking if he had completely lost his mind. The wife suggests they fix the problem using money instead of creating all this drama at home. Boiling with rage, the old man yells that a divorce would have cost $500 million the day before, but with the current losses, she'd walk away with $100 million at best. Making his warning crystal clear, he declares that if the situation isn't fixed, the marriage is over right there because he can't stand their stupidity anymore. Backed into a corner, the attacker hears his mother ask in terror if the entire disaster could really have been caused by that unknown guy from the restaurant. Left with no other options, she begs the boy to swallow his pride and apologize. His mother reminds him that if the empire goes under, the little money left over will not be enough to sustain their luxurious lifestyle. While the rival family crumbles, Manager Wong reviews the morning reports at her boss's house. She confirms that the plan to cut off the supply chain will cause a loss of $400 million to the enemy company. The heir calmly approves the progress of the operations, and the woman suggests a light beef and vegetable porridge to cure his hangover, offering to change the dish if it is not to his liking. Satisfied with the impeccable service, he compliments the food and points out that her pajamas suit the occasion perfectly. Feeling a bit awkward, she mentions that he brought another beauty home the night before, hinting that the boss would need more energy to keep up with the pace. Carefully holding the bowl of soup, the employee calls her boss to take his hangover remedy once and for all. However, she notices that the young man has already passed out on the sofa due to extreme exhaustion from the previous night. Concerned about his comfort, the woman decides to carry the boss to bed so he can get some quality rest. Once in the bedroom, she notices his clothes smell of alcohol and starts unbuttoning his shirt to change him without waking him up. At that moment, the young woman thinks to herself that she could finally put into practice the questionable knowledge she had been studying in movies. Admiring the MC's physique, she sighs, enchanted by the view while processing what she has just done. The next day, the manager assures her boss that she only took care of changing his clothes and did absolutely nothing else while he was sleeping. The billionaire casually comments that he had an interesting dream about her during the night, lamenting that it was all just an illusion in his head. Taking the cue, the woman mentions that his body must still be tense from the heavy drinking and offers to try out some new massage techniques. Excited about the idea, the rich man accepts on the spot, and she suggests they head to the bed for more space and comfort. Keeping up the good mood, he agrees to the change of scenery, warning that he would give her a bit of a workout so early in the day. Lying on his stomach, the tycoon relaxes under the employee's hands, finding the massage a bit too intense and asking if she is taking the job a little too seriously. Glancing back, he gets a huge shock upon noticing the extremely revealing undergarments the young woman is wearing beneath her clothes. Shocked by her boldness, the young man tries to control his breathing and focuses on restraining his instincts in the face of such a visual provocation. Gripping the bedsheet tightly, he sighs in relief for having a willpower resilient enough not to lose his composure right then and there. Noticing her boss's tension, the manager asks in a soft voice if the massage is to his liking. The heir gives top marks for the service, praising the undeniable professionalism and dedication of the young lady. With a seductive look, she warns that she is going to change positions to reach other, more difficult tension points. The sudden movement over his body sends the MC into shock at the unexpected intimacy of the situation. Faced with his surprise, the young woman hesitates for a moment, making the atmosphere in the room even more charged with expectation. Watching the situation take another turn, the tycoon comments that the sensation feels very similar to the crazy dream he had the night before. Leaning in dangerously close, she asks point blank if he is willing to really be with her. Surrendering to temptation, the rich man tells her to do whatever she wants, fully accepting the proposal. Diving into the moment, the two share an intense kiss while the girl calls him a bad boy for teasing her like that. Completely given over to her desires, the manager lets out a muffled sigh of pleasure, enjoying every second of that long, awaited closeness. Far from that romantic entanglement, Wang Qiang arrives at a luxury hotel with a companion and waits for the receptionist to prepare his special suit. The attendant takes the customer's card and starts the payment process on the counter machine without much delay. Impatient with the wait, the boy grumbles that staying at home was unbearably boring and that he would never apologize to his rival, preferring to run away to blow off some steam. Interrupting the young man's arrogance, the employee politely informs him that the transaction was declined by the system. Thinking it is a silly technical glitch, the broker asks if the machine is broken and hands her another card to try again. To the young man's utter despair, the receptionist informs him that the second attempt also failed due to insufficient funds and asks if he has another form of payment. Scratching his head nervously, he realizes that his own father canceled all his cards and limits after he blew everything on a sports car the day before. Out of options, the debtor hugs the girl he brought and tries to convince her to pay for the room up front, promising to transfer the money in the future. Revolted by the embarrassment, the woman slaps him hard across the face and calls him useless trash, accusing him of faking being rich just to ride in a luxury car for free. Humiliated in the middle of the busy reception, the fake billionaire falls silent, completely unresponsive to his partner's scene. Breaking the awkward silence, the attendant politely asks if the gentleman still wishes to check into the room. Seeing his company storm off furiously, he just stares at the counter in silence, without a single penny in his pocket to pay for the stay. Already walking out of the hotel, the troublemaker calls his father, begging him to unblock his cards so he would not become the laughingstock of the whole city. In response, the old man orders him to clean up the mess he created or sink alone, hanging up the phone in his son's face and making it clear he would not give him another dime. Realizing that the matter is truly serious this time, the bankrupt boy concludes that his only way out is to swallow his pride and seek out his former business partners. With his ego shattered, he calls Chen Hao, faking friendliness and giving a nervous little laugh upon hearing the voice of his old acquaintance. On the other end of the line, relaxing in a pool full of beauties, the colleague mocks the unexpected call and questions if they are close enough for him to be asking for favors out of the blue. In utter despair on the street, the debtor confesses that he has hit rock bottom and begs his former rival to help him set up a meeting with the MC as soon as possible. Surprised by the absurd submission, the partner makes fun of the situation, asking if he is dreaming, but agrees to mediate the conversation for the sake of their old friendship. Finalizing the agreement, Chen Hao warns that he will make the request as a favor, but does not guarantee that the rich man will accept the apology. On the other side, the bankrupt boy just cries with gratitude over the phone. Enjoying the pool surrounded by women, Chen Hao is asked if he is really going to help his old rival. In response, he scoffs, stating that the MC is already wiping the floor with the kid, so as good friends, they should help set the stage for the show. The young man gives an ironic laugh and comments that the girl is still as sharp as ever shortly after. He explains that even if the debtor is forgiven, his family is already on the verge of bankruptcy, and the market will soon swallow them without mercy. Already on the phone, Chen Hao asks if the MC is going to show up at the nightclub that evening to watch his enemy swallow his own pride. On the other end of the line, Jiang Cheng calmly accepts the invitation. From inside the bathtub, the tycoon sends a message asking manager Wang to accompany him to the event. Without a second thought, she excitedly accepts the invitation. Arriving at the nightclub entrance at 7:30 in the evening, the two are warmly welcomed by the rich man's friends, who immediately start calling the woman their sister-in-law. Faced with the misunderstanding, the young woman concludes they are assuming this because they have been together for 2 days straight. However, thinking she would never see those people again, she decides not to waste time trying to explain the real situation. Already in the VIP area of the club, Chen Hao asks his partner what the grand plan for the night is, now that the target is about to arrive. Keeping his cool, Jiang Cheng asks the waiter to bring 3 extravagant champagne combos, some bottles of imported liquor, snacks, and even a few cans of milk to go with it. The employee quickly writes everything down and asks if the boss would like him to call some party girls to liven up the table. Immediately, the MC's friend scolds the attendant, reminding him that the rich man has already brought his own woman and that asking such a question would only cause trouble. Terrified by his own blunder, the waiter apologizes profusely for the poorly timed comment and promises to bring the orders as quickly as possible. Seeing the club's bunny girls bringing the luxurious drinks, Chen Hao praises his partner for dropping $1 million right off the bat, wishing him even more success. Impressed by the display of wealth, the manager confesses in her boss's ear that she has always heard about this champagne and would love to try a little if she were not the designated driver. The MC shows care and advises that girls should not drink too much in places like that, offering to send some bottles to her house so she could enjoy them safely. Enchanted by his attitude, the woman realizes he is totally different from other guys who would use alcohol as an excuse to take advantage of the situation. Suddenly, the bankrupt heir approaches the table, looking visibly nervous, catching the attention of the woman, who recognizes him from the incident the day before. Noticing his companion's tension, Jiang Cheng tells her not to worry, ensuring that everything will make sense in a few moments. The debtor bows in a sign of submission and begs for forgiveness in the middle of the nightclub, blaming the alcohol for his aggressive behavior the previous night and pleading for his rival to spare his family from ruin. Cold as ice, the MC warns that the person who deserves to hear that apology is not him. Confused by the answer, the troublemaker is left speechless, receiving a dry warning to try and jog his memory. Standing up, the tycoon makes it clear that he does not care about the insults directed at him, but demands a retraction because his colleague's dress was ruined in the commotion. The message is instantly understood, and the boy turns to the manager, calling her sister-in-law, pouring out a flood of desperate apologies in her direction. Moved by the situation, the young woman tries to calm the mood, telling her boss that all of this is not necessary over a small incident. Touched, she realizes that the invitation to the club was just an excuse to defend her honor, feeling extremely valued by the young man's protective attitude. Sweating bullets, the bankrupt boy continues to beg the woman to be the bigger person and not hold a grudge against a useless guy like him. At that, Jiang Cheng uses the enemy's own words against him, ironically questioning how a simple country bumpkin would dare hold a grudge against the great master who loved breaking bottles. With a heavy bottle in his hands, he offers the object to the boy, suggesting the rival smash it on his own head, if that would make him feel better. Completely terrified by the pressure, the debtor thinks to himself that this country bumpkin has invented the most humiliating way possible to get revenge. The MC shoots an intimidating glare and pressures the boy, wanting to know what his final decision will be. Knowing that his father will not unblock his cards if he does not solve the problem, the fake billionaire swallows hard and agrees to put on a private show by breaking the bottle. Left with no way out, the young man delivers a brutal blow to his own head with the bottle, sending glass and liquor flying everywhere. The painful process repeats itself, and he smashes a second bottle against his skull, leaving his face completely bloodied due to the severe impact. The impact shocks everyone in the room, making the boy collapse to his knees on the nightclub floor, groaning in pain amidst the shards scattered across the carpet. In response, the MC claps slowly and thanks him for the demonstration with a tone heavy with sarcasm, congratulating his rival on his incredible talent. The rich man's friends join in on the joke and mock the situation, commenting that the performance was eye-opening and that they never imagined the boy would be so ruthless with himself. Thrown on the floor and nearly losing consciousness, the troublemaker just hopes that this absurd suffering is enough to guarantee his forgiveness. Faced with the damage, Chen Hao asks if he should call an ambulance for the passed-out guy. In contrast, Jiang Cheng tells his friend to just make sure the trash does not pass away right there, and orders them to clean up the mess to avoid accidents. Worried about the consequences, the manager offers to give a statement in her boss's favor in case the police are called. Handing her a can of milk, the tycoon assures her that the rival would never have the guts to file a report. To change the subject, the MC raises his glass and proposes a lively toast to thank everyone for their presence and support on that wild night. From afar, one of the party girls reflects on how handsome the rich man is, but also extremely terrifying for being able to force someone to mutilate themselves, using only the weight of his own words. In the back of the room, a man analyzes the bizarre scene, concluding that the young master of that city possesses a hidden influence far greater than anyone could imagine. Already outside the establishment, the woman suggests that the two of them meet alone next time, confessing that she did not feel very comfortable surrounded by strangers. The woman is completely honest and explains that she highly values what he did for her, but crowded places are really not her strong suit. Understanding her discomfort, the heir smiles and promises that on their next outings, he will not let any strangers ruin their moment. Blushing, the manager touches his arm to change the subject, suggesting they get into the car right away so he can rest after drinking so much. Leaning against his sports car in another part of the city, the MC receives a report on his phone confirming that his henchmen are gathering all the information on the recent movements of a new target. The informant reports that the guy keeps stalking a young woman every day in the streets, aggressively harassing the girl without accepting the end of their relationship. The subordinate reads the message comfortably seated in the passenger seat, awaiting his boss's next orders on how to deal with the stubborn stalker. Annoyed by the criminal's persistence, Jiang Cheng decides to put a definitive end to the situation, ordering them to set a trap that very night to ship the man out of the country the next day. Upon arriving home, the tycoon is warmly welcomed by the manager, who is wearing a very tight formal outfit for the occasion. He intimately hugs the employee from behind and questions the reason for such formality in her treatment. Considering the two have only been apart for half a day, the woman plays along, turning her face and asking him to behave because someone might see, ironically using the exact same excuse he had used with her that morning. Seductive, she warns that they are still outside the house, provocatively suggesting that everything would be fine if they rushed inside. Once inside the residence, the hare attacks the young woman right on the couch, arguing that since they have already enjoyed the bed before, it is time to try out a new setting. Completely surrendered to her boss's touches, the manager gives herself over to the passionate moment, letting out a sigh as she loses control of the situation. 20 minutes later, in a bar geared towards an alternative crowd, a flirting vibe dominates the atmosphere as customers look for partners for the night. Sitting alone at the counter, the stalker drowns his sorrows in a colorful glass of liquor. The young man listens to a brutal audio message where his partner ends everything to be with a new husband, smashing his phone on the table, overcome by the frustration of a broken heart. At that moment, the bartender serves a new shot to the depressed customer, while a man in a suit approaches discreetly from the side. With a lot of charm, the newcomer notices the young man's sadness and invites him for a drink, assuring him in a seductive tone that he will still find a true love who will never abandon him. Disillusioned with his love life, the stalker takes a sip of his drink and bitterly questions how a messed up person like him could ever find real love. The disguised henchman maintains his gallant smile and guarantees that he certainly could, asking in an engaging way what he should call the handsome young man. Introducing himself as Lim Min Hang, the newcomer offers to buy around and listen to the target's complaints, claiming to have also experienced the same pain of a sudden breakup. As an hour and a half passes, the conversation full of ulterior motives flows perfectly, creating a fake connection between the two at the bar counter. The target rests his head on his new friend's shoulder and thanks him for the incredible company that night, but warns that he needs to leave so he does not miss his 10 in the morning flight. Suspecting nothing, he reveals that the trip to Thailand is a symbolic farewell to his old relationship, since his ex-partner gave up on going together. He gets up, slightly wobbly, and says a dramatic goodbye, leaving it in the air that the two might bump into each other again if fate allows. As soon as he turns his back, the boy curses himself mentally, realizing he tried to play tough and ended up forgetting to ask for the charming man's contact info. On the other side, the subordinate quickly pulls out his phone, buying a ticket for the exact same flight under the fake pretext of not letting such an interesting guy slip away. The next day, the plane takes off towards the neighboring country, while the undercover agent is already planning how he will fake a perfect romantic encounter during the trip to trap the target once and for all. During the afternoon of that same day, the lobby of the airport in Thailand welcomes the newly arrived passengers in an atmosphere of total tranquility. In a sharp suit, the security squad captain answers the MC's call, reporting with extreme loyalty that the operation is underway. Questioned about the stalker's whereabouts, the captain confirms that the criminal is already subdued and under total control at the hotel, ready to be brought in immediately. A short time later, the rich man enters a dark warehouse, being revered by his subordinates who are waiting for him in formation at the location. The MC coldly stares at the man fallen on the floor in front of him and simply orders his security team to wake the trash up so the real punishment can begin. Wasting no time, the agent throws a bucket of cold water on the prisoner and mocks the situation, revealing that he also loves this kind of little game. Tied to a chair and completely soaked, the criminal listens to the henchman sadistically suggest that they could add even more tricks to the fun. At that moment, Jiang Cheng steps up and catches the boy's attention, asking why he spends his days harassing the young Yu Xiaoxiao, since he loves to play around so much. The stalker is shocked to see the rich man there and stammers, not understanding what is going on. Having no patience for conversation, the MC lands a brutal kick to the target's chest, knocking the chair backward violently. With his enemy down, the tycoon reminds him of the warning he gave during their last encounter, guaranteeing he would make him shut his mouth forever if they ever crossed paths again. Terrified by the threat, the boy begs for calm and tries to use the law in his favor, desperately reminding him that taking a life is a crime. But the hare counters with total coldness, explaining that in Thailand, accidental passings due to overdose, drowning, or falls are extremely common occurrences. Falling into despair, the debtor promises he will never look for his ex-girlfriend again in his life, crawling on the floor while begging not to meet his end. Ignoring the pleas, the leader turns his back and orders the security captain to confiscate the money, phone, passport, and anything else useful from that piece of trash. He adds that if the criminal manages to make it back from Talon completely bare, he would consider it a divine miracle, ordering the guards to make him disappear once and for all. Shortly after, the stalker is tossed into a dark alley wearing only his underwear, curled up and shivering from the cold in the middle of the street. Already walking with his team, the rich man reflects on the shares of a company he received as a reward, deciding to use the trip to sign the papers, and ordering his men to take him to the headquarters. Arriving at the luxurious commercial building, he is warmly welcomed by Mario, one of the main shareholders of the place, who celebrates the long-awaited meeting. The executive treats the newcomer with extreme intimacy, calling him brother, dropping any formality, and inviting the group inside to talk. Sitting at the table, the shareholder hands over the share transfer contract, while the MC ensures he trusts him completely and signs the papers. Observing his partner's attributes indicating a life or death level of loyalty, the heir mentally concludes that the system has done a great job assigning that contact. The host reinforces that they are now family and offers to show him the local culture later, a proposal the young man declines with good humor, claiming to be just an innocent child. Amused by the answer, the executive tells his friend to make himself at home and call if he needs absolutely anything. Once inside the car, the tycoon mentions that it is his first time in Thailand and asks to go for a drive, listening to the driver's suggestion to visit the local night market. Watching the bustling streets through the window, the young man agrees with the idea and orders them to head to the location. In the middle of the crowded fair, a little girl cries desperately, calling for her mother while being dragged against her will through the crowd. Noticing the suspicious scene, the MC does not hesitate and gives a quick signal with his eyes for the security captain to intervene. Before the criminals can disappear with the child among the stalls, the bodyguard sprints forward. The security guard hits the kidnapper with a quick and heavy blow from behind, neutralizing the threat on the spot. With the situation resolved, the rich man crouches down to the girl's level and calmly asks for her name and where her parents are. Wiping away tears, the little one introduces herself as Anne, and explains that she ended up getting separated from her mom out of pure curiosity after trying to look at a food stall. Faced with the child's innocence, the young man makes a light-hearted comment, calling her a little troublemaker. Then, he gently asks if she remembers her mother's phone number. With a positive confirmation, the tycoon pulls his phone out of his pocket and guides the little girl to make the call. 10 minutes later, a stunning woman runs up to them panting, endlessly thanking him for the help provided. Hugging her daughter tightly, the mother gives a scolding full of relief, explaining the dangers of talking to strangers while the little girl cries, promising never to run away again. Soon her maternal instinct takes over, and she comforts the child, asking her to stop crying and assuring her she will not be grounded. Calmer, the woman introduces herself as Ang Sin and thanks him once more, listening to the young man's advice about keeping her eyes peeled, because luck does not last forever. She completely agrees with the warning, admitting her own carelessness and promising to pay much closer attention from now on. Holding her savior's hand, the little girl asks her mom not to yell at him, taking all the blame for the disobedience. The MC affectionately pats Anne's head, reinforcing that she should listen to her mother from that moment on. Next, he offers to safely take the two of them back to their hotel, but the woman amicably declines, explaining that her own security guards are already on the way, inviting him for a meal the following day instead. The invitation is declined because the young man will be returning to his home country the next morning, taking the opportunity to ask where the beautiful woman is from, discovering that both of them live in wrong city. Excited by the huge coincidence, he suggests swapping contacts to set up a meeting when they are back home, a request she promptly accepts. After exchanging numbers, mother and daughter wave goodbye from afar, making plans to meet again in their hometown. Once inside her own car, the woman's bodyguard asks if she wants him to run a background check on the young man, an order she cancels on the spot. Watching the street through the window, she concludes that her daughter's savior is definitely not an ordinary person, finding it safer not to snoop into the life of someone like that. The following night, already in the comfort of his home, the MC relaxes in the living room while welcoming his parents who have just returned from a trip. Ironically questioning their shopping spree, he hands a luxurious piece of jewelry to his father and says he bought the gift especially for his mother, being called a show off by the older man. Paying no mind to the complaint, the young master hands a famous designer bag directly to his mom. Fascinated by the item, the matriarch praises her son's extremely good taste, poking fun that he knows how to pick gifts much better than his own father. Annoyed by the comparison, the old man defends that the boy's elegance was inherited from him, taking the chance to ask how much the watch he also received cost. Astute. The young man lies that the piece cost a little over $100,000 thanks to an industry contact, knowing full well that his father would never wear the item if he found out its real value is over $1 million. The mother goes back to lecturing, asking her son to save money and suggesting she set up a blind date for him to get married, an offer the boy immediately refuses, warning that he is going out shopping and will not be back for dinner. Alone on the couch, the parents watch the door close and the woman gets emotional about how much their son has grown, feeling the peace of mind of having someone to take care of them in their old age. But the husband ruins the romantic mood by saying she talks too much, thanking the heavens the boy did not inherit that annoying habit from her. Meanwhile, the hare strolls peacefully through the illuminated streets of a trendy downtown shopping center, admiring the beautiful girls walking by. In the middle of his walk, his attention is stolen by the shouts of a man begging for a young woman named Jo Ying to accept being his girlfriend. Intrigued by recognizing the name, the MC approaches the crowd and sees a young guy kneeling with a jewelry box in front of a very beautiful girl. The people around are gossiping in awe about the absurd price of the diamond necklace, envying the luck of the young woman being asked out in the middle of the street. Totally embarrassed by the public pressure, the girl tells the suitor to get up immediately, but the guy ignores the request, insisting she takes all the time she needs to accept the luxurious ring. Annoyed by his cluelessness, Jo Ying loses her patience and threatens to walk away if he keeps up this little show. Confident, the preppy guy maintains his arrogant posture and tells her not to rush, revealing that he still has an ace up his sleeve to impress her. In a theatrical gesture, he snaps his fingers in the air and loudly orders the surprise to appear. Dozens of people emerge out of nowhere holding flowers and signs, while the rich kid makes exaggerated vows of love and promises an allowance of $50,000 a month if she accepts his proposal. Watching the circus unfold, the tycoon receives a prompt from the system offering 2 missions. Just watch the scene in exchange for watermelons, or save the girl from the embarrassment to earn a critical consumption card. Focused on the vastly superior financial reward, the MC does not think twice, accepting the mission as he pushes his way through the crazy crowd. Surprising everyone, he grabs the young woman's wrist firmly and whispers that he will take her lack of an answer as a yes. Pulling the girl close to him, the young man gallantly suggests she look at his flowers if she does not like roses, asking her to be his girlfriend right then and there. The crowd's jaws drop at the stranger's audacity, but soon they start making fun of the wilted bouquet of wildflowers he is holding, pointing out the poor guy's lack of cash. Laughing, the preppy guy mocks his rival's poverty, telling him to wake up to reality, because he stands no chance of winning a woman's heart holding cheap weeds like that. The bystanders agree with the humiliation, commenting out loud that anyone with an ounce of sanity would choose the luxury car and diamonds instead of a pathetic bunch of flowers. Full of himself, the wealthy hare asks the girl to stop resisting the inevitable, guaranteeing he will buy her whatever she wants. To everyone's surprise, the beautiful woman takes the wildflowers from the MC's hands, radiating happiness, thanking him for the gift and stating that she absolutely loves it. The rejected playboy's eyes go wide, unable to process getting dumped, while the audience wonders if true love really exists, or if she is just crazy. Playing along with the act, the MC praises his fake girlfriend's good taste, saying he picked those colors specifically for her, while receiving more affectionate thanks. Desperate not to lose his trophy, the preppy guy interrupts the couple, insinuating that the broke dude only showed up to add some spice to their relationship. Blocking his rival's path, the tycoon shatters the guy's illusions, reminding him that the girl has already said no several times, and that a real man knows when to give up. Completely furious over the public humiliation, the rejected man squeezes the ring in his hands and tells the intruder to get lost, yelling that a broke guy will never be able to make that woman happy. The rival mockingly questions how the meddler knows about his living conditions, asking if the poor guy has the slightest idea of what the girl's monthly expenses are. Showing off the diamond ring, he throws it in his face that he could give her a $50,000 allowance, guaranteeing he would cover the costs, even though the young woman's family is struggling financially. The crowd joins in on the hype and pressures the MC, asking if he would be capable of giving the lady luxury cars, necklaces, and 9 roses. Totally unfazed by the pressure, the tycoon asks his fake girlfriend if she likes that kind of offer, hearing the young woman counter that it depends heavily on who is giving the gifts. With that, he directly questions what would happen if the offer came from him, receiving immediate confirmation that she would absolutely love it. Irritated by the acting in front of him, The rich kid tells them to stop acting like they are in a TV drama, offering $100,000 for the newbie to get lost right at that moment. But the MC questions the reason behind such arrogance, making the rich boy scoff and ask if he watches too many short videos, since he seems to have no concept of the value of a luxury car. At that moment, a man in a suit interrupts the argument, apologizing to Jiang Cheng, letting him know he forgot a belt from his last purchase, and offering to hold the shopping bag. Without losing his cool, the hare agrees to the help and tells the assistant to put the merchandise in the car parked nearby. The crowd goes wild when the employee walks over to a luxurious 918 Porsche. Capitalizing on the plot twist, the young man ironically asks what the preppy guy thinks of his car, leaving the guy stuttering as he admits it is a very nice vehicle. Calling Zhou Ying to leave, the rich man leaves his rejected rival in the middle of the street, processing the clown act he has just put on in front of everyone. Already walking side by side away from the commotion, the MC asks if he caused too much trouble, listening to the girl explain that the guy is just the son of her mother's friend and that she never had any romantic interest in him since childhood. Sitting together in a coffee shop, the beautiful woman thanks him for his help that night, casually commenting that he is still as mischievous as he was in high school. Shocked by the revelation, the young man reflects internally, unable to believe that the true goddess of the school paid attention to him during those years. The girl rests her face in her hands and explains that her family was very strict back then, making her envy his group playing and goofing around while she felt invisible in class. Completely disagreeing with the lady, the boy counters by saying she underestimates herself way too much, ensuring that the young woman had the biggest presence in the school just by breathing. However, she confesses she did not feel all that popular back in the day, listening to the hare explain that everyone was just too young and insecure, thinking they would never be good enough for her. Intrigued by the explanation, his old classmate turns the question back to find out how he himself felt about it. Trying to come out on top, the boy tries to play the scholar, saying he went to school strictly to focus on his studies and not on dating, hearing the woman bring up the name of an ex-girlfriend of his in a teasing manner. Completely embarrassed, the MC looks away while trying to justify that they only chatted through an app, and that the relationship ended a long time ago. Putting the subject aside, the girl lets out a nostalgic sigh, wishing time could go back to their middle school days, just so she would have the chance to hang out with his group. Observing the pleasant atmosphere, the rich man analyzes that their friendship is slowly evolving, concluding that it is natural for a girl like her not to be easily impressed by just money. Faced with the system's new mission ordering him to spend ruthlessly on his classmate to earn rewards, the tycoon mentally dismisses the warning, guaranteeing he already knows exactly what he needs to do. Taking the initiative, he firmly holds Zhou Ying's hand and asks the lady to accompany him on a stroll through a fancy store in the mall. Guided by the wrist, the school goddess walks in silence, completely blushing at the sudden physical contact. As soon as they enter the luxury jewelry store, the saleswoman approaches politely, listening to the customer point directly to a model featured on the wall poster. The employee fetches the piece and praises the young man's excellent taste, highlighting that the leopard-shaped necklace features gemstones and 54 perfectly cut diamonds. Presenting the jewelry, the young man asks if his companion likes the item, leaving the girl surprised to be consulted in such a way. He reminds her that she had said on the street she would love to receive anything from him, cutting off her excuse that it was just a joke by stating he is completely serious. In front of the mirror, the girl admires the sparkling piece on her neck, although internally feeling that their relationship has not yet reached the level of exchanging such expensive gifts. Her companion reinforces that the jewelry perfectly matches her beauty, listening as his old classmate finally gives in and agrees that the necklace is indeed very beautiful. Without the slightest hesitation, the hare tells the saleswoman to wrap the ornament along with a luxury watch, surprising the girl as she discovers the total value reaches $1 million, and she tries to decline, saying it is way too much money. Completely ignoring his companion's panic, the boy simply confirms the purchase with the employee, while casually walking towards the register to make the payment. The clerk swipes the card, shocked by the customer's nonchalance, envying the luck of the girl receiving $1 million gift, as if it were just a cheap keychain. Outside the store, the MC checks his system's profit notification with satisfaction, realizing that the idea of accompanying his old high school crush has turned into a highly profitable business. Later that night at the door of the girl's building, he asks what floor her apartment is on upon noticing the lack of elevators, hearing that the place is an old inheritance from her father, as she thanks him once again for everything. Showing chivalry, the boy drops the formalities, claiming they are old friends, and kindly offers to walk her to her front door, But the woman declines the escort, walking up the stairs alone, explaining that her mother is up there and saying goodbye with a promise that they will see each other again soon. As soon as she enters the lit living room, the young woman finds the matriarch sitting on the couch, who immediately celebrates the sheer amount of designer shopping bags, assuming the date with the rich preppy guy was a massive success. Leaving the bags on the table, the daughter crushes the older woman's hopes, letting her know she hates that playboy and that the expensive items did not come from him. Frustrated by the rejection, the lady lectures her, bringing up the enormous debt her late husband left them, arguing that the suitor's family would help pay it all off if the marriage happened. The young woman gets straight to the point and questions her true intentions, pointing out that even her mother does not like the guy, but forces the union out of pure financial convenience to feel more secure. Tired of the pressure, the school goddess lowers her head, stating that she is already looking for a job to solve their problems, reminding her mother of the rich kid's past questionable behavior. However, the widow fires back, asking how many years it will take to save up millions, blindly defending that the rich kid will change his ways after getting married, and that his old mistress has already been tossed aside. Losing her patience with the absurd insistence, the daughter tells the lady to stop trying to convince her, turning her back and declaring she will never be with the arranged debtor. Grabbing the girl's arm, the mother notices the luxurious Cartier necklace shining on her neck, immediately interrogating her if that is the real reason for rejecting the millionaire heir's proposal. The beautiful woman tries to cover up the situation by claiming her savior is just an old classmate from high school, making up the excuse that they bumped into each other by chance and went out to eat. Scanning the dozens of shopping bags scattered around the living room, the older woman does not buy the lie, sarcastically stating that a simple friend would never drop a fortune like that for nothing. Suspecting the two are already involved, cornered by the questions, the young woman tries to explain that her old classmate is extremely rich and does not care about those high prices, listening to the matriarch question if she is only interested in the guy's money. Firm in her principles, the school goddess makes it clear that if she decides to date him, money will never be the main reason, but rather the feelings she harbors for the person. Desperate over her daughter's naivety, the lady throws it in her face that she understands nothing about how the real world works, reminding her that their whole family can barely survive paying off those astronomical debts. Not wanting to drag out the exhausting conversation, the girl grabs her things and cuts the talk short, stating she knows exactly what she wants before heading toward her own room. Left alone among the shopping bags, the mother laments the girl's stubborn attitude, using her own failed marriage as an example of the consequences of choosing love over financial security. The next morning, the MC answers his phone casually inside his house, joking around with little Anne on the other end of the line, asking if the little troublemaker got lost from her mom again. The little girl says she didn't run away and quickly passes the phone to her mother, who gives the young man a special invitation to attend her daughter's birthday party the following day, insisting she will not take no for an answer. At that moment, the system projects a floating screen in front of him, offering a mission where he will earn a visual seduction skill if he accepts the invite, or suffer a penalty of extreme bad luck if he refuses. Focused on securing the highly advantageous rewards without thinking twice, the heir seals the deal with the beautiful woman on the phone, guaranteeing his presence at the little party to the child's absolute joy. On the day of the celebration, the little birthday girl runs frantically across the square as soon as she sees the guest of honor arrive, jumping for joy and shouting how much she missed her great savior. Affectionately patting the happy little girl's head, the tycoon wishes her a happy birthday and proposes they go buy presents first of all, as long as she promises to obey her mother's orders so no trouble happens. Clinging to the heir's leg, the needy child declares she will only accept presents bought by him and takes the chance to put her mother on the spot, innocently asking if the older woman also likes the young man. Without a filter, the little girl spills all the family secrets, revealing that her mom praises the young man all the time to her grandpa at home, leaving the matriarch desperate, telling the girl to stop talking so much nonsense at once. Dying of embarrassment over the information leak, and Sin looks away with her face burning and quickly tries to explain herself, claiming she had only mentioned the young man's heroism to her father and asking him not to misunderstand. Finding the lady's embarrassing situation hilarious, the MC flashes an understanding smile and assures her everything is totally fine. With the mood light and relaxed, the young man holds the birthday girl's hand and runs ahead, enthusiastically pulling the girl towards the gift shop, closely followed by the mother's happy steps. Walking right behind the energetic duo, the beautiful woman touches her own hot face, letting out a heavy sigh of relief for having managed to smooth over her own daughter's brutal honesty. Strolling down the busy promenade loaded with bags and stuffed animals, the three of them draw the attention of the people around, who murmur in awe about how that family looks incredibly happy together. Pedestrians continue gossiping through the mall, amazed by the trio's good looks, envying the seemingly perfect chemistry between the charming man and his stunning wife, making them wish they were married too. Now out on the sidewalk crossing the street, the woman thanks him for all the fun company he provided throughout the afternoon, listening as the young man drops all formalities, focusing solely on the child's happiness. However, on the other side of the avenue, a middle-aged executive's eyes widen behind his glasses, recognizing the MC from afar and going into full panic mode upon seeing his own son holding a kid like that next to an unknown woman. Overcome by the shock of the discovery, the older man's mind quickly cooks up an absurd theory, imagining the boy falling victim to the clutches of passion and getting the woman pregnant during an intense night of love. Shaking his head to chase away the sinful thoughts, the old man tries to convince himself that the family's strict upbringing would prevent such a disaster, recalling that back in the day, the boy only cared about watching cartoons at home. Suspicious of the stranger's intentions, the father formulates a new theory that the seductive woman took advantage of the boy's innocence, but soon discards the idea upon noticing that her chic clothes and elegant posture do not match a cheap financial scam. Completely frozen in the middle of the street, the executive is snapped back to reality by his curious subordinates, who ask why the boss is staring off into nothingness like that. Following the perplexed leader's line of sight, one of the chubby employees spots the family walking in the distance and his jaw drops, letting out a gasp of surprise upon recognizing the crazy scene. Walking through the mall with other executives, the MC's old father overhears an acquaintance commenting about being there to chaperone his daughter on a trip, but upon turning his head purely out of instinct, the young hare spots the familiar presence of his own father in the middle of the crowd. Surprised by the unexpected encounter, the boy asks what the patriarch is doing there, listening to the executive explain he came to discuss a project while he stares at the unknown woman, trying to figure out who she is. The tycoon answers casually that he is just accompanying the mother and child for a playdate, leaving the old man even more shocked by the situation. Wasting no time, and Sim politely introduces herself to her father-in-law, guaranteeing she used to hear the boy talk a lot about him, and promising to bring little Anne to visit him at his house some other day. In a state of shock, the old man stands frozen in the middle of the street processing the information, startled by the fact that his own son has already spoken about him to the young lady, and by her intimacy in wanting to visit the family. Watching the trio walk away, the executive reflects that if that relationship is indeed real, he will use every possible method to keep the woman away from the boy, considering the involvement completely unacceptable. At that moment, one of his business partners grabs his arm excitedly, deducing that the two families already know each other and guaranteeing that the project will go straight to his company, leaving the older man totally speechless. Completely tense, the father internally questions the true identity of that mysterious woman, terrified that his son is actually having a love affair. Later that night inside the house, the old man sits on the couch holding a cup and asks if the boy remembers the pretty girls a friend had introduced, demanding a date for him to go out with them. Taking off his shoes at the entrance to the living room, the MC rejects the idea on the spot, justifying that no one goes on blind dates nowadays, and that he does not need that kind of setup. The old man pressures him, asking if he already has a girlfriend and demanding to know the truth, while the boy thinks to himself that he would get a severe beating if he revealed he has several women at the same time. Trying to escape the trap, the hare just hesitates and changes the subject, claiming the matter is too complicated to be explained at that moment. Annoyed by the stalling, the old man slams the table demanding an explanation, warning that he stayed awake all night because of this, and that he will not let the matter drop. With the atmosphere heavy, the young man crosses his arms asking what his father is really trying to insinuate, hearing the direct question of whether the woman from the mall already has a daughter. Direct and without beating around the bush, the boy confirms Shin's name and asks what the big deal is about her being a single mother. Fired up, the executive throws his towel on the arm of the sofa, warning that kids today might be open-minded, but his experience shows that this will bring a lot of trouble, and he does not want to see his son taking the hardest path in life. With a furrowed brow, the older man completes his train of thought, pointing out that the woman seemed to be quite wealthy, suspecting the real reason the boy is hanging out with her. Scratching the back of his neck, the MC finally understands the mix-up, realizing his father considers him a gold digger kept by a rich woman, and quickly asks if the old man isn't overthinking things way too much. Determined to clear his name, the heir sits comfortably between his parents and asks them to listen closely, starting to explain in detail everything that happened on the trip to Thailand. After finishing the whole story, the young man gestures in a relaxed manner, making it clear that this is the absolute truth about his friendship with the girl's mother. Relieved, the mother puts her hand on her chest, confessing she almost had a heart attack thinking she was going to be a grandmother already, while the father hugs his wife and admits he severely misjudged his son's actions. At another time, a cell phone screen displays breaking news from the entertainment world, highlighting headlines about the famous star Lin Ru being utterly ruthless with rookie actresses. Lying on his stomach in his own bed, the tycoon follows the internet gossip, analyzing the situation. The gossip page details that junior actress Soo-won ruined several takes on the filming set, ending up with her face completely swollen from being beaten so much by the veteran. The post's comments idolize the aggressor, praising her dedication to the art, while simultaneously destroying the rookie, accusing her of trying to steal someone else's fame. Coldly analyzing the problem, the boy concludes that this was no camera accident, realizing the veteran struck her on purpose more than 10 times and even paid people to manipulate public opinion on the internet. In a hurry to act, the boss throws on his jacket, calling his subordinate and demanding the total destruction of Lin Ru's career, no matter what methods must be used to get it done. An hour later, the assaulted young actress walks towards the luxury sports car parked on the street, mentally admiring her savior's handsome looks and striking presence. Already seated in the passenger seat, the girl stares intently at the driver, ignoring his question about why she's looking at him like that and flirting by suggesting she take off her clothes because it's so hot inside the vehicle. Once inside the car, Soo-won tells the boss to just drive, excitedly announcing she is taking him out for some stew at a restaurant. Shortly after, the two appear sitting face to face in a private room with a table full of food. Downing the bottle of liquor, the actress whines and complains about feeling completely useless for not being able to fight back against the attacks, lamenting that people keep dragging her name through the mud online. Totally frustrated with the situation, the young woman keeps venting while the food boils in the pot right in front of them. Unfazed, the MC keeps eating and reassures the girl, guaranteeing it's not a big deal, advising that in the future she should simply hit back anyone who attacks her. Acknowledging the help she received, the girl mentions that Sister Xiao Xiao already called to let her know about leading a team responsible for managing her online image. With that, the tycoon questions why she is still filming minor roles, asking if the actress hasn't already signed a contract with his company. The young lady explains that her old agency had booked that job, and that there is very little left to finish filming. Checking his phone, the boss evaluates the information received about their rival Lin Ru and orders his team to spend heavily on digging up scandals capable of destroying the enemy's career. Noticing his companion's condition, he asks the young woman to go a bit easier on the drinks, but the actress rejects his advice, begging him not to stop her, confessing she endured everything in silence for days, and is just asking for a chance to drown her sorrows in peace. 2 hours later, the young man carries the completely drunk young woman down the hallways while she babbles that she can still drink more and demands to know where the wine is. Placing the girl on the bed, the MC grumbles, annoyed that she was the one who started getting handsy, complaining that somehow the blame will eventually fall on him. With a headache from the exhausting situation, he rubs his face, unable to believe the mess he's gotten himself into with the girl clinging to him. Totally lost, the heir mutters that he only remembers them drinking at the restaurant, having absolutely no idea how they managed to get back to the hotel. Noticing his companion's advances, he tells the girl to take her hands off, hearing the young woman mumble in surprise that she didn't expect the boss to have such a great body. Tossed on the bed, Soo-won mentally concludes she really drank way too much to the point of losing total control of herself. Complaining of a headache, the actress gives up trying anything and suggests they go to sleep early, stuttering as she tells the young man to sleep alone because she won't bother him. Staring at her own hands in the dark, the young woman reflects that she has never had such close physical contact with a man before, realizing her own loneliness. The next morning, the young lady eats breakfast at the table and lets out a gasp of shock upon checking the messages on her phone. Stunned by the news, she asks the MC how so much dirt on her rival managed to be exposed so suddenly overnight. Looking at the young man across the table, the girl puts the pieces together and asks if this is his doing. Drinking his beverage calmly, the tycoon confirms he is the author of the attack, ironically asking if she really thought his entertainment company had no backing behind it. Moved by his actions, the young woman reflects that she would never receive that kind of treatment at her old agency, realizing how much he has invested in her without knowing how to repay all that support. At that moment, the actress thanks him from the bottom of her heart, promising to focus entirely on acting well to make a comeback and earn money, guaranteeing that her boss's kindness will not be in vain. Analyzing his phone screen, the MC states that this is only the beginning, declaring that the level of intensity needs to increase since that little bit of dirt won't be enough to ruin the enemy completely. Observing the young man's calm demeanor, the girl mentally calculates the absurd cost of destroying a major star, amazed that he is doing all this just for her. Totally flustered by the situation, the actress concludes in her thoughts that her boss's financial capital is truly something terrifying. With that, the hare asks why the girl is acting like she is his target, listening to the young woman ask him not to say such things for fear of ending up in his crosshairs too. Finding her nervousness funny, the tycoon shoots back, reminding her that the actress hasn't even been his target yet to be acting so anxious. With her face completely red from the jokes, the young woman states she needs to develop a very thick skin to deal with him. Curious to know how the guy manages to act like such a bad boy while keeping a straight face. Far from there, in the rival agency's building, a man in a suit yells at his employees demanding to know the reason for everyone's silence. Furious over the loss of millions of followers in just half a day after years of hard work. Trying to calm her boss, the rival actress's manager ensures she has no idea who is behind the defamation attacks, concluding that someone paid to push those negative internet searches. Pressuring the team, President Kai demands to find out exactly what happened the day before, asking if the retaliation could be the fault of the supporting actress his star assaulted for no reason. With her hand on her chest, Lin Ru immediately denies the possibility, arguing that Su Wan is just an insignificant artist focused on trashy roles and would never have the power for something like this. Full of arrogance, the wicked woman defends that hitting the girl was just normal filming, guaranteeing that all that negative backlash still serves as promotion for the network's new drama. The executive warns that he has already spent money buying other trending topics to try and cover up the crisis, ordering the woman to be much more careful from now on. However, a subordinate interrupts the conversation, bringing reliable information, revealing that the attacks are the work of the boss of the sanction agency, offering $20 million for any dirt capable of destroying Lin Ru. The president of the company jumps out of his chair, totally shocked upon hearing the absurd reward amount. Furious, the older man marches towards his main star, demanding to know what her relationship is with the rival tycoon, leaving the woman confused, having absolutely no idea who this sanction boss is. Racking her brain, the wicked woman mentally admits she has slept with and betrayed several big shots in the industry, muttering that she has absolutely no memory of anyone fitting that profile. Returning to his desk, the president tells the actress to think very carefully before saying anything, deducing that the whole problem must be directly tied to the assaulted girl. The subordinate adds that the enemy agency terminated Su Wan's old contract and has already lined up several hit dramas for her to star as the lead, disproving the story of her being a nobody in a minor role. Panicking over the revelation, Lin Ru tries to justify herself, claiming she didn't know about the company switch, confessing she used the filming to teach the girl a lesson after being provoked on the street. Desperate, the vicious woman grabs her boss's arm, begging for help, tearfully reminding him that a ruined career will trigger sponsorship contract fines, costing hundreds of millions. Wasting no time, President Kai tells the subordinate to release a statement guaranteeing the company will protect Lin Ru, ordering them to offer $25 million if the other side insists on the 20. Right after, the suited man warns the actress that this is the last time, threatening to put her on ice if she acts alone again, and complaining about how absurd it is to spend all that money just because of her pure stupidity. On the other side of town, Su Wan checks her phone and informs the MC about the rival agency's response, asking him to stop this game since it's too early to get into a fight like this. Eating calmly, the young man states that this only makes things easier by giving him the chance to compete with cash, and immediately orders his manager to bump the initial budget straight to $100 million. The young woman drops the food from her mouth in a state of shock over the absurd amount, unable to believe his promise to keep raising the sum if it wasn't enough. Extremely tense, she argues that his company just injected $5 million and needs funds for other areas, questioning if it isn't an exaggeration to jump straight to $100 million just because the rival is trying to protect her own image. The tycoon ensures it is no exaggeration at all, explaining that sanction is new and needs to show strength so it won't be underestimated in the market, using all that money as a mere stepping stone to make up for his lack of business contacts. He concludes that since getting things done means offending people, It's better to go all the way at once, guaranteeing that everyone in that circle will remember the company's name and his own. On the other end of the phone line, the manager confirms receipt of the order and promises to release the news immediately. With that, the gossip spreads through the city's bars, with suited businessmen commenting on the new agency's audacity in spending $100 million to crush Lin Ru, impressed by the fact that the boss, named Zhang Cheng, is so young. Eavesdropping on the conversation at the next table, an acquaintance immediately recognizes the name and asks how the guys know the kid. The young man explains he added the hair on a messaging app during an auction, recalling that the 18-year-old kid spent over $70 million in 2 days and possesses a terrifying cash flow. Processing the info, he admits he used to think the MC was just an inexperienced rich kid, but after seeing him taking down other businessmen and crushing Lin Ru, he realized the boy is actually incredibly ruthless. Curious, one of the partners asks if that rookie actress is his girlfriend, hearing that the two have nothing going on, and that if he were in the attacked veteran's shoes, he'd rather expose himself to take the $100 million and retire for good. Finding the young businessman increasingly interesting, the guy suggests they invite him out to hang out at the first available opportunity. During a late-night emergency meeting, the rival agency's board of directors announces it is impossible to match the $100 million offer, recommending they abandon the actress to cut costs, while President K freaks out over that useless solution. Furious, the executive warns that the wicked woman will pay the breach of contract fines out of her own pocket, threatening to send her to shoot adult films in Japan to get the money while the woman cries desperately. Without an ounce of patience, he tells the actress to swallow her tears, rudely questioning why she wasn't crying when she decided to beat up the rookie. In full panic, the woman begs not to be sent out of the country, promising to crawl and even get on her knees in front of the girl and her boss in exchange for forgiveness. The older man agrees she will indeed have to beg on her knees, warning he'll find a way to get the Xinqian president's contact info to set up a meeting and try to negotiate the situation. The very next day, the MC's father walks through the lot of a luxury dealership announcing he managed to close a huge project, offering to buy a car for his son as a reward since he'll clear at least $50 million in profit. Arriving at the delivery area, the saleswoman greets the group excitedly and lets them know everything is already prepared for Mrs. Zhang. Completely confused, the old father raises an eyebrow and mutters about the employee's lack of vision, thinking they don't know how to identify who is actually going to foot the bill here. Trying to keep up appearances, the old man tells his heir that his birthday is coming up, and that's why he decided to give him this early surprise. Smiling at the young man, the employee asks him to do the honors and unveil the vehicle covered by the tarp. As soon as the fabric drops, the old man steps back startled, revealing an expression of pure shock as he comes face to face with an extremely expensive supercar model. Grasping the situation, the mother lets out a little laugh, teasing her husband, commenting that the boy only remembered to buy such an absurd car to gift his own father. Fascinated by the present, the older man confesses he has been eyeing a sports model for a while, touching the bodywork in awe, and already suggesting the two take it for a spin together the next day. Observing the old man's joy, the tycoon reflects that it is better to keep his identity as a massive investor a secret for now, so he doesn't give him a heart attack, deciding he'll hire a transport company to take the vehicle to Shanghai. Taking advantage of the pleasant mood, the saleswoman points a camera at the family and offers to take a souvenir photo of that special moment. The family photo is captured in the frame right as a message notification pops up on his phone, with the broker Zhou Ying letting him know she needs to head back to Shanghai early because of work. Showing the device's screen, the young man tells his father that he also needs to travel to the same city the next day. The old man loses his excitement instantly, lamenting the sudden trip right after they had agreed to go for a ride in the new car. Understanding, the mother hugs her husband's arm, reminding him that their son is an adult with his own life, suggesting the old man take her out for a ride instead of the boy. Watching their interaction with a smile on his face, the MC mentally concludes that his mother is still the strongest person in the house, since she can dominate his father so effortlessly. The next day, the broker goes through airport security, arranging her luggage on the conveyor belt. Suddenly, she lets out a startled gasp as she feels someone grab her waist from behind. Turning her face while still startled, the woman is completely surprised to come face to face with the tycoon in the middle of the concourse. With a bad boy smile, he states he couldn't stand the thought of being away from her, and therefore decided to join her on the trip. With her cheeks flushed from the unexpected flirting, she crosses her arms, playfully asking if he's really just making up another trip out of nowhere. The young man changes the subject, assuring her he has business matters to handle, while internally noting that her affection meter is almost maxed out, and he only needs a little more effort to score a system reward. Walking down the boarding corridor, the young woman notices her companion's intense stares and asks why. Listening as he point-blank states he is admiring her beauty. Totally flustered by the direct compliment, the woman quickens her pace towards the seats, telling him to hurry up. As soon as they settle into the luxurious airplane seats, the broker looks worriedly at the hair upon noticing he is trembling. Gripping the woman's hands tightly, the young man makes up a lie that he has had a phobia of flying since childhood and plays the victim, immediately receiving comfort from the young woman who tells him not to be afraid. Completely embarrassed by his closeness, the broker tries to keep her composure, thanking him for his concern and asserting that everything is fine. Ignoring her shyness, the young man leans towards her seat, calling the woman's name in a seductive tone. Without giving her a chance to refuse, the tycoon leans in and gives the young lady a passionate kiss right there in the seat. But the romantic moment is suddenly interrupted by a flight attendant, who appears in the aisle offering hot towels. Pulling away quickly, the young woman scolds his behavior, fearing the other passengers might have seen them. Hearing the boy counter casually that kissing on an airplane is not a crime. Turning her face toward the window, she warns that she won't talk to him anymore and decides to try and get some sleep, while the hare simply agrees with the idea in a relaxed manner. 2 hours later, outside the Shanghai airport, the MC offers to take her home, but the woman declines the ride, explaining he would waste too much time in traffic and she will just catch a cab. Walking away along the sidewalk, the broker internally reflects that their relationship is not yet ready to progress like that. Watching her get into the car, the young man suggests the young woman get plenty of rest and asks her to text him as soon as she arrives at her destination. Standing on the sidewalk, he puts his hands in his pockets, deducing he probably scared the woman with the sudden kiss on the flight, agreeing with himself that it's best to take things a bit slower. Arriving at his luxury apartment, the boy is greeted by manager Wang, who immediately offers dinner or a bath, but he just lets her know he's tired and going straight for the tub. Accompanying her boss down the hall, the secretary agrees with his decision while mentally lamenting the fact that he's acting so distant and professional after spending a few days away. Relaxing in the hot water, the tycoon suggests the manager scrub his back, making the young woman reminisce that since his last money transfer, he hasn't sent a single message, leaving her with the feeling that everything is over. Taking off her own clothes, the woman notes in her thoughts that even knowing her boss is a total player, she can't understand why she's still so in love with him. Stepping bare into the bathtub, the secretary hugs the young man's back, determined to accept and enjoy whatever crumb of affection he's willing to give. Returning the underwater embrace, the MC turns around and whispers the manager's title in a much more intimate tone. Taking advantage of the closeness, the secretary confesses that the last few days alone in the house were entirely too hard to bear. Soon the conversation fades, giving way to a long session of caresses inside the heated tub. Already wrapped in towels, the woman questions the young man's rush, pointing out that the night is still young, curious to know if he isn't exhausted after such a long trip. Catching the employee in his arms by surprise, the young man asks ironically if the performance he just put on in the water looked like that of a tired guy. Being carried down the halls, the secretary stammers, trying to explain that wasn't what she meant, owning up to her mistake right away. Wasting no time, the two surrender to passion on the bedroom sheets for the rest of the night. The afternoon of the following day, the manager sits up in bed, checking the time on her phone in sheer panic, imagining how she'll explain to her team the fact that she went missing in action until 1 in the afternoon. Glancing over her shoulder, she watches the young man sleep and recalls in amazement that her boss kept up the pace almost until dawn. Pulling the woman back into the sheets, the hare asks why the panic, reminding her that her main client is right there, demanding she make lunch since she hasn't done any work at all that day. With a mischievous smirk on his face, he adds that her duty is to serve the client, and since he doesn't want to eat right at that exact moment, she'll have to lie down and sleep with him for a while longer. Totally flushed, the woman mutters that it would be awful if someone caught them in that situation, but the boy just counters that she is his woman and sleeping together is the most normal thing in the world. With her heart racing upon hearing that title, the secretary gathers her courage and asks what exactly the nature of their relationship is now, wanting to know if she can already consider herself his girlfriend. Staring straight into his partner's eyes, the tycoon guarantees that if she wants to be his girlfriend, then she is, leaving the young woman totally confused by the lack of clarity in that answer. Oozing all his bad boy charm, the MC concludes that as long as she wants to stay by his side, she'll hold the title of girlfriend. But if she decides to leave, she won't be any more on the spot. Manager Wong questions if the tycoon still keeps a little space for her in his heart, even knowing the kind of man he is, wanting to know if he likes her at least a little bit. Without hesitating, the MC hugs his partner, stating that of course he likes her, because he wouldn't be holding her like that if he felt nothing. At that, he kisses her passionately and warns that, although he knows she has many requests, he only has one, asking that in the future, when she comes looking for him, she doesn't bring other women along, because he doesn't want to be pushed aside while she tends to someone else, receiving her immediate promise. Later, with the phone ringing in the bedroom, the young man tells the manager that her client's car has arrived, telling her to hurry up and take care of it right away. The woman quickly sits up in bed, putting on her shirt, listening as the hair tells her to go unload the vehicle first. Already outside, a transport company worker approaches the client, advising that the car has been delivered and asking for a signature to confirm. While the team unloads the vehicle from inside the box truck, one of the workers is amazed, commenting that it's the first time he's seen that model in person. Soon the car is fully revealed on the street, catching the eye of a pedestrian who recognizes the model as extremely expensive and sporting an out-of-state plate. Deducing that the owner is filthy rich and dreaming of being able to take it for a spin. Nearby, inside another vehicle, Manager Joe complains about the noise in the blocked street while accompanying President Wang Mingjiang. Stepping out of the car quickly, Wang Mingjiang respectfully greets his boss, explaining that this is a hotel guest unloading a vehicle, but guaranteeing he'll have the area cleared immediately. Visibly annoyed, the tycoon complains that his car has been stuck there for quite a while, questioning if the hotel staff doesn't care about the identity of their guests and why they didn't park to the side, making the president swallow hard and promise to ask the guest to move the vehicle right away. With his arms crossed, the young man reflects internally, remembering that Wang himself guaranteed they would do everything to make his stay perfect. But the surprise comes when the MC himself rolls down the window of the luxury car that is blocking the road, asking the employee what the problem is. The manager goes into shock, recognizing the tycoon's face, mentally cursing his colleague for not telling him that the owner of that absurdly expensive car is the hotel's very own god of wealth. Hiding his panic, the president gives a nervous laugh, ensuring there's no problem at all, justifying that he was just curious to see who prepared such a grand entrance. But since it's Mr. Zhang, it's no surprise. The MC asks directly if there's an issue there, hearing the president deny it instantly and make up a story that he just went over to check if he's settling him well, telling him not to hesitate if he needs anything. Taking the cue, the young man explains that his new car's license plate is from another province and he needs a local Shanghai plate, but he doesn't want just any ordinary one, asking if the executive has a special contact to get one. The older man excitedly confirms he knows a client who won a plate at an auction, promising to contact her to see if she's willing to sell and set up a meeting, an idea the tycoon immediately accepts. Relaxing in the leather seat, the hair concludes mentally that an auctioned license plate would definitely be something top tier. An hour later, the president lets him know he made a reservation at a luxury restaurant near the waterfront for the meeting, welcoming the MC at the agreed location. Walking to the table, the young man greets his business partner, who immediately asks if he's alone, hearing the boy confirm and say that the license plate owner already sent a message saying she's at the venue. At that moment, Executive Chen Shura appears walking through the hall, leaving the tycoon deeply impressed by her level of beauty, prompting him to instantly ask the system to verify the girl's stats. The hair closely observes the newcomer as the virtual screen pops up in his vision. Analyzing the floating data, he notes that the woman's loyalty is maxed out, concluding that even if there are no romantic feelings, she will be absolutely faithful to him. President Wang notices the young lady's presence and stands up to cordially greet her by her manager title. However, the executive ignores the older man and leans over the table, focusing directly on the MC, asking intimately what he is doing there. Completely lost in the situation, Wang watches the two without understanding a thing, finding it weird that the woman is acting so close and cute with the boy. Teasing the young man, the manager asks if the tycoon simply forgot about his own investment firm, Xingchen. The young man finally connects the dots, remembering her name, realizing the girl is the administrator appointed by the system itself to manage the company, justifying to himself that he barely runs anything there because he follows the rule of not blindly interfering in the professional's work. Pouting, the woman crosses her arms offended and mutters, asking if he really forgot she existed. Giving the woman a bold little pat on her behind, the young man elicits a surprised gasp from her, while making up an excuse that he didn't forget anything. He just felt comfortable letting her manage everything as usual. President Wang watches the interaction, sweating bullets, amazed to see the boy sharing such intimacy with the financial circle's famous Ice Queen, concluding their relationship must be very deep. The executive's brilliance is known to all, being a manager who skipped steps and piled up awards early on, shocking the industry when she turned down multi-million-dollar offers from multinational giants to take over the management of the newly opened Sinkshin. With this, the old man internally concludes that a 24-year-old guy capable of ignoring a beauty like that running his company can only be someone truly terrifying. Toasting with his drink, the MC comments that he never imagined the person his partner was going to introduce would be none other than his own company's executive, calling the coincidence an act of fate. Keeping up the flattery, the president states it is an honor to finally meet the real boss, praising his ability to build an empire at such a young age, and predicting he will become a legend in just a few years. Not paying much attention to the praises, the heir tells the older man not to be so formal and invites him to make himself comfortable. Sitting at the table, the manager mentions the company has recently invested in promising projects, asking if the boss had time to review the materials she sent the day before. Eating a piece of meat, the tycoon mentally recalls he spent the whole night busy with his secretary and didn't look at anything, but praises his employees' excellent work and promises to analyze the reports more carefully when he gets back home. Visibly upset, the young lady complains that ever since she started working, the boss never reached out, leaving her as the only one trying to contact him, accusing the boy of not caring about the company. Interrupting the mood, President Wang changes the subject, bringing up the $5 million license plate he mentioned, confirming with the woman if the plate really is hers. Giving an awkward laugh, the older man confesses he had no idea the two were from the same company, dismissing the need for any formal introductions there. The executive admits she was reluctant to part with the plate, but that she will make an exception since the president wants it, listening as the young man thanks her and tells her to deduct the amount directly from the company's account as a reward for her hard work. Excited by the boy's promise to visit the office soon, she guarantees she will be eagerly waiting for his guidance. Later, walking down the street, the MC takes a call from his friend Chun, letting him know he arrived in Shanghai the day before, listening to his partner invite him to visit a private gallery in search of treasures, taking him up on the idea right away. 2 hours later, the MC arrives in front of a waterfront mansion, being greeted by his friend Kyun, who instantly recognizes the vehicle because of the imposing license plate. Stepping out of the supercar, the heir hears his buddy praise the new plate, commenting that it perfectly matches the plate full of nines that he himself owns. Leaning against the car door, the young man plays along, announcing he got the plate from a gorgeous woman, and that he tried to pay, but she refused to take his money. Laughing, his friend mentions that everyone there already knows about his charm, suggesting he use that talent on the owner of that private gallery, who is also a woman, to see if he can get away without paying the bill inside as well. Curious, the tycoon asks if the owner is an older woman. Listening to his buddy explain she doesn't seem that old, but she does already have a kid. The heir internally reflects that a woman with a child might be tough to handle, while another friend in the group teases, saying the time has come for him to show his true flirting skills. Brushing off the jokes, the MC makes up a story that he's just waiting for a rich woman to act as his sugar mommy because he has a weak stomach, pulling a loud laugh from his friend who counters that with his condition. He's the one who should be sugaring others. A guy in the group puts an end to the jokes, calling everyone to go inside, establishing the standard rule that whoever spends the most that night will pay for drinks later. Walking through the courtyard, Kyun explains that the owner of the place is the biggest private watch collector in the country, curious to see if there will be any special editions this time around. At the main entrance, a butler in a suit greets the group, advising that the boss lady is still on her way, asking the gentleman to follow him inside the property. Once settled in the mansion's luxurious reception room, an employee serves a tray with teapots and cups for the group to enjoy while they wait. Observing the display cases scattered around the room, Kyun points in awe at a celestial model, commenting that the pieces are so exquisite it's worth it just to look at them. Resting his chin on his hand, the tycoon analyzes the items on display, agreeing that all the diamond rings, necklaces, and watches are strictly top-tier merchandise. At that, another colleague teases one of the guys, pointing out that he's eyeing a $1.5 million piece, while Chun is already aiming at an $8 million watch, joking that it's impossible to compete with that. Joining in the mockery, Kyun asks if the colleague's back won't ache from going out so much at night, hearing the guy laugh and agree that his buddy is a true chick magnet in the nightlife scene. Tired of the jokes, the partner crosses his hands, asking that bunch of perverts to be serious for once, guaranteeing he only buys watches to tell the time and not to attract women. With a hand on his face, Kyun jumps into the teasing, asking his colleague to leave that coveted watch for him, claiming he can't handle so many girls all by himself, and asking if his partner has his eye on anything else. Turning his attention back to the MC, his friend warns there will be plenty of girls that night and asks if he's interested in any particular piece. Hearing the young man reveal he found a perpetual calendar very interesting, but it doesn't seem to be for sale. Taking a sip of water, the colleague next to him is utterly amazed, impressed that the here is only focused on items valued at over $10 million. Getting in on the joke, the boy asks if, after all that talk, the MC really wants such an exclusive piece just to hog all the attention for himself. Turning to the butler, Kyun asks if the watch his friend covets is really unavailable for purchase, receiving confirmation that any item without a price tag is part of the boss lady's private collection. The hare steps up to the illuminated display, staring at the luxury piece in fascination, feeling that the more he looks at the mysterious and grand design, the more he falls in love with the watch. Noticing his partner's frustration, Kyun tries to console his friend, guaranteeing they can come back another time to try their luck. Suddenly, the sound of elegant footsteps echoes down the hallway, signaling the arrival of the mansion's owner. The butler immediately bows in a sign of respect, asking what brings the boss lady down there at this time. With an imposing posture, the boss lady and Sin apologizes for being late, explaining she hit traffic, hoping the guests have already found something to their liking. Kyun immediately stands up to greet the hostess, showering the woman with compliments on how she looks even more beautiful and exudes an unbeatable aura. But the moment he hears the woman's voice, the tycoon turns his head in shock, realizing who the owner of the private gallery is. The hostess also goes into shock when she comes face to face with the young man in the middle of the room, loudly asking what he is doing there. Watching the bizarre exchange of glances between the two, the other friend narrows his eyes suspiciously, trying to figure out where they know each other from and what the real story behind that sudden reaction is. Totally surprised by the revelation, Jiang Cheng looks at An Sin and mentions he had no idea this place belongs to her. The hostess explains she was bored and decided to come to Shanghai the day before, grumbling that if she knew he was coming too, they would have traveled together, since her daughter keeps asking about him all the time. Watching the scene, Kyun is absolutely stunned, realizing the two are already old acquaintances. With that, the woman asks if the MC has his eye specifically on that watch in the display case, hearing him confirm it, but then adding that he'll look at other pieces since that one isn't for sale. Ignoring that rule, and Sin ensures that if he likes the piece, that's all that matters, questioning why he's even talking about buying the item. Turning to the butler beside her, she orders him to take the exclusive minute repeater model and hand it directly to Jiang Cheng as a gift, receiving the employee's immediate compliance. With his jaw dropped on the couch, the blonde friend in the group can barely believe she is giving away a piece worth over $10 million completely for free. Outraged by the situation, Kyun complains internally that the owner always throws a million conditions at them whenever they try to buy something, finding it absurd that she is simply handing an item that isn't even for sale to his buddy. Noticing their shock, the boss lady announces that the situation with the MC is entirely different, stating she would give him anything from the gallery, even if he wanted the entire collection. That statement makes Kyun have an absolute meltdown, losing his mind over the idea that the collection valued at over $1 billion could just be handed over to his friend on a silver platter. The butler then returns and confirms that the exact Patek Philippe model the young man wanted has already been set aside. However, the hare refuses the offer right on the spot, telling her he will buy it at market price if she wants to sell it, but he will absolutely not accept it as a gift. He questions why she is being so formal, reinforcing that he just can't simply take her things for free. Yielding to his request, the woman agrees not to push it since he doesn't want the gift, promising to help him with other pieces in the future, and suggesting they check out the rest of the collection. Quickly, Kyun jumps into the conversation asking if they can tag along too, knowing that asking to see the private collection is a huge taboo that breaks all the rules in that circle. Caring nothing for protocol, and Sin accepts the request and invites the entire group to join her. Relieved, the blonde colleague celebrates the fact that the boss lady wasn't offended by their audacity and even granted access to everyone. Walking to the back of the mansion, the owner places her hand on a highly advanced digital panel to unlock the entrance. The imposing steel door slides open, revealing a secret staircase which she begins to descend elegantly. Heating down right behind her, Kyun is blown away by the structure of the place, noting that the security level in this area is comparable to a bank vault. Noticing the guards all around, the MC asks if it's normal for all those security guards to come in with them, hearing the woman confirm that it's the standard procedure there and asking them not to mind. Now in the vault's main hall, she opens her arms presenting her private collection and leaving the guests free to explore. The friends are amazed as they look at extremely rare enamel watches, commenting that there is only one copy of each model in the entire world and that they are truly priceless treasures. Excited, the blonde guy points to a famous Rolex worn in the most iconic spy movies, while Kyun drools over another legendary model worn in the Terminator franchise. Beside the MC, Sin asks if he liked any other piece besides his first choice, listening as he praises several items but decides to stick only with his initial pick, so he doesn't take something she loves so much. Seeing the young man's refusal, she reflects that trying to force a gift in front of so many people would be awkward, deciding she'll find a chance to hand over the watch on his birthday or some other holiday. Half an hour later, already seated and relaxing, Kyun thanks his friend for providing that experience and wealth of knowledge, but the hare fires back, sarcastically saying that if he really wanted to learn new positions, he should look for a woman. Dodging the subject fast, Kyun tells his partner to stop talking nonsense, guaranteeing he isn't into that kind of thing. Curious about the relationship between the two, the tycoon questions Kyun about the hostess, noting she seems to be the same age as them, but is already a mother to a child. Hearing from his friend that this is only the third time he's seen her, and that there is absolutely nothing going on between them. Complaining about the MC's luck, Kyun grumbles that the woman is beautiful, has an incredible body, and impeccable taste, feeling incredibly jealous that she took a liking to his buddy of all people. Finding the drama funny, Jiang Cheng tells them they are overthinking it, stating that her friendliness is mostly because her little daughter got attached to him. The friend calls him an absolute beast for not even sparing a little girl, getting cursed out by the MC in return. At that moment, Sin approaches with the watch box, and the hare takes the initiative, offering to pay $25 million for the piece, explaining that he bought her company for a lower price before, and that now the market value has gone up. Without hesitation, she accepts splitting the value and says she'll make the transfer in a moment, but is interrupted by the young man asking for help putting the accessory on his wrist. Helping the boy, she carefully adjusts the strap and asks if it's comfortable, listening to the young man thank her and praise her perfect touch. Watching the intensely intimate interaction, the blonde comments on how the woman seems to be loving every second of it, while Chun simply praises his buddy's top-tier flirting skills. Holding his phone, the MC announces the money has already been transferred and says goodbye to the hostess, signaling that the group is ready to leave. Walking out of the property, Q nudges his blonde friend, reminding him of the rule that whoever spends the most pays the bill, declaring that the tycoon is going to fund everyone's night out. Receiving a system notification about critical cashback cards, Jiang Cheng simply agrees to foot the bill and tells his partners to pick the spot since he doesn't know the city well. The colleague suggests a bathhouse recently opened by an acquaintance, ensuring the service is top-notch, which prompts Chun to ask suspiciously if the place is strictly focused on legitimate massages. Laughing, the blonde jokes that no one would go if the place were completely straight-laced, convincing Kyun, who immediately complains about his lower back pain and the urgent need to relax. Getting into the car, the group agrees on the destination, and the colleague takes the lead of the convoy, telling everyone to follow him. Arriving at the luxury establishment, the manager greets them at the door, presenting a group of models specialized in massages, promising to satisfy all the customers' needs. The blonde steps up and informs the employee that this is the MC's first time there, demanding he gets priority to pick first. Discreetly activating the system screen, Jiang Cheng analyzes the girl's data and notices that only one named Su Meng possesses a value of 90-something points. Resuming his companion selection, Jiang Cheng points to the girl with short dark hair and announces he'll take her. Noticing the employee's hesitation, the manager quickly scolds her, ordering her to go serve the young master properly. Already hugging his chosen girl, the blonde suggests they all eat something before getting into any other activities. Sitting on the couch next to Su Meng, the MC notices the girl's tension and tries to break the ice by offering some food. Right then, his phone rings and a woman asks if he's already back, wanting to know if he missed her and suggesting a date that same night. Instantly rejecting the invite, he makes up the excuse of a business dinner, which catches the blonde's attention, who immediately jokes, asking if the sister-in-law is doing a patrol round. But as soon as he hangs up, another call comes in and a whiny voice asks who he was talking to that kept the line busy, making the boy lie again about tending to a client. Right after, he's already setting up a time with yet another different woman, telling her to freshen up the next morning because he'll drop by the company to see her. Watching his colleague switch partners on the phone repeatedly, the friend suggests a bet to see how many more will call. Declining the next call, Jiang Cheng announces he won't pick up so he doesn't ruin their brotherly hangout. Kyun analyzes the whole scene in silence and internally concludes that his partner is an absolute player. On top of it all, he recognizes the young tycoon's impressive time management skills. Laughing at his friend's packed schedule, the blonde questions how he's going to handle 2 more the next day, warning him not to overdo it and to focus on maintaining his health. Squeezing the waist of the masseuse beside him, he emphasizes that the drop in performance with age is usually pretty steep. To back up the theory, Kyun chimes in, lamenting that despite all his vigor in the past, nowadays he can barely handle getting the job done a few times a month. Finding the situation funny, the blonde tells his partner not to get depressed, promising to send him a truckload of revitalizing pills so he can recover his physical health. Changing the subject, he asks how the MC had the guts to drop $100 million to ruin actress Lin Ru's career, wanting to know exactly how she betrayed him. Totally oblivious to the gossip, Jiang Cheng asks where that absurd rumor came from, making it clear he never suffered any betrayal because he doesn't even know the woman personally. Intrigued, Kyun asks if he really spent all that fortune just because the actress offended one of his girlfriends. Taking a sip of his drink, the hare gives an enigmatic reply, leading his friend to praise him for being so romantic as to blow money on women like that. Seizing the moment, the blonde tells the girl next to him to pay close attention, ordering her to serve the god of wealth sitting right in front of them exceptionally well. 20 minutes later, already inside the private room, the young man notices Xu Meng's nervousness and suggests they take a shower first. Inside the bathroom, he starts taking off his shirt while the employee turns on the shower water. Peeking discreetly over her shoulder, the masseuse is completely intimidated by his physique, fearing reality will be too intense for her to handle. Noticing the girl's distraction, the MC immediately asks why she's spacing out so much. Unable to handle the pressure, she confesses she's only working in that place because her grandmother is sick and she needs to save money for medical expenses. Sliding his hand around her waist, the young man praises the girl's attitude for being a good granddaughter and trying to help her family. Pulling the girl into a deep kiss, he guarantees he will take very good care of her from now on. The next morning, Xu Meng wakes up alone in the spacious bed, confused if the client has already left the room. Looking at the nightstand, she finds a bank card along with a note, informing her that $100,000 have been deposited there, and wishing a speedy recovery for her grandmother. Reading the note left by the MC, the masseuse is deeply touched by the unexpected gesture. Meanwhile, at the company headquarters, Su-won steps into the elevator talking on the phone with manager Xiao. Unaware that the tycoon is coughing right behind her, suddenly the young redhead pulls down her sunglasses and instantly recognizes her boss. Intrigued by the girl's behavior, the president asks why she waited outside for so long and only greeted him after getting in the elevator. Hearing her confess she was afraid of getting photographed and becoming a trending topic on the internet, the boy is surprised by her extreme caution and asks if the employee has really become that famous lately. Without hesitating, she guarantees that all this success is thanks to the boss himself who promoted her, stating she is just riding his coattails. During their chat in the hallway, the actress mentions it's the first time she's seen the president at the company, joking that it took the manager's intervention for them to get a chance to meet him, while also encouraging her coworker to be more confident. As they reach the reception area, the blonde approaches and asks why the MC showed up right alongside Su-won. To justify the coincidence, he states they just bumped into each other in the elevator and quickly asks Xiao to guide him to his office. Politely, the actress says goodbye and tells them to handle their business first, ensuring she is available if they need anything. Watching the scene from afar, other female employees gossip about who that incredibly handsome guy accompanying the boss could be, already daydreaming about chasing after him if he's a newly signed artist. As soon as he walks into his private office, the hare highly praises the room's decor, immediately noticing how much effort they put into that space. Wanting to please him, the manager asserts that the important thing is that he liked it, and quickly invites him to try the freshly brewed tea. After taking a sip, he praises the quality, but comments that most young people these days still prefer a good milk tea. Immediately, the woman offers to send someone down to buy the drink, wanting to know what flavor he prefers. Pulling the manager directly onto his lap, the young man asks why go through all that trouble when there's already something ready right here. Half an hour later, Su-won walks down the hallways and runs into the blonde, curiously asking how the project alignment with the president went. Walking out of the room with her clothes slightly messy, Xiao announces they are almost done and that she's just going to grab some more documents. Analyzing her colleague closely, the actress notices her lipstick seems to have vanished entirely. Completely confused, She asks what the two of them were eating in there, noticing a whitish stain on the manager's face and stepping closer to wipe it off. Totally embarrassed by the situation, the blonde plays it off, complaining about her own clumsiness and quickly runs away to touch up her makeup. Left alone in the hallway, the famous girl looks at the tissue in her hands and tries to figure out the reason behind the other woman's sheer panic. At that moment, she touches the substance and finds it weird that the material is entirely sticky. Intrigued by the peculiar scent, she sniffs the paper and wonders what on earth the tycoon and the manager were secretly consuming. Determined to investigate, Soo-won walks into the office and asks the boss for permission to take a look around the room. Very relaxed on the couch, the MC tells her to make herself at home, joking that all this luxury is way better than his old company, and that rich people really know how to enjoy life. Taking advantage of the opening in the conversation, the redhead asks if he's jealous and suggests he stay there to experience it all right by her side. Catching the boldness in the girl's flirting, the young man agrees to receive a massage, listening to her brag about the techniques she learned while filming a period drama. With her hands on his shoulders, she asks what he thinks of the service, receiving compliments followed by a request to apply more pressure. Satisfied with the exact pressure, he confirms she hit the tension point dead on, which makes the actress lean in provocatively and ask if he can handle even more intensity. Noticing the MC falling asleep on the couch, Soo-won deduces the massage was a little too good and regrets the fact that he treated her just like a simple therapist. Soon the manager returns to the room and finds the boss sleeping, asking why he's like that and telling the actress to wake him up. Gently touching the tycoon's shoulder, the girl lets him know Xiaoxiao is back and asks him to wake up. Opening his eyes, Jiang Cheng admits he ended up dozing off without realizing it, but the executive quickly ruins the mood, warning that it isn't time to rest yet, as they have many matters to discuss since he rarely visits the office. With that, the artist says a polite goodbye, ensuring she'll leave them alone to take care of company business without interruptions. Already in the hallway, Soo-won reflects that her initial intention was to find out if there was something more going on between the two, feeling a bit petty upon noticing the manager's extremely professional demeanor. 2 hours later, the heir announces he has already read and signed all the necessary documents, being surprised by Xiaoxiao, who provocatively asks if other women are leaving him exhausted. Pulling the executive by the waist, the boy jokingly asks if she is begging for a pinch. She quickly pulls back, claiming it was just a joke, yet admits she is very curious to know how many other girls exist in his life. Without beating around the bush, the MC reveals there are two, making the woman curious about their identities. He then explains that she already knows one, Manager Wang from the hotel, and that the other is an influencer who isn't very famous yet. Sitting on his lap, Xiaoxiao asks if the influencer is prettier than her, emphasizing that even though each has her own charm, she will always be special because she was his first. At that, the tycoon caresses the woman's face, agreeing she will always hold the most special spot, hearing the manager call him greedy and ask if he can really handle dealing with three at the same time. Leaning forward, the young man asks if she is suggesting he put on another demonstration of all his physical stamina. Totally surrendered, the executive confesses she needs to rest, but the thought of not having him by her side tonight makes her want to drain all his energy right then and there, proposing another round. 4 hours pass, and the MC drives his sports car through the city streets, admitting to himself that he spent too much energy at Xiaoxiao's place and needs to grab a bite to eat. Finding a barbecue street stall on the sidewalk, he asks the owner if it's okay to park there, getting confirmation that it's perfectly fine as long as the inspectors don't show up. Already out of the vehicle, the young man orders 10 kidney skewers, 20 portions of oysters, and an ice-cold soda, while the cook takes the order and asks him to wait inside. Watching the scene from afar, 2 older customers comment on the unusual order, noting that the kid clearly has money and needs to recharge his batteries after a long day. His buddy brags that at that age, he didn't even need water, let alone supplements, but is quickly mocked by his friend who claims he barely saw any action, while the rich kid must be active every single day. Suddenly, a loud crashing noise echoes through the place, making the stall owner run frantically, yelling that the MC's car has been hit, feeling guilty for having allowed him to park there. Calmly seated with his soda, Jiang Cheng tells the man not to panic since it isn't his fault, focusing only on knowing if his food is ready yet. The heir's cold reaction leaves the old man completely shocked, amazed that he cares more about skewers than a wrecked luxury car, concluding he must be as wealthy as the son of the richest man in the country. Outside, the establishment owner points to the table and tells the driver responsible for the crash who the owner of the hit vehicle is. Apologetic, the guilty party approaches trembling and tries to justify that he was driving normally until a dog jumped into the street, forcing him to swerve the wheel sharply. Chewing his barbecue unhurriedly, the tycoon states that safety is what matters most in the end, promising to take a look at the damage in a few moments. Shortly after, assessing the crash on the street, Jiang Cheng concludes the damage isn't too severe and leaves the decision on how to resolve the issue in the hands of the terrified driver, who quickly asks for a second to make a phone call. With the phone to his ear, the young man thinks about how terrifying the MC's calmness is, realizing that someone who doesn't care about a $10 million car definitely has an extraordinary background. Ending the call, he says he has already contacted the insurance company to handle everything, confessing he is extremely envious of that vehicle and inviting the owner to come inside and eat something while they wait. As soon as they return to the dining area, the nervous driver waves excitedly and calls over an acquaintance who is already waiting at the location. Standing up from the table, Wang Kongming complains about his friend's terrible driving, not understanding how he managed to crash the car on such a wide street, and asking why he was called there. Q Yuan explains his despair, stating he fought hard to borrow that car from his sister, fearing that calling insurance will make her find out everything, while the MC realizes in shock that the man in front of him is indeed the son of the richest man in the country. Trying to smooth things over, the nervous driver introduces Jiang Cheng to the newcomer, identifying him as the owner of the hit vehicle. During the handshake, Kongming praises the heir's relaxed attitude for still managing to eat barbecue peacefully after the accident, apologizing for the incident and joking that his buddy has always been a destroyer of luxury cars. Keeping his cool, the MC downplays the problem, saying the important thing is that nobody got hurt, then inviting the two to sit and eat. But the rich kid declines the offer, stating he has appointments, promising to book a table the next day to formally apologize. Already outside the restaurant, Kongming asks where the tycoon is heading and if he needs a ride. Thanking him for the kindness, Jiang Cheng lets him know his driver is already on the way and tells the two to go on with their plans. Listening to the rich heir praise him for being such a gentleman and guaranteeing they will treat him very well at their next meeting. Minutes later, manager Wang from the hotel shows up personally to pick the MC up, letting him know the car is ready, which makes him ask why she didn't come inside to wait. Walking down the street, the woman explains she didn't want to interrupt his meal and that she hadn't been waiting very long anyway. Grabbing the manager from behind, the boy praises her wonderful scent and asks what perfume she is wearing, discovering it's a new fragrance known to be extremely addictive. Smelling the woman's neck, he plays along and asks what she would do if he actually ended up addicted to it. Blushing at the intimate approach, she confesses that would be the best possible scenario, because that is exactly the effect she is trying to cause. Watching the scene from across the street, the two old men from the stall are absolutely clueless, seeing that the kid barely finished recharging his energy and is already heading out for another battle, deeply lamenting the envy they feel of that youth. Clinging to our MC, manager Wang goes right ahead and tells him he needs to take responsibility for the night. Without showing any concern, the boy calmly agrees to the deal. Meanwhile, the driver just watches the whole scene. Sitting at the table with the school goddess, he reflects that life with the system is way too good and has saved him from ruin. On his phone screen, the memory of the message from Zhou Ying inviting him to eat confirms the date. Before leaving, he says goodbye to the manager with a passionate kiss, claiming her recovery is quick thanks to breakfast. Already walking through the luxury mall, the beautiful girl suggests just window shopping without spending anything. Pointing to the stores, the tycoon asks if she likes any of those bags, but receives an immediate refusal. Keeping his smooth talk going, he counters by saying giving gifts is a normal couple thing, and that refusing only creates distance between them. Blushing at his advance, the woman thinks his gifts cost a fortune and are way too expensive. Wasting no time, our boy asks her to try on a piece. Straight to the point, he demands the saleswoman bring out 2 more outfits from the new releases. Pulling his arm, the girl threatens to leave if he keeps spending money like that. Checking the system screen, the heir notices the amount doesn't hit the minimum for the bonus card and gives up to avoid pushing it. Changing tactics, he picks just one bag and tells the employee to ring it up immediately. So the trip isn't a total waste, the young man suggests they head straight to the hot pot restaurant on the 4th floor to give her a little taste of home. Arriving at the establishment, the two are warmly welcomed by the staff at the entrance. Sitting nearby, the pink-haired streamer swallows hard as she spots the rich guy accompanied by an absolute goddess. Noticing the driver's presence, the tycoon evaluates the situation so he doesn't blow his cover, acting naturally. Playing it cool, he feigns surprise at the coincidence of running into her eating there. Curious, The boy leans in asking if she was really doing a live stream eating all by herself. Quickly, the influencer tells her chat that something unexpected came up and ends the broadcast on the spot. Turning off her equipment, the girl immediately throws out a hint, wanting to know if the beauty is his girlfriend. Without waiting for an answer, she stands up and charmingly introduces herself as a friend of our MC. Watching the scene, his former classmate notices a different look in the streamer's eyes and decides not to create an unnecessary misunderstanding. Very politely, the woman introduces herself, and the two shake hands cordially. Watching the unusual encounter unfold, the hare gives a smirk, finding the whole situation quite amusing. Breaking the ice, he invites the influencer to share their table since her portion was barely enough for anything. Fishing for information, the pink-haired girl asks the rich guy's partner directly if it wouldn't be weird for her to intrude. Very friendly, the goddess assures her she loves making friends and asks her to join them with absolutely no problem. Excited by the company, the streamer already raises her hand, calling the waiter to bring more dishes. Checking the young man's approval, the broker agrees and they all get ready to sit down together. Leaning over the boiling pot, the new guest notices the tycoon's watch and asks if the brand is very expensive. Observing the disguised female rivalry, our boy concludes that wherever women gather, drama is always guaranteed. Totally caught off guard by the direct question, his school friend's eyes widen, not knowing what to say. Lying through his teeth, the rich guy makes up a story that the piece is just a cheap kid's model to avoid causing a fuss. Pushing the topic, the pink-haired girl evaluates the material, and he throws out a fake brand name to throw her off. Catching the lie, the driver blushes, remembering the jewelry is worth millions, and loves the fact that he's playing around with the situation. Acting super friendly, the influencer serves a piece of meat to the boss's companion and tells her to try it. Out of nowhere, she shoots out a direct question, wanting to know the origin of their relationship. Keeping her cool, the girl answers simply that they went to school together in the same high school class. Chewing her food, the streamer nods her head as she processes the info about their school days. Suddenly, our MC feels a strange touch under the table and stops eating immediately. Through the gap, the influencer's foot can be seen boldly sliding up the tycoon's leg. Ready for the challenge, the pink-haired girl accepts the dangerous little game, thinking he was the one who started the flirting. Acting fast, the hare firmly grabs her cheeky foot right under the tablecloth. Surprised by the rough grip, the streamer freezes with food in her mouth, her cheeks on fire. Chewing calmly, the boy finds the girl's hypocrisy hilarious and decides to see how long she can handle his teasing. Sweeting cold to keep up appearances, the driver tries to pay attention to the stories the ex-classmate is telling. Noticing the girl isn't going to back down, the tycoon decides to increase the pressure on the massage to test her limits. Under the table, the boy's hand makes precise movements, punishing the sole of her foot. Unable to hold back the tickles, the influencer lets out an extremely loud laugh, completely startling the companion next to her. Making up a lame excuse, she says she remembered a joke, while the school goddess just finds her quirky behavior cute. Cutting the theater short, our MC tells the two of them to focus on their food before the meat gets overcooked. Red as a tomato, the streamer pants a thank you, swearing not to think about those funny things anymore. Shooting sauce glances, the girl silently begs for mercy, and the hare finally lets go of her leg. Getting up from his chair, the boy announces he's going to the restroom to give the tense mood at the table a breather. Taking advantage of his absence, the two beauties decide to exchange contacts on their messaging app by scanning their phones. Acting like besties, the influencer immediately hugs her new friend, promising to take her out to eat and show her around the city. Returning to the table, the rich guy fixes his hair, amazed by the girl's ability to build intimacy so quickly. Checking a call on his phone, the tycoon tells the girls to continue hanging out since he has business to attend to. Beating her chest, the pink-haired streamer promises she'll take very good care of her new friend while he's away. Satisfied with the unexpected alliance, the boy concludes that the accident was actually quite useful, turns his back, and says goodbye. Arriving at the luxury nightclub, our boy is immediately welcomed by his rich partner, who calls him over to sit in the VIP booth. The party girls instantly swarm the hare, oozing charm as they compete for the newcomer's attention. On the sofa surrounded by women, the young man mentally praises the level of organization his partner has set up. Pointing to the model in the center seat, the host explains this place of honor was reserved especially for the tycoon. Taking responsibility for the night, the rich hare declares that the party is to make up for the mistake he made the day before. Joining the circle, the suited partner cuts into the conversation, warning that no one there is going to outspend him on this night out. Showing off his power, the big shot yells for the waiter to bring out 5 combos of the house's most expensive champagne right away. The party girls go into shock at the order, calculating that this little stunt is going to cost almost $500,000. Stunned by the spending, the blonde partner confesses it's rare to see his colleague blowing that much cash all at once. Analyzing the magic screens, our MC notices that his friendship level with the rich guys is already extremely high. Putting a hand on his partner's shoulder, the tycoon thanks him for the warm welcome, saying there's no need for such exaggeration. Finishing the show of wealth, the rich guy tells the waiter to bring food and confetti cannons, putting everything on his tab in glory to our hero. With the champagne bottles popping, the crowd goes wild, thanking the tycoon for the display of pure wealth. Curious, the party girls whisper among themselves, wanting to know who this Master Zhang is that nobody there knows. Fascinated by the luxury, the bunny girl deduces the young man must just be another wealthy, low-key heir. With glasses raised high, the partners call our MC to drink and enjoy the limitless night out. Right on time, a stunning foreign blonde approaches and strikes up a conversation, introducing herself as Jenny. Full of charm, she explains her mother is Chinese and she loves the country's culture, but is still struggling without a residency visa. Straight to the point, the rich guy asks what her job is and finds out the beautiful lady works as a model. Wasting no time, he throws out the bait, advising that with her looks, she'd have way more potential becoming an influencer. Putting his hand on her waist, the boy assures her the foreigner would hit the big time fast, just by praising China on the internet. Frustrated by the lack of followers on her own vlogs, the blonde begs to know what the great secret to getting rich is. Keeping his smooth talk sharp, he nails it by saying skin color doesn't matter, and all the foreigner has to do is say she loves the country to go viral. Completely shocked by the golden tip, the model's eyes widen, asking if this tactic is really legit. Striking up a conversation, his platinum-haired partner asks if our boy also wants to enter the internet industry. Taking a sip of his drink, the hair confesses he has no interest in fame, but rather in the massive economy behind the screens. Intrigued by the answer, his suited colleague asks the tycoon to explain this business vision better. Explaining the strategy, the rich guy details that the influencer market is still very chaotic and could generate millions if it were integrated. In the middle of the toast, the partner asks if the idea is to set up a regular talent agency. Denying it on the spot, the young master warns that he doesn't waste time on crumbs and prefers to focus on the heavy money at the top of the food chain. Startled by his ambition, the platinum-haired guy reminds him that creating new platforms would cost billions, and there are already giants in the market. Flashing a smirk, our MC thinks to himself that his friend has no idea about the explosion of short videos that will dominate the world in 4 years. On the system screen, the data shows the billion-dollar investment rounds of future social networks. Annoyed by the boring business talk, their dates hug the rich guys complaining about the lack of attention. Losing patience, the suited partner tells the girls to go play somewhere else so they don't get in the way. Getting back to the topic, the tycoon emphasizes that the plan is exactly to hunt down new platforms and golden opportunities. Satisfied with the chat, the platinum-haired guy wraps up the business talk and calls everyone back to drinking. At the time of the toast, the group makes a promise only to leave the club when they are completely trashed. 2 hours later, the party ends, and his colleague asks if our boy wants to book a room right there with the model. Looking at the virtual panel, the hair checks Jenny's stats and concludes the women at his own company are much more appetizing. Turning down the invite, he says he already called a private driver, noting that the pink-haired girl charged him real cheap on the last ride. Waving his hand, he says goodbye to his partner and thanks him for checking up before heading off. Promising to hang out again, the platinum-haired guy thanks him for the business lesson and goes his own way. Confirming their partnership, the rich guy casually says goodbye in the middle of the busy street. Already inside the car, the pink-haired streamer teases him, asking who the blonde cutie acting so close was. With her hand on his arm, the driver turns on the charm, calling the boss her hubby and letting him know she came to the rescue. From the sidewalk, the foreigner thanks the tycoon for saving her from trouble at the club. Sitting in the passenger seat, the hair orders the influencer to drive straight to her place. Looking surprised, the girl confesses she thought the final destination would be his former classmate's house. Countering the tease, the boy brings up the flirting under the table and warns that if she doesn't want it, he can easily go somewhere else. Desperate, the girl says she was just joking, while he demands she take responsibility for her own actions. Without backing down, the cutie confesses she fell for his charm and asks her hubby to be a little more affectionate. Promising the world, he guarantees he won't forget about the driver as long as she is very obedient. Enchanted by the promise, she asks if he is going to care for her, receiving confirmation that a man always takes care of his own woman. Full of desire, the influencer reminds him that he left her worked up earlier and asks for help solving this problem. Arriving at the apartment, she warns the rich guy not to judge the small place and tells him to sit down first. But the rush takes over and the beautiful girl throws herself on the bed, announcing she prefers to jump straight into action. Pouncing quickly, he grabs the girl's foot and the mood in the bedroom instantly heats up. Completely surrendered, the driver lets out a needy cry, enjoying every second of the intense night. The next morning, our boy wakes up stretching and immediately asks if his partner is hungry. With no kitchen in the house, she says she only survives on instant noodles or food delivery apps. Getting dressed, the tycoon asks point blank how much the rent for that little box is, discovering it costs a mere $1,600. Even though he finds the price low, the hare listens to the girl explain how hard it is to find a spacious place in the big city. Curious, he asks why she doesn't sleep in the college dorms. Frowning, the cutie explains that her roommates have been talking trash behind her back ever since she became a streamer. Observing the girl's beauty, the MC concludes it's totally normal to cause jealousy among other students. Decided to pay for her comfort, the rich guy orders her to look for a better apartment near the school without worrying about the price. Jumping for joy, the influencer raises her arms and thanks her hubby for his absurd generosity. Looking at her almost empty closet, he throws it in her face that a normal girl should have plenty of clothes and tells her to come shopping. Hugging her boss, the young woman declines the extra spending, begging only for a place in his heart. Cutting the drama, the tycoon reveals that his goal is to conquer everything he is entitled to and tells her to get ready to go out. Once inside the luxury mall, the saleswomen welcome the couple with wide smiles while gossiping about the rich guy's new girlfriend. At the register, the hare hears the price tag of almost $500,000 and just hands over his card to pay for everything right there. Soon after, the blue screen pops up confirming the miraculous cashback, dumping $48 million right back into his account. While walking down the street with the bags, he asks if his girl wants to grab a milk tea to chill. Suddenly, they bump into a little boy kneeling on the sidewalk, begging for help for his sick mother's surgery and his injured father. Heartbroken, the influencer lets out a sigh of pity as she reads the kid's cardboard sign. With no hesitation to spend, she pulls her own bills out of her purse and hands everything to the kid, wishing him good luck. Right away, the crowd around them starts calling the girl stupid, claiming the kid is a professional scammer. Staring intently at the boy, our MC notices his sincerity and decides this is not an act. Shutting up the gossiping crowd, he hands over full bags to the boy without the slightest hesitation to help. The little boy collapses on the ground, crying in gratitude and knocking his head against the asphalt to thank his salvation. Immediately, the system rewards the tycoon's kindness by activating a telepathic skill that allows him to read people's intentions and